shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
SCO here, you're loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
I must have dreamed 1,000 dreams, belonged by a million screams, but I can hear the marching feet moving into the street. Now did you read the news today? They say the day just gone away, but I can see the fire still alight, burning into the night. There's too many men, too many people making too many problems, and there's not much love to go around. Can't you see this is a land of confusion? This is the world we live in, and these are the hands we're given. Use them and let's start trying to make it a place worth living in. Oh, Superman, where are you now? When everything's gone wrong somehow. The men of steel, these men of power, are losing control by the hour. And this is the time, this is the place, and we love for the future. But there's not much love to go around. Tell me why this is a land of confusion. This is the world we live in, and these are the hands we're given. Use them and let's start trying to make it a place worth living in. I remember long ago when the sun was shining and all the stars were bright all through the night. In the wake of this madness, as I held you tight, so long ago. I want to be coming home tonight. My generation will put it right. We're not just making promises that we know we'll never keep. There's too many men, too many people making too many problems, and there's not much love to go around. Can't you see this is a land of confusion? Now this is the world we live in, and these are the hands we're given. Use them and let's start trying to make it a place worth fighting for. This is the world we live in, and these are the names we're given. Stand up and let's start showing just where our lives are going to.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy
we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I made it through it, guys. I did. That was real. That was the real deal right there. Hold on a second. I got to cough though now. Oh man, there's gonna be some coughing going on throughout the day. I'll try and mute it when I can remember to do that. And I made it through it. Wow, I can't believe I actually did that. Good morning. So much stuff has happened, right? gone for like, how long has it been? I think the 7th was like the last day, or the 8th or something like that was the last day that I did a live stream. And I'm trying to think here. Is that 3 weeks? I think it's been like 3 weeks now. And so much has happened. AMC has refinanced their debt. We have hedge funds that are facing possible jail terms, fines for sure. And AMC is just absolutely rocking it right now in the movie theaters. I went and saw Deadpool last week, and Thursday we went and saw Deadpool. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna say this, guys. If you haven't, I'm not gonna do any movie spoilers or anything like that. I don't want to ruin it for you guys. But it is a good movie. There's a lot of gore. There's a lot of language. So just note that there's that's gonna be in there. It's an R movie. It's probably not for every kid. Everybody's gonna have to determine whether it's their own kids or not. Great movie though. I'm telling you, we're the kind of family where we don't go out and rewatch movies twice in the movie theater. We just don't do that. And when we got home, I think it was the same night, Melissa's like, we need to go back and see it again. And it was funny because I was actually sitting there thinking to myself, like, I wouldn't mind seeing that again in the movie theater again either. And it was just because it was that good. It was really, really stinking good. So, I'm saying this from a perspective of the last movie that I saw. We went and saw Longlegs, and I didn't like that nearly as much as some of the rave reviews that Longlegs got. But as I've told you guys before, I think the way that I view horror movies compared to how other people view them is different. So I kind of expected, since it was getting such rave reviews, that it was probably not going to be my type of horror movie. So it was good, but it wasn't anything. It was nowhere near Deadpool good. I mean, if you had to choose between going and see Longlegs and Deadpool, you're definitely going to go see Deadpool, because it is way better. But highly recommend that movie to you guys. I cannot even begin to imagine. Make sure, if you have not seen the Loki Marvel Universe series, it might help a little bit to at least go I think there was 2 seasons of that. I would highly recommend that you at least watch the first season, or at least some of it, so you know a little bit about what's going to happen in Deadpool. That's kind of a spoiler a little bit, but it does kind of help a little to kind of know the background or the backstory behind some of the stuff that goes on in there. So, good to see you guys. I see all you guys writing in these really amazing, happy, get back, glad you're better comments in here. Thank you, all of you guys. I'm trying so hard to not get emotional because I've been gone for so long, and it's been so hard for me because I wanted to come back sooner. I probably could have come back maybe in the middle of the week last week, but when I get excited, my lungs start to I don't know what to call it. I want to call it like it's like a anxiety almost, like a seizing up of my lungs with anxiety. So like if I feel like I need to talk, that's when I start to get shallow of breath, and I would imagine that we'll just have to kind of play today by ear and see how it goes throughout the day. I mean, maybe I don't make it throughout the whole day, and maybe I do. Maybe I can make it the whole day, and maybe I just take longer breaks. I don't know. We'll just have to play it by ear. But I'm back. I don't know who Tendies is talking to me. Eat shit. Okay, I'll do that. We'll do Tendies. But yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Yeah, go see Deadpool. Really stinking good movie. I can't even begin to tell you guys. It's 6:20. I talked my way into numbers. Should we do this? I want to say one thing before I get into these numbers, and because I already said other things. I am not 100% yet. My brain is still a little foggy. I know that sounds so stupid. It sounds stupid just saying it, but I still have these moments where I have like COVID brain or something. I don't know what it is, but I can't focus as well as I used to. Maybe that's the ADD kind of kicking in because of the COVID, and I just can't function quite the same. And maybe I'm hoping that's going to improve over time, because I really can't stand the fact that I'm like more forgetful than I've been in a while. And I can feel those moments coming. It's like you can feel the haze just hitting. And at which point I have to just kind of like force myself to move on to something different, because otherwise I'll just freeze. So bear with me, guys. If I get stuck somewhere along the way, nudge me a little bit and say like, let's just move on, or something like that. Like just help me, help me help you, help me. You help me, because I need help. Casey's Broken Mug says, Casey, you were never 100%. Laugh out loud. Well, all right. You've got a point there. And don't make me laugh, damn it. Making me laugh is the worst. So yeah, you sound thinner. I don't know if I lost any weight or not living in 3D, but man, I'll tell you, I had to check into an ER at one point while I was on. My nurse practitioner called me, and I had an appointment, and she's like, "No, you're not going to wait. You got to go to the ER now. You can't breathe, so you need to go to the ER." So I went to the ER, and then they asked me. They said, "How much do you weigh?" And I'm like, "I don't weigh myself. I don't want to know how much I weigh." They're like, "Well, what do you think you weigh?" I was like, "I don't want to tell you." But yeah, bear with me. Bear with me, guys, as I struggle through just trying to make sure I get through everything here. I wasn't even sure if I would make it through the intro this morning, and I just let it happen. I don't know how it worked, but it did. All right, let's do it. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. It's not all there. I can feel the breath is already dissipating. I cleaned the glasses. The glasses are ready to go. I got to log into my account. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you do sign up for that, if you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to gain access into your account, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. And last but not least, and definitely the most important thing is make sure you guys are getting your portfolios sent to you, either through snail mail or email or however it is that you want to get it. I don't care, but make sure you have a copy of what it is that you hold. Anytime your position changes, you should probably get a copy of your new position and have it on your records. Don't trust your brokers to know what you hold. You should be responsible for what it is that you're holding. All right. Just give me a second here. Okay. That was a cough. You didn't hear it. I muted. All right. Top left-hand side. We got a new price predictor, Nana. While I was sick, we did some price predictions the very first week that I was sick. And Nana ended up winning the week. We didn't do any price predictions after that. I told him, I said, guys, just stop. Let's just stop until I'm ready to go again, and then we'll do them. So Nana is filling in for Twisty.
Let me change my board here because we need to put her in. And she did win. She won the very first week that she was in. So congratulations to Nana. Let me change this real quick here. Na 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 na. I can't sing. Definitely not singing. All right. Nana is in. I need to ask her what color she wants to be. All right. Nana, good morning. I can still see what you guys are writing right now, but I won't in a second. But good morning. I'm going to wipe out the numbers because that's kind of reflective of a couple weeks back, so it's not really relevant. Thank you guys for being patient with me, by the way. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for understanding that I was gone for so long. I don't think COVID hits everybody like this. It's just for me. Whenever I get sick, I always get upper respiratory infections, and so it ends up taking me a lot longer to heal than most people. So that's what basically happened to me. All right, here we go. Let's do this. Short exempt volume. You can see the numbers that are showing on the page there are the numbers that we had when I last streamed with you guys. So what was it, like the 7th or the 8th of July? A while back, whenever it was. Short exempt volume from Friday. 259.5 thousand shares. 259.5. That is not over 300,000, so we're going to go ahead and leave that red. Utilization. Utilization coming in at 80.05%. So a nice little boost from the 67% that we've been at in the more recent 3 weeks ago. more recent past. Oh man. Friday we were up 0.78%. Those are your numbers. That's it. We're done. Just teasing. Max Payne is still $5. I did refresh my screens from, I think it was last night. I rebooted everything, made sure everything was good to go for today. So that is the Max Payne for the week for AMC. GME's Max Payne is $24.50 right there. And it closed $24.13 last Friday. So we still have $5. I went ahead and took a look out a couple weeks on AMC. AMC is set to be $5 for quite a while. It does go up to, I think, $5.50, drops down to $4.50, and then goes back to $5 again. So I'm not going to pull those up, but let's look at next week's Max Payne for GME. This week is $24.50. Next week is, 24, and week ending 8/16 is $25. Let's see here. Off exchange. By the end of a normal day, I would expect to see off exchange. Hold on one second here. There we go. I would expect to see off exchange and EDGX volume data combined to be somewhere around 64%. We had 56.31% in off exchange, EDGX at 7.83 for a combined total of 64.14%. Almost exactly what I would expect to see. CHX volume for the day on Friday was 3,411. That's not very much. GME's CHX volume for the day was 17,189. That's an elevated number, but it's not over 30,000, so it's not a really huge number. Taking a look at borrow fees and shares available to borrow according to IBKR. This morning, we're seeing about 650,000 shares available. Let's see here. Let me look at the dates listed. The 26th was the last trading day, right? Yeah, it was. So it looks like from the 26th, there was about 50,000 shares borrowed over the weekend, and then just mainly shares returned this morning. So I'm actually going to put in, I'm going to write down 50,000 shares. Note that the fees are showing at 3.74%. Let's take a look at GMEs real quick. Showing 3.4 million shares available right now. Over the weekend, it looks like not really too many shares were borrowed. Some shares were borrowed just a little while ago, about 100,000 shares for GME, and fees are at 0.44. All right, moving on. I'm noticing that this one page is not showing up the way that I want it to. For shares owned by institutions, which is at currently 87.9 million shares. Let me see if I can fix this so it's showing up on the page correctly. That's odd. Oh, I see what it's... Okay. It's way up top. Sorry. There it is. Let's do this. There we go. There we go. Much prettier now. Probably won't stay that way. We'll just we'll figure it out as we go. Taking a look at options. We'll come back to Ortex here in just a few minutes. Let's see what we got going on. I think I already updated everything on this, so that the page should be good. You're seeing the options contracts for the end of this week for August 2nd. We change months in the middle of this week. Our largest amount of open interest for strike closest to where we're at right now is at a $6 strike. There's 13.5 thousand contracts at a $6 strike. 13.5. Highest amount of put volume closest to our current strike price is at a $4.5 strike. There is approximately 8.8 thousand contracts there. So the middle ground, where is that? That's $1.50, so 75 cents up from that would be, looks like middle ground's kind of around 5.25. That's where the market's kind of signaling for maybe price closing by the end of the week. It's a few pennies higher than where we're at right now. 3 pennies to be exact. I'll scroll down just a little bit and we can take a look at some of the contracts that are open for the next week. And also we'll take a quick scan at the week after, just for documentation purposes. There you go. GME's numbers. Highest amount of call open interest is at a $25 strike with 10.5 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume closest to our current strike. It's actually at $25. There's 3.8 thousand contracts there. There is 5,000 contracts at 22, but that's quite a ways down. They'd have to push the price down to $2-ish to get to those. So we'll scroll through the options chain real quick here and take a look at next week's, the next 2 weeks out as well. Options look kind of light next week on GME. Could be a week that we see some price movement. And that's about it. Cool. Let me take you guys back over to the other page here. I'll move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Definitely looking like a green open this morning in the market. Alrighty, let's take a look at Ortex data. Let's make it big. Utilization. Since I've been gone. Since I've been gone. Let's see. When was I off? I think I probably streamed the 5th. Maybe I didn't stream the 8th. I don't know. Maybe I did stream the one of these somewhere right around here is when I left last. We saw utilization drop a little bit over that time period, and then suddenly we had this big, huge jump in utilization back on the 23rd from whatever happened on the 22nd. We saw this big, huge jump in utilization. We're back up to 80.05% utilization, which is getting up there. I want to see above 90%. 90 is a key target goal that does usually typically help us to see price improvement as you see loan borrowing amounts go up. The on-loan amount has been increasing as a result, which makes sense, right? Like utilization's going up, so should share loaning, unless, of course, somebody's just making shares less available to be borrowed, but that doesn't appear to be the case, because ever since June 14th, we've seen nothing but a nonstop, pretty much climb in on-loan amount. So our on-loan amount now is at a record high amount since I think the reverse split and conversion this morning at a 102.13 million shares on loan currently. If I scroll back out here a little bit, we'll see. Yeah, that is definitely the highest on loan amount that we've had reported since the reverse split and conversion. Big number, 102.13. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to obviously rise. This number from Friday went from 15.84% to 16.21%. I'm going to take off all these lines on here real quickly here because we did have a exchange reported short interest amount report just recently. I think it was last week. And so we now have exchange reported short interest amounts up to July 15th. And what you can see is that back on June 28th, there was 53.87 million shares in reported short interest. And the next reported data is 53.74. So really not much of a change there compared to what was being estimated. It's a little bit of a drop. You can see that the estimated amount was actually being estimated a little bit higher. So as a result, there was probably a correction that was made last week to the exchange reported short interest estimates to kind of account for that difference there. They were expecting to come in at 15.77. It came in at, or sorry, 55.77. It came in at 53.74. So they were overestimating by about 2 million shares. So they made an adjustment for that, I'm sure, sometime last week. And as a result, our estimated short share interest of the free float is now sitting up here, currently at 16.21. So that estimate's already adjusted. And then the last thing that we're going to take a look at here is the on-loan average age per day. Probably one of the most key indicators for letting me know when there's going to be a price increase incoming. I think somewhere along the time I was posting some information to you guys, and I think I may have gotten it out there that if we had data that was still rising on the on-loan average age per day going into today, that would give us a 15-day counter starting from today. However, it didn't. The number went down because of the extra additional shares that were loaned or borrowed. And so that on-loan average age per day dropped from 22.43 down to 22.09. So we're looking for 2 days in a row of upwards momentum on this value. And so far, we've just got downwards momentum for the most part. Security lending volume. Day over day from last week went from 9.76 million to 9.63. And I don't know if, I'm sure there's been probably a failure to deliver reporting since the last time I saw you guys. And those are our most recent reported failure to deliver reported amounts showing up on the page. And there was a spike back on June 7th of about 1.87 million shares. Pretty big number. GME's data. Utilization dropping. On loan amount, more than likely dropping as well. Day over day, it dropped from 28.9 to 28.89. So 0.01 down, not very much. It's going to probably drop the estimated short share interest of the free float a little bit, or it might be the same. Went from 10.15 to 10.14, so it did drop just a hair, a smidgen. And on loan average age per day, driving upwards, it went from 28.17 to 28.73. Security lending volume decreasing from 6.13 down to 2.46 million. SSR for trigger price for the day for AMC is at $4.66. This is not up to date here. There we go. There's currently 92.4 thousand shares contracts. Boy, yeah, this is fuzzy brain for sure. 92.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 14.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 22.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 6.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. On GME, SSR trigger price for the day today is at 21.72. There's currently 79.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 10,000 contracts that are in the money. 29.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 14.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME, are the only two I'm looking for from last Friday's trading data. And I don't think either were on the list here. Let me scroll down a little bit. Nope, neither are on there. We had some interesting stuff happen with the 2-year. So I normally only show you guys the 2-year and the 10-year, but we actually had something interesting happen last week. It was around July the 23rd, where the 10-year was trading underneath the 2-year and normalized on that date, late in the night on the 23rd. More than likely, what we're going to see happen, or continue to see have happen, is the 2-year rate to fall, while the 10-year rate should start to normalize and drive back up above the 2-year. As it stands, MMRI is at 270.07. Way back when I was talking with you guys last, MMRI was 278.59. So over the last 3 weeks, it's dropped by 8 points on that MMRI, which is a risk indicator in the marketplace. Anything over 300 is extreme risk. And it's now down to 270.07. The spread, let me erase some stuff on my board here. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. When I was with you guys last, we were at 0.351. That's what I've got written on my board here. Let me erase that. Let's see what it is now. The 2-year is at 4.367. The 10-year is at 4.157. The difference is 0.21. So it's definitely tighter. What I'm looking for here is I'm waiting to see rates drop, followed by the 10-year normalizing by driving up above the 2-year. When that happens, our market should be in a full-blown crash mode. VIX. VIX futures are showing down 1.53 for a 1593 open. It closed last week at 1639, so we're looking at a drop on the VIX, which means the market should be looking up. Over the last night's trading period, Hang Seng was up 1.2. The Nikkei was up 2.1, and the Nifty 50 up, or down rather, 0.04. Depending on what it is that you're looking at, we're looking at an positive open, pretty much across the board here. It looks like anywhere from 0.42 to 0.8 up in the pre-market this morning. Let's go ahead and talk about this real quick. We have the FOMC meeting in 2 days. I don't expect to see any rate changes. I know a lot of people are kind of talking rumors about it dropping. There's a 95 right now. According to this target rate probability chart here, there's a 95.9% chance at no change. So I'm not expecting to see any kind of rate change for July. But when we meet back up, when the FOMC meets back up in September, it is looking like a very strong chance that we'll see rates dropping in September from 89, or there's an 89.6% chance that it'll drop by 25 basis points. There is a 61.3% chance that they'll drop another 25 basis points in November. And in December, there is a 58.3% chance that they'll drop another 25 basis points. So we're looking at some strong possibilities at 3 rate cuts before the end of the year is over. I don't know if you guys have been hearing that, but the target rate probabilities on these are pretty high. I would say that at the very minimum, we're going to be getting at least 1 cut before the end of the year. At least 1. Very, very, very high rates there. Mag 7 in the pre-market. Everything's green in the pre-market on the Mag 7. Financial institutions in pre-market that have changed more than 2.5% from last Friday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 4.12. And that's the biggest mover. Gold is currently up 0.12. For the most part, let me move out to a higher time interval here. On a 30-minute time interval, the overall trend is is down on gold. However, in a more recent period of time, it looks to be trying to break that trend. Let me just draw this out here. Looks like it's going to want to try and break this trend here, but it's in order for it to see any kind of major trend reversal from this downtrend, it's going to have to break this line. Silver, I would imagine, is doing pretty much the same thing. It does appear to be slightly trending upwards currently. Also needing to break a trend. Oh, I got a box. This box was a trend. This box was for I felt that there was a trend coming for breakout going north on silver a while back, but the breakout on silver actually happened well before my box. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. What did I have? Do I have anything on gold? Holy moly. What is going on with gold? Wow. Ethereum Classic. Currently, Ethereum Classic is trending down. It's currently up 1.58% overnight. Like I said, the current trend is down. On a larger time scale, the trend is up, and it looks like it's trying to break that uptrend currently. US dollar is up 0.21, trending up. Usually when the dollar is up, the market's down. So it's kind of unusual to be seeing the US dollar up. Oil made the breakout, guys. I've got this is on a week time interval here. This trading signal, this trading pattern trend is dating back to February of 2023, and we got the break finally about 3 weeks ago, probably right around when I got COVID. If I go to a smaller time frame, Let's do it daily. Well, I guess this works. Yeah, let's do it daily. On a daily, it looks like this broke out on oil broke out 7-11. Typically, oil prices will trend the same direction as the rest of the market. So if it's going to trend up, then we should see the market trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are actually they're not yet traded so far. SPY is let's see, where's SPY at? It's up in the pre-market 0.43 and trending up. Tesla in the pre-market this morning, taking some very large leaps upwards. Amazon is up 0.7, gapped up in the pre-market and is trending up. Cinemark is up, has not yet traded. Doge is down 0.09 and starting to trend down. Bitcoin is up 0.4. You'll notice that it's inside of a box that I've got here. This is the time frame that I was looking for on a breakout of potential breakout on Bitcoin. There's two different things kind of going on here with Bitcoin right now. Initially, I had drawn what you see in the white lines here, which was a wedge. And then way back here on about 7/4, the 4th of July, we saw this break out of that wedge to the downside, and it's created some touch points in here for a new signal. I've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touch points now on the upside. Well, actually, this one's not touching quite yet. So I've got at least 4 touch points on the top side, and about 2 touch points on the bottom side of this descending parallel channel. Descending parallel channel is a bullish indicator, as usually price likes to break out going north on this. Whether or not we see this breakout going north is going to depend very heavily, I think, on what's about to happen, because I think that the main breakout for this is still going to be inside this box area. And we're inside my time zone here. So it may break out. We need to see it break past 72K a coin to see a really good push north of 72K. I'm actually anticipating it deflecting off of something around like maybe 71K. It could even be 72. And then actually coming back down and heading back down in this direction, perhaps to retest something around like 54K a coin. GME in the pre-market this morning gapped up at pre-market open, came back down and settled on the price at where it closed out at and started trending back up again. HYMC is up 1.92 and is trending up. Actually, it's not. Yeah, it is. It is trending up. NCMI is not yet been traded. Hood is up 1.6%, gapped up this morning and started trending up. And AMC is up 0.97. We're getting our pokey stick of volume coming in right now. Up 0.97. Not a whole lot of movement yet this morning for AMC. It's been on either side of closing price from last Friday. Our pokey stick of volume coming in right now at about 88,000 shares, giving us a total of about 93,000 shares traded so far for the day today. But this is a pretty low number. I am not expecting to see a whole lot of volume today based off of these numbers. Let's check GME real quick here and see what it's looking like. Pokey stick for GME, 49,000. It's traded 62,000 shares. So yeah, maybe also a low traded volume traded day today on GME as well. Inflow versus outflow for Friday. There was about $400,000 more, actually a little bit less than that, $300,000 more outflow than inflow on a 4-hour time interval. You'll notice that I've got some lines marked up on my page here. We had, On a 4-hour time interval, the Vortex indicator is currently showing more buying pressure than selling pressure, and RSI at 57.16, which is slightly above average. You'll notice that I've got what appears to be a descending broadening wedge. Typically speaking, on a descending broadening wedge, and I'll show you this on probably the 1-hour chart a little bit better, but what tends to happen is price likes to break out upwards on these, and will retest the secondary touching point, which in this case would be right around $5.40. You'll note that there's a blue line in here. That's a synthetic price failure reset. That's at $5.22. We need to see a hard break past 522 to really get that good reset coming in. And the bottom line that we had down here, that was our synthetic price failure. So we actually tested a synthetic price failure right on the dot, going back on 724, and traded right off that synthetic price failure, and are now resetting that synthetic price failure here with this price movement upwards above 522. So breaking up to 540 will definitely get us pushed past this blue line and reset that synthetic price failure. Once it gets to 540, there then becomes a 62% chance that price will continue upwards. It's not a great big chance, but it's still better than even. On a 1-hour time interval, and this is where you kind of see the descending broadening wedge here pattern a little bit better. There's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.43. On a 30-minute time interval, there's currently more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with a Vortex indicator and RSI at 62.87, which is above average. On a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of, I don't know, 68.19, which is almost signaling overbought. Ichimoto. Let's try and get rid of some of the lines on here. Lagging line is above price line on a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto. Price came up through a red cloud. We technically tested off of the baseline at least twice, and price is moving back up here. This is a bullish indicator. What we don't want to see is price dropping below the base. Otherwise, this green cloud that we have up ahead here for tomorrow comes into play. So the baseline is at $5.17 right now. So seeing price push to 517 could very likely cause us to signal a sell for some short-term investors. And so we might see price pushing or heading down towards the 490 range, 480, 490 range. Let's see if we're in agreement. I would suggest that to continue to see a buy pressure for the day today, we just need to see. Hold on a second. Ooh, got lightheaded on that one. We just need to see price pushing above and staying above that base level of 517. The lagging line will need to get over price line before the end of the day is over, so we'd need to see a close above 529. So I'm going to write down 530. Ironically, I don't have to write it down because before I left to go on COVID vacation, we had $5.30 already for a Ichimoto breakout value. So we're seeing that same value. It's already still written on my board here from way back when. On a 4-hour, last time I had written down $5.26. I don't know why I would have done 26. That's odd, but 526 was the number that we needed. You can see right now lagging line is above price line. It won't be for very long because we do have a big 576 number here that the lagging line needs to cross over. But you can see that the conversion line is just now starting to cross the baseline and price is just about ready to break out of a red cloud. See, I get excited and it's just like my lungs just go, nope, you ain't doing it. We're just about ready to see price break out at around $5.35. So I'm going to go ahead and write down 540. So the 1 hour and the 4 hour are pretty much in agreement on where a breakout to the north on price would be at, somewhere around 530 to 540. And those should provide, and what we would want to see on the 1 hour, cloud, we want to see, again, like I said, a price closing above 529. On a 4 hour cloud, we really need to kind of see price breaking above 576 and closing it above 576 because that'll keep that lagging line above price line. Those would be ideal. Ideally, we want to see a close above 576 today. A temporary run into the a lagging line running into a wick like this isn't terrible, but it could trigger some short-term investors to maybe consider getting out. And I think that's all I got for you guys. And man, I feel lightheaded. I feel definitely lightheaded right now. It's too much talking. All right. Let's see what you guys are writing here. Roseanne, it's good to be back. Barrington, good morning. Kelly Boy, good morning. Dario, good morning. Tom says, it sounds like the name of a movie, COVID Vacation. Thank you for making me laugh. Yeah. It's one hell of a vacation, let me tell you. Oh yeah, even Tim says that. Hell of a vacation, that's right. Keeman says, Casey, glad you're back to a better state. Missed your stream, but I'm more excited that you're better. I'm happy too, man. So I told you guys all about this like amazing steak place that we were going to go to for my birthday on July 13th. And because I got COVID, I lost my sense of taste and smell. Actually, I think I lost more of my taste than I did my smell. I don't know. No, I lost more of my smell than I did my taste because I could still taste things when they were like bitter or sweet. I could still taste that, but it wasn't the same because the smell was gone. So I did lose my smell. And so I have a rain check to go to the steak place. And I'm really bummed out because my smell has kind of sort of come back, but not really. So I got to wait some more. Doug, thank you. Jay says, Casey, did you see Trades post last week? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And yeah. Roseanne, I do have a oximeter. Yes. Yeah, I had one when I was, I guess it was last Sunday. Not this last Sunday, but the one before that, a week ago. I had I had my doctor's appointment set up for Thursday, this last Thursday, and the nurse practitioner called me on Monday, and I told her what my numbers were because I had a 95 reading for the oximeter, just like sitting normally. But if I laid down, it would drop to 92, which, according to everything online, it's like that's supposed to be kind of scary, I guess. But as I was doing some more reading, like most I guess they don't really start freaking out until you hit below 88. So 92 ain't that bad, but it's not that great either. So I went, as I was telling my nurse practitioner on Monday morning when she called me, she's like, "You're not waiting till Thursday to get a doctor's appointment. You need to go to the ER now." So I think it was Monday last week I went to the ER. And that's when they gave me my second round of a Z-Pack and albuterol. And I'll tell you what, this doesn't happen very often, but it was funny because Melissa actually even mentioned it. I took the first 2 pills for the Z-Pack on Monday, and I have never wanted to take a medication. I couldn't wait for the next round of the next pill that I had to take in the next 24 hours because I felt that much better from the very first round of meds, and it was just like night and day. In fact, I was a little upset that my last dosage was like on Friday or it was Thursday or Friday. I can't remember which day it was, but one of the last dosages that I had was, maybe it was Saturday. Saturday might have been my last dosage, and I was really kind of bummed out because I was like, this is the only thing that's making me feel better right now. Keeman says, I caught you a few times in Papa Mac's stream. Yeah, I did. I did show up over at Papa Mac's stream. I wanted to make sure, and a couple different times I had some cool information. I was listening to his live stream from time to time. Well, happy birthday to you, Keeman. That's awesome, man. Fellow Cancer. Don't you just love that? Don't we have like the best amazing, what do they call it, astrology signs ever? You're a Cancer. Yay! Celebrate. Oh no. It's like, it has to be like the most worst sign you can possibly have. It's like, oh, hey, you have 12 months out of the year to get a really cool sign for your birthday, and you get Cancer. And you got crabs. That's the worst part. Oh man, I can't stop. I gotta stop laughing, guys. I can't do the laughing. That's too much. I was always pissed off. My birthday's like really close to I have to look up the horoscope signs. What are they? I guess it wasn't that close. I always felt like I was kind of close to one of the other, being either a Gemini or a Scorpio. And or no, I guess it's not Scorpio. What is it? I don't know what the other one is, but I just always had wished that I'd been whatever was on the other side of my birthday that I was at. Ain't that the truth? Cancer, oh boy. It is. It's like, yay, I got Cancer. I'm going to head over to the back of the Big Tramp. Maybe y'all can save me a little bit on talking here. Tendies was July. Tendies, happy birthday. Tom says, shout out to him for getting me into this play, but he needs to stay in the gym for now. Keeman says, I'm not into astrology. Neither am I, by the way. I'm not either. But when I was a kid, I was like, how is this good? Why do I have to land on this one? Exactly. That was my whole thing. I was just like, dang it. I don't want to be crabs. Break Nation Sports, good to see you. Welp, you're in the wrong place if you can't laugh, Casey. And yeah. Well, Rugged, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you, sir. Been a pleasure to have you back.
Rugged had suggested today's song, but not the version that I played.
Okay, it's all right.
I had to give it a Casey feel.
I did type into the chat real quick, because I was sitting there and I was like, oh, maybe he'll just play like that song Aerosmith, the Back in the Saddle again. And as soon as he queued it up, I immediately deleted my comment. I was just like, okay. Well, glad to hear you're on 2 feet, and I do think that I give kudos to the whack pack, as we may call ourselves sometimes, holding up some aspects of the show, but as always, it's never the same without you. So definitely happy to have Captain back here. So.
Well, it's good to be back, and it was really tough on me to be away. I didn't want to be away. I wanted to be able to. There's actually two parts to this. One is that I was having a hard time breathing and it just couldn't even talk right. But the other part to this is that, believe it or not, streaming for 9 hours a day, even though I'm not on the entire time, but doing as many hours as I do on streaming requires me to have a certain mental capacity. And mentally, I don't know if you guys had COVID or not before, but for me, struggling with the healing part of COVID didn't allow me to mentally be able to just be there to do this. And I don't even know for sure if I'm going to mentally be here all day today either. So I mean, this is kind of we'll see what happens. But
I'm not here mentally most days. But,
I do. There is a very mentally challenging portion of doing this that probably most people think like, oh, you just sit down and you talk all day. It's not hard. Anybody can do that. And it's really not that easy. It seems like it would be, but it's not.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
And I wasn't there. I just mentally, I was not. There was no way I could have come in here, and even if my voice hadn't been jacked up and the lungs jacked up, the brain was not mentally prepared either. So I'm hoping that the fog is kind of lifting a little. I feel like
we weren't sure if we'd let you run again. We weren't sure.
Yeah. This is. We'll see what happens. At some point today, I might be like, you know what, guys, I'm pooped. I'm tired out. I'm tuckered. I'm done.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But we'll just.
The only thing I have today that's major. I am working remote today, but I have a 10:30 Eastern time license renewal. I got to get for.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Mine's done too. When was your birthday?
Yeah. 31st.
Oh yeah, mine. Well, you obviously know I already had my birthday and my license is expired.
Yeah,
I'm driving on an expired license. It's not good.
Whoa.
I think you have a certain period of time afterwards.
Oh, do you like some kind of a buffer?
I think so. I think there's a grace period. I'm not positive.
Yeah. I think, well, at least with I don't know if they print out the cards on the spot nowadays or not.
Well,
in Virginia, anyway, I'm not sure.
I went online to renew mine, and when I did, they said your card's not expired, so they wouldn't renew it. And I was like, well, that's stupid. Because what you have to wait for it to expire before you can. I mean, doesn't that seem a little like counterproductive that you can't renew it a week before it's going to expire?
Yeah, I started getting alerts from the DMV here. It was pretty efficient, actually. But yeah, I've got a couple days right now left to get mine, and it's been almost 10 years, I think. Long time.
Yeah, it's weird how some states have like really long. I got my license I've lived in a couple different states since I have been a driver: California, Oregon, Arizona, and Texas. And Oregon was one of the weirdest ones because back in the day, had you been driving? You remember when they used to issue laminated driver's licenses? Do you remember that? Maybe? No?
I'm terribly sorry, Casey. My 9-year-old came in here, was looking for a bathroom. Can you repeat that again, please?
Do you remember the day when they used to have laminated driver's licenses? Where it was just like,
I have to laugh a little bit. There may have been a moment when, and they were a little easier to make copies of.
Forge.
Yeah.
So in Oregon, they had those when I was driving in 1990. It was like 96, I think, is what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I got my Oregon driver's license, which was the only laminated driver's license I'd ever had. California had already switched over to a solid piece of plastic. And the crazy part about their license is that it had like 30 years before it expired or something like that. It was like I know, right?
Whoa.
You go like 30 years. Yeah, it was crazy. It was a really, really, maybe I might be exaggerating, but I'm pretty sure it was 30 years. It was a long time.
AC, license and registration.
You look nothing like your picture.
Yeah, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah.
20-year-old picture. You're 50.
No way, man.
Yeah.
Time machine is that way.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that would be a little bit of a risk, but maybe they catch this. I'm sure there's like little blips like that all throughout government administrations where there's these little dates and expirations that come in, and then they go, "Oops, let's fix that." Yeah. But then some people get grandfathered in somehow.
Morning, hon. I'm going to get off here in just a minute, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Petra says Arizona had a 50-year license at one time.
What?
Now I'm starting to think maybe I'm confusing. Now I'm really starting to think I'm confusing maybe Arizona with Oregon.
It's like getting appointed to the Supreme Court or something.
Ooh, look at that.
Actually, they may.
Roseanne just said, news from AMC, they set a record for attendance over the weekend. I'm telling you, Deadpool is so freaking good. It is so amazingly good.
All right.
Have you seen it yet? You need to go see it.
All right. I'll go. I think I should go.
Yeah.
Now, for those who don't have the full scope of
Loki.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen like all the previous movies. Are they going to be?
You need to see.
Massive lot.
You need to see at least the first season of Loki before you. I feel like before you see this. Did you see that? Did you see that at all?
No.
I would go watch that.
Okay.
I hate to break this to you in living in 3D. I stopped doing the birthday song requests because I feel like we're kind of in a period of time right now where I feel like I need to be able to have like a command decision on making the song what I needed to make it for the day, so I stopped those a while back. So I apologize that you're not going to get that, but do note that at least it may be a really good thing that we're not doing that right now.
Now, what day was your birthday again?
The 13th.
The 13th.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Are you in the Leo or Cancer?
Dude, that was the other. That's the other thing is I was not a Leo. I ended up being a.
Okay.
I ended up missing it by a short period. of time.
I don't recommend being a Leo and marrying a Leo, just for reference. Anybody who's yeah.
That's
my
good
wife
to
and
know.
I have our birthdays on the same day, so.
Well, that
So,
makes celebrating easy, I guess.
yeah. This is sort of this. Man, I haven't done jack shit. Yeah, I know you're about to run, but we can talk later. I might need some ideas.
Oh.
So, something to do this week. It's also an anniversary this week too.
Oh. What year?
Yeah.
How many years?
Married in 2008. So that would be
16?
I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
And my wide. Yeah. Good stuff.
Mueller says, "Hi Casey, I hope you're well again. This COVID is not a joke. My daughter is almost 13. She had it twice and was in the hospital both times. My son and I just get a little sick." You know, it's different for everybody, man. Some people get it. Like Melissa ended up getting it after I got it this time. She was back up and going to work within, I don't know, 5 days or less.
She's trying to get the immunity of the champ.
Yeah, but
Like,
for
just
me,
incredible.
it hits me like a ton of bricks. So, you know, it's you know, it just depends on every single person. It's different, and you just don't know.
I think her tattoo might scare it away. You get it out very quick.
Hey, hon, they said that your tattoo scared away the COVID.
Yeah.
What'd you say? Oh, she's still gonna get shot. That's a funny story. Can I tell that story? Okay. Her mom told her the other day. She's like, "I'm really worried about your tattoo." She's like, "I think somebody's gonna shoot you."
Wow.
She's so afraid that somebody's gonna get. I'm like, I don't know if that's gonna happen, but
It's not a gang sign.
no,
right?
it's just Pennywise and the other one that she's got Pennywise, and then she's also got Jigsaw on the other.
Now, if she gets a biker jacket, a matching biker jacket, then maybe.
Well,
Maybe.
I told her, I said, you know, if you ever get in an accident, don't be jumping out of your car and running at the other car with your forearms at, you know, face. They might think you're. Yeah, then they might shoot her.
Now, ink is an interesting thing for me. As someone who has no ink, I have no major issues with ink on women. I'm just maybe I'm too much of a scaredy cat, but I like it. I at least, you know, there's a little flavor. I don't know.
It's art.
Mm-hmm. And I think it has an element of finiteness. It's a reminder to live in the moment a little bit. I think a little bit. I think that to me is like, hey, we're all not living here forever. Not to be Debbie Downer here, but you know, so do something to it. Just do it. Do it. You see that? What's that guy's name? Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf, yeah.
Yeah, he did that video. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
I wanted to say it, but I don't think I can. I can feel my lungs tightening.
How about you go on a nice little break or so?
Yeah.
It's not a good moment. We want to keep you pace you.
I'll make sure and get my oximeter out and check it since Roseanne's she's like getting on me. She's like, hey, take care of yourself.
I'm seeing we 527.
Yep, 527. Dylan says, I saw Deadpool yesterday, was awesome in full theater. And then Donkey Kong says, tell Melissa that's not as bad as my mom. My mom came to me in a dream a couple weeks ago and told me I didn't have much time left. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
That's not good. She meant before you have to pay your next bills. J Apes, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's good to be back. And J Midra, thank you. All right, I think I'm gonna head out and play a little music.
All right, I'll stand by. See if anybody else will come back here. Pirate, Papa, usual suspect, whoever.
Yeah. All right, I'll see you back in a little while.
Okie doke.
All right, guys, let me put up the message on the screen. She meant before you go to... Oh, that's what she meant, Tom. That's a good one, Tom. She meant before... Oh, I forgot to show you guys this. Melissa got this for me. I can't remember. I think she got it for me while I had COVID. Let me see if I can put this on the screen. I don't know if the... She got this little guy riding a rocket, and then coming out of the bottom side of the rocket is... I think it says white tea on it, but I think it's just sanitizer. But the cool part, let's see, somewhere on here. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Let's see. Come on. No? Where is it at? What do I press on this thing? Oh, there you go. Yeah. Cool, right? Like, it makes little... I didn't know where to press. I still don't know what I pressed to get that to go. There it is. Yeah, so that's my new little buddy here at the desk. Yeah, I don't know if you guys could hear that or not. Turtle says Deadpool rocked and theaters were filled to the brim. It was a good movie. It was so good. All right, I think I put some music on for you guys, and I'll see you back at 8:15 for price predictions. Just before market opens, volume prediction, and we'll get the day started. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the brick grind. That's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. MC ticker, keys on rolling, stop charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, wolves and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight.
All right, guys, I'm back, and I'm just kind of taking a look here at where I think price is going to end for the day-to-day, and I'm kind of centering in, I think, on what I think I'm going to call for a 532 close for the day-to-day. We get 50 cents on either side of our price range. So I'm looking at 482 to 582 on my price prediction for the day-to-day. 482... 582. Let's see what we got here for the guys. Let's see. We've got... And girls, by the way. Nana, welcome. Let's see what we got going on here. Nana's got 495 to 595. Tech has 470 to 570. And the only person we're waiting on here is Apex. So I might need to send him a message. I don't know that I've seen him in here yet this morning. Scrolling back up here. Thank you to everybody who put in welcoming back messages. Appreciate that. Let me send Apex a quick message real quick here just to make sure he knows that I'm back. All right. Darren says, Casey, you're back, or are you now due a part in The Walking Dead? Yeah. So it seems the last two times that I've had COVID, I think I've had to go to the hospital now. So and the thing is that every single time that I go to the hospital, it's only because my primary care physician tells me that I have to go. And I don't think it's that severe, but they still want me to go anyways. And usually what ends up happening is they go like, well, it seems like you're probably just on the back half of getting better, so we're going to give you like a Z-Pack and albuterol, which is typically what, anytime I get the flu, it's the same exact thing that happens to me because I'll get sick for like the first week and then get an upper respiratory infection for the second week. And So yeah, so I mean, basically they treat the same way that they treat COVID the same way that they treat my normal flu and upper respiratory infections, and then I just I get better. So not dead. Moonlit Rift says the volume is a little lower than normal. Is it my volume or is it the song volume? Because I think I was watching the levels and they seemed appropriate. I'll have to check them again. John says AMC highest weekend for food and beverage revenue in the U.S. since 2019. Pretty amazing stuff. If you have not seen Deadpool, go see it. Yeah, I'm glad I made it too. Got just a few more minutes here left. Let's see if we got a message from Apex. Got nothing. Well, we'll see if we get something from him. Does anybody want to put out a price prediction for Apex just in case he doesn't show up? Maybe we can get somebody to fill in putting a number in. And by the way, Roseanne, if you're listening, I did the oximeter while I was on break, 97, 98, kind of floating around in that range, so all good. Twisty's going 551. Thank you, Twisty. Appreciate that. If he doesn't show up, I'll use your number. Oh, there he is. Going with the close of 548. Twisty, look at that. You were not far off from where he was guessing. 498 to 598. Apex, thank you very much. 498 to 598. So what do we have for a spread here? We have 56 cents. Yeah, 56 cents spread between us. I got the low end of the totem pole. No, do I? No, I don't. What do I have here? Nana. I don't think I put Nana's number down right here. Hold on a second. Let me find it again. Nana had 495 to 595. Huh. So the low man, so we don't have as much of a spread as I said. We actually have less than that. We have a 28-cent spread between us. Tech has the low end of the totem pole here with 470 to 570. I'm up from that at 482 to 582. We have Nana at 495 to 595, and then Apex 498 to 598. Nobody is eligible for an extra bonus point unless they hit it right on the dot. And I did not look at volume predictions yet for the day. Give me 1 second. I need to plug in some data. Oops. Where is... There we go. No. 4 hour. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're on some really low volume here, so there's no way I can predict anything more than 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day today. In fact, we'll probably be on the very low end of that. We may just barely be over 10 million. It could be more. It could. I would suggest somewhere between 10 and 15 is probably where it's going to be about. Super low volume. Alrighty. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GMC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Econ, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our pilot constraints. From a weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FCO, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
flight beginning to rev up. Standing by for the throttle and fault for half-mount steep trail. Throttle and throttle now by commander stables. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
But I can hear the marching feet.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where I like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. I got it out twice. That's it. I'm done. I don't have to do that again today. Hold on a second. I need a drink of water after that. Everybody was telling me I should just play a clip from the past and not even stress it, you know? And I was like, I can't. I just feel like it would be so dishonest. Wouldn't be the real deal, you know? And so I think I waited long enough to come on. I actually was telling everybody last week that I felt like perhaps maybe like Wednesday or so, I probably would have been good enough to start streaming again. But there are a couple different things. Hold on a second. Sorry. There's a couple different things that I was needing to deal with, and one of them is that you know, my lungs were tightening up whenever I felt like the need to talk or laugh or anything like that, and so I didn't think I'd be able to get out the intro in the mornings. But that's not the main reason. The main reason that I didn't want to come back too early was this is mentally challenging to do what it is that I do, and I know it doesn't sound mentally challenging to sit down and talk for 6.5 hours a day or whatever. It just doesn't sound very challenging at all. But mentally, it is incredibly challenging. And I wasn't ready for that yet. So I hope you guys, I'm glad you guys are patient with me. I appreciate that. I needed that little extra time to just kind of get the mental part down and ready to go. So, we know you're mentally challenged, Casey. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Mac. Needed that. But yeah. So thank you for being patient, and I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You didn't need me, you know, but and I'm sure you probably wished you had your numbers, but we made it. Novocaine says it does sound challenging, especially for anyone with introvert tendencies. Yeah, very. Marwood Studio, good morning. I'm gonna head over to the back of the Big Tramp. Tons of stuff to talk about since I've been gone. You know, AMC restructured their debt. We have hedge fund managers who are facing potential jail time plus fines. We've got AMC releasing information that they just broke food and beverage sales higher than any point since 2019 this last weekend because of, well, I don't want to just say it's just Deadpool, but let me just tell you something. I saw it on Thursday last week. I'm telling you right now, guys, last week I was still at a point to where I was trying so hard not to laugh because laughing would cause coughing, and it was so hard to make it through that movie and not laugh my ass off. It was funny. It was really funny. It's not necessarily age appropriate for everybody, so obviously I got to give you guys a little warning. There is language and gore content. So if you don't like an R movie, don't go watch it. And that's fine. But I'm telling you, it was freaking hilarious. It was everything that I wanted it to be. And I'll preface also by saying that if you haven't seen the Loki TV series on Disney, I would highly recommend that you watch at least season 1 of that to maybe have a little bit of understanding as to what you're getting into on Deadpool. And I'm not trying to spoil anything here for you, but I think that there are things that cross over a little bit that might help. That might help you out a little bit with that. But yeah, watch that before you go see it. It'll help. But you're going to enjoy it. I absolutely guarantee you're going to enjoy the movie. It was spectacular. I think it's running like a 98. Last time I looked on Rotten Tomatoes, it was 98 from viewers. Great. I don't even know. Like, I saw some negative reviews from critics. I honestly can't. I feel like I don't even know. I don't know. Like, I don't know how you could go watch that movie and sit there and say negative things about it. It was hilarious. My family is not a family that likes to go watch movies twice in the movie theater. And it's just because we just don't, we got a lot of us and we don't want to pay this, huge outrageous bill to go see a movie twice. Melissa, when we got home that night, she goes, that movie seems short. The runtime. Hold on a second. Let me pull out my phone. I think the runtime's like 2 hours and hold on a second. Let me pull it up real quick here. She's like, the movie seems so short, and she's like, but I want to go back and watch it again because it was really, she liked it that much, and I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, that's actually one of those movies that I would go see again. Even though we don't normally go re-see movies, it was worth it. But let me see what the details are on this. 2 hours and 8 minutes, so it's not a short movie, but for some reason you're entertained the entire time that it feels kind of short. Oh, Dynamite says 2 hours is short for a movie nowadays. All right, well, never mind. They made reference to that in the movie. They said, like, I want to say at least 2 or 3 times in there, they were talking about, like, runtime on movies being a little long these days, which I thought was funny. But it was good. It was so good, guys. Go see it. The previous movie we had seen to that was Longlegs. And Melissa and I we enjoy horror movies, and I'm just gonna tell you right now. Typically speaking, and you've heard me probably say this before, whenever a horror movie gets great ratings, I tend to go into it thinking there's a good chance I'm probably not gonna like it. Typically, the really good horror movies are the ones that don't get very good ratings, because not very many people really enjoy a good horror flick. So when we went and saw Longlegs, we were a little disappointed, but it was decent. I don't want to trash on it. It was certainly decent, but it was not, in my opinion, as good of a rated movie as it was getting for ratings. But Deadpool, holy crap, guys, you gotta go see it. I know, I said enough. All right, I'm gonna head over to the back of the Big Tramp. Let me head over there. Good morning, Pirate. Good morning, Rugged, and good morning, Quack Quack.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Happy to have you back, buddy.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Apex says, I'm Marvel Jesus. Yeah, that's Apex has seen the movie. Turtle says, guy in the bathroom felt the need to ask me how good it was while peeing. That says everything we need to know about the movie. It was epic.
Good morning, Dynamite. Good to see you, buddy.
Richard Pryor once said that no kid ever says that he wants to grow up to be a critic. Moonlit Rift says critics bashed Furiosa 2, and I loved it. I didn't see that one. I have a feeling that we're probably going to be returning to see Wolverine and Deadpool and Wolverine before we see anything else again. But I'm trying. Melissa had asked me if I wanted to see Twisters, and I do. But I also want to see Fly Me to the Moon, which I don't even know how that's doing right now. But that's another one that I wanted to see pretty bad. Did you guys have a good weekend?
Yeah, it was uneventful. That's the way I like them.
Nice. Yunhua says, what's the next concert film announcement? Adam said news is coming soon. He said many as well. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. There are some clues. Did Billie Eilish already did her thing, right? Didn't she already do her? She already did hers, I think. Right? Am I right or am I wrong? I can't remember if she did it or not. Oh, I think I tried to get tickets from my daughter for that and couldn't get any. Let me see. Maybe.
Yeah.
Legends.
That was May. That was in May. Yeah.
Yeah, because
preacher.
It was interesting because my daughter was actually one of the. I asked her after we had the Taylor Swift concert. I asked her. I said, "Who would be the next biggest person that you would want to see after Taylor Swift in the movies?" And she said Billie Eilish. So I went and took that recommendation that she had and recommended it to AMC. Now I'm not saying I was responsible for that by any means. In fact, I know I had nothing to do with it, but I thought it was just really kind of interesting that. AMC's making some good choices. They're picking from what I think where the demand is. I don't think they're just picking just anybody. I want to say I'm trying to remember who the group was that was being rumored to do a performance through AMC. It was a guy. I'm trying to remember who it was though. I saw an interview where he talked about being their concert was going to be released through movie theaters, is what he said. And I'm trying to remember who it was, and I can't. It's not coming to me right now. Nick, thank you. It's good to be back. Jesus United Church, 2 weeks. I'm back. I'm back, and that means 2 weeks. Always. Audio Tits, good morning. Preacher, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Glad to have you back.
Thank you. It's good to be back. I took my steroidal injection just before I did the intro this morning. I didn't think I was going to make it through it if I didn't do that. So I'm got the jitters right now. I got the good jitters from the adrenaline or whatever it is that starts pumping. And I'm drinking water. What's that?
Saw you on the space call last night.
Oh yeah, so I was cooking dinner last night and I got really super weak after I got done cooking dinner. Melissa left for work. The kids decided that they were going to go out and do something, and I was just like so tired, so I laid down and I thought, well, I kind of would like to listen to something while I'm laying down, and so I went into that space call and I fell asleep. I fell asleep in it, and around 11:30 at night I woke up and it was still going. And I was like, holy, because I think I went in there at around 7. and it was still going on by 11:30, and I was like, holy crap. And then somebody started saying my name, and I was like, oh my goodness. I don't even know if anybody had mentioned my name before, but I was glad I was awake when they did later, because I was like, oh, hey, yeah. I started putting heart signs up and stuff, and but yeah, I was zapped of energy last night, so I mean, I'm still not fully recovered, but I'm getting there enough to where I feel like I can stream at least. And but yeah, sometimes if you ever catch me sitting in a space call and I'm not doing anything, like there's no emojis popping up or I'm not talking, there may be a chance that I could be sleeping, because that does happen.
I don't think you missed a whole lot, but it was interesting.
Sometimes I just need to hear something to fall asleep, like something to. I've heard some people say that they listen to me and go to sleep, which is fine, perfectly okay. I understand how that works. JW says the best thing to eat after being sick is peanut butter cups and green Gatorade. Full restore in 12 hours. I'm fresh out. I've got the Gatorade. Well, I don't have the green Gatorade, but I don't think the color matters. But I've got Gatorade. I just don't have the peanut butter cups. John says, Casey, thoughts on Andrew Left looking at a maximum of 370 years in prison? Tweet. I think he's going to sing like a bird to reduce his time, or negotiate for a reduction in time. One of the things that I thought was most interesting from everything that I've seen that other people have posted out, because I actually really haven't. I stayed away from my computer, guys, while I was sick. I really didn't touch it, so I'm kind of behind a little bit on information. But from what I did see that other people had posted up, one of the things that I thought was interesting is they talk about, I think it was hedge fund 1 and hedge fund 2, or maybe it's A and B, hedge fund A and hedge fund B. And I think that's really interesting that they choose to not name the hedge funds, but they do list them in there. And I think that's actually really kind of, I don't know why I don't think that's right. I don't think they should be doing that. I mean, if somebody was paying him to say something, then they should be, there should be some guilt there too. And they shouldn't get some kind of anonymity from having their corporation exempted from a criminal lawsuit. People should have the right to know who that is. But anyways, I think it's really interesting. And I hope he sings like a bird, and there's a lot more to come out of that. Let's see. Let's check out Adam Aaron's tweet here. 32 seconds ago. All hail Disney as AMC keeps setting records. AMC's highest weekend, Thursday to Sunday, for attendance, admission revenue, food and beverage revenue, and merchandise sales of 2024. Thanks to Deadpool and Wolverine, 6+ million guests graced our AMC theaters and Odeon cinemas. It's amazing. Again, if you haven't seen Deadpool and Wolverine, go see it. It's highly worth it. Roadster Guy says, did you get the references to AMC in the Deadpool movie? I felt like there was a couple of them. And so I'm going to say yes, but there were, at times I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, did he really, like, is that really supposed to reference? I don't, it's like you always have that, like, doubt, that little doubt in your head. You go, like, I'm making stuff up. But yeah. Yunhua says, I think Drake, Coldplay, and Rihanna on the deck. Anson Funds settles with SEC in long-running short seller probe. The hedge fund worked with activist short seller Andrew Left, though he was not named in the case. Oh, Madonna? Oh my goodness. Have you guys seen the memes of somebody saying like, if I had told you in the 90s that 30 years later that Roseanne Barr would be better looking than Madonna, would you think you would have believed me? And then they have a picture of Roseanne versus Madonna now, and it's like, oh man, it's rough.
Yeah, that's funny stuff right there.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. It's messed up. Poor Madonna. And no, I would have never believed it either. I would have been like, no, not a chance. I actually saw Madonna, or not Madonna. I saw, no, I didn't. Who did I see? I saw a video clip of Roseanne Barr sitting in on Kill Tony comedy, and he has her on as a guest. I think she's a little toasty sometimes when she's on there. UPS delivery guy says there's a COVID link under your stream. Laugh out loud. The algos listen. Yeah. Chi-Town Turtle, good morning. What's that?
Right. I think it's also due to the fact that you have COVID in your title.
In the title, yeah.
Might be an automated thing, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting too. Apparently, I'm not allowed to put apostrophes because I was going to put F apostrophe N, let's F and go, and it won't let me put an apostrophe in there. And I thought that was kind of interesting. I don't recall in the past having had issues with putting an apostrophe. I don't know. Does it show up as an apostrophe for you guys for the title, or does it show I see quotes when I look at it.
Yeah, looks like quotes.
Yeah. Well, it did what it did. I couldn't fix it. Throat Yogurt says when Throat Yogurt. That's what I feel like I got right now. When breakout? 2 weeks. Oh, you're right.
You have some new blood in here.
He's absolutely right. I do have an apostrophe under let's. I don't get it. Because I went. Let me try this again. Let me try changing this. Hold on a second. I'm gonna try this. Oh, I see what it was. It was. Okay, I know what happened. It was a double apostrophe. I couldn't figure out for the life of me why I couldn't fix it. I was trying to fix it earlier and it wasn't going away. I just fixed it. There we go. Thank you. Like I said, I'm not all here right now. Throat yogurt might help. We don't usually have yogurt just sitting around the house. Yunhua says, look, I'm really excited about Alien Romulus. I am too. I can only imagine. It looks like it's going to be really scary. It reminds me of, it almost kind of reminds me of like a throwback, like a reboot almost, of the original. I saw Deadpool and Wolverine in 3D. I don't know if it's just me.
Worth it.
It was really good. So this happens to me in every single. I feel like every single 3D movie I ever watch. At first, you're just blown away by like tons of 3D stuff. That you feel like you see it in 3D, right? But by, I don't know, somewhere halfway through the movie, 3/4 of the way, a quarter, I don't know, at some point in the movie, you forget that you're wearing 3D glasses, and you don't even realize that things are 3D anymore. Same thing happened in Deadpool. I didn't realize it was in 3D the entire time. I noticed it for probably like the first 30 minutes, 40 minutes or so, and then I forgot.
But is it worth it for 3D? Are there like any special 3D actions where you actually feel like you're 3D or like you're there, or is
The
just...
very intro scene that it starts off with is a fight scene, and it is intense in 3D. Very, very intense in 3D, and it's almost worth it just for that fight scene alone. But I mean, I feel like the content of the movie itself is so good that you don't have to see it in 3D. So I'll say this: if you're an A-list member, it doesn't cost you anything extra to see it in 3D.
Or you can, if you're an A-list member, you can see it in 3D and see it in like normal, and then compare and provide feedback.
Yep. Petra says numbers. Yes, it is time for numbers. I'm going to go hit the restroom real quick because I'm drinking water like a camel right now, but I'm not storing it like a camel. So I need to go hit the restroom real quick here. There was something I was going to mention, though, about... somebody said something. Let me see. Oh, UPS delivery guy says, did you have any luck getting a popcorn bucket? We went to the 5 o'clock p.m. showing. There was like 4 or 5 later showings than what we were at. And literally when I walked up, the lady's like, no, we just sold our last bucket. And that was of the Wolverine. And then they had one of the other buckets. There's a Wolverine, or there's a Deadpool head bucket that's in the movie. And there was one open one that was sitting on top of the popcorn. And as I was asking about it, I said, well, what about those? Do you have any of those left? And then another one of the service attendants walked over, grabbed it, and took it off the shelf. And so literally the last one of those was purchased as we were trying to buy it. So I got no buckets. I walked away empty-handed. That was like one of my main goals, was to pick up the... You don't understand. I'm legitimately kind of a little bitter that I didn't get a bucket. But to me, I feel like that just means I need to step up my game going forward in the future. If I want something, I got to make sure I get there early enough to get it. And if that means I have to make 2 trips to the movie theater and I get there first thing in the morning to pick it up, I'll do that. Because I'm willing to up my game for these buckets.
I think we can also use this as an opportunity for our, let's say, top of the list for super chats. So if you really want to go to the top of the list, you can donate the bucket for Casey.
No. That nobody has to do that. Let me go hit the restroom real quick, and then I'll come right back, and we can go over numbers. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. And then also, as soon as we left the movie theater, I was like, I wonder how much those are selling for on eBay. So I looked it up, and it was selling for about $100, somewhere between like $75 and $100 for those buckets. And I think you buy them for about 30 or 20, 25, 30, something like that. I was like, man, that's not bad. I wouldn't have sold mine, but yeah. DM says, same here, Casey. I wanted to get a Deadpool one for my son. Yeah, we got to up our game, man. That's all I got to say. If we want a bucket, we're going to have to up our game. Give me 1 second here while I log into my account. I've taken you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are typing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When and if you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code to gain access to your account, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. And last but not least, make sure you guys have copies of your portfolio. Do not rely on your broker to track your holdings. It should be on you to track your holdings. Of course, they're supposed to, but there's a reason why Monopoly game always has in banks error cards in there, because banks make errors. So don't trust them. I'm telling you right now, there's going to be people who later on down the road say that their broker got their records wiped out and they don't know what they hold or something stupid like that's going to happen. I'm sure of it. All right, let's see what we got going on. Starting at the top left-hand side, you're going to see that Nana is on the list here for price predictors for the day today. Remember, this is not meant as financial advice. Just simply four apes trying to figure out price prediction as best as we possibly can for the week. Low man on the totem pole for the day today is Tech with 470 to 570. I'm up from that at 482 to 582. Up from there is Nana at 495 to 595, and Apex has got the top end at 498 to 598. There is nobody eligible for an extra bonus point for being 10 cents different in price prediction from anybody else. Actually, that is not true. Tech is. Tech's 12 cents below me. Tech is eligible for an extra bonus point, but the rest of us are not, unless we get the price prediction right on the dot. Short exempt volume from Friday, 259,000 shares. That is not over 300,000. Utilization is back up again. When I left you guys a couple weeks ago, we were sitting at like 60-something% utilization. We're now up to 80.05% utilization. Day-over-day price increase change was up 0.78% on Friday. Give me 1 second here while I update something really quickly. There we go. Max Payne is $5 for this week. Exchange traded volume. Okay, I see why that didn't work. All right, let me fix this again. I figured there might be a reason why this is off a little. All right, there we go. Exchange traded volume. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 54% going through off-exchange and EGX combined. As it stands right now, we already have 54.02% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 13.82%, which is awfully high. The total between those two is 67.84%, or about 13.84% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. That EDGX volume being so high tells me that there might be some option contract volume that's just higher than usual for whatever reason. CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 100 shares, so nothing unusually large. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 171 shares, also nothing extraordinary going on there. Borrow fees and shares that have been borrowed for the day today on AMC. You can see that the 0 shares have been borrowed since earlier this morning when there was 50,000 shares borrowed. Excuse me a second. But fees have jumped up a little bit here. They've gone up from 3.74% to 4.25%. So we're starting to see fees starting to rise. And the rebates dropping and may go negative soon. Moving forward, institutional share ownership is at 87.9 million shares owned by institutions. Options. Highest amount of volume so far this morning is coming in at a $5.50 strike for calls. There's 6,000 contracts so far for the day today. That is definitely elevated. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 3,500 contracts. Highest amount of put volume is coming in at a $5 strike, and there's 1.6 thousand contracts in volume so far. On GME, highest amount of call volume coming in at a $25 strike on the calls, and on the put side, highest amount of volume is coming in at 24. Max pain is 24.5. Take you guys over to the other page here, and I'll move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with Ortex. Wow. So far for the day today on Ortex, it's showing 7.09 million shares borrowed on AMC. It's a very high number. That's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 16.67%. Let's take a look at what some of the numbers look like from last week. Actually, over the last couple weeks, since I haven't been sharing this data with you. Here's our utilization. We kind of hit a low point around July 19th, and then suddenly started seeing a bunch of borrowing going on since that period of time, which is kind of drove the utilization from 60.35% all the way up to about 80.05%. Here's the on-loan amount that's been occurring that's been causing that to be the case. You see there's been quite a big number of shares that have been loaned out since we hit a bottom kind of down here around 57.56 million shares on loan to now a whopping 102.13 million shares on loan. So we have almost doubled the amount of shares on loan since June 14th. Taking a look at the estimated short share interest of the free float, that's going to be rising as a result. Day over day, it went from 15.84% to 16.21%. And the on-loan average age per day is dipping. We need to see 2 days in a row of upwards momentum on this before I can start a ticking timer for 15 trading days before we should see a significant increase in price. That's one of the most reliable things that I've seen for predicting incoming price runs. While I was on break, I think, let me just check and see real quick here. I'm pretty certain that I posted a picture for him to share. That is not it. Maybe I tweeted it out. Give me 1 second. I just want to share it with you guys again, because I don't know who saw it and who didn't see it, so I just want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to see it. Give me 1 second. Here we go. I could have probably just done this right now and shown you, but some of the points where we've been seeing on loan average or on loan amounts driving upwards, there has been significant points in here where we've been seeing some unusual amounts of shares being borrowed in large quantities, and the time intervals is very, very kind of interesting here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of all the rest of the noise on this page here and just show you the on loan average age per day. This is probably some of the points that here that I'm seeing is that this one right here is the bottom. This is signaling within 15 trading days of some kind of large price increase coming. And you can see 2 days after that, it's not even 15 days. It's 2 days afterwards we get a pretty nice price run. The number continues to drive upwards, drops down a little bit here, and has another 2-day increase. And immediately after that, 2 days afterwards, we get another bump up in price. Then it travels down again here. We've got a 2-day increase here after a dip, and you can see price started moving up a little bit there. We're still within a 15-day time period here, and what I would suggest is that there's multiple points in here where this is flagging, so we may see some continued rises in price going. You can see how prices. Let me get a screenshot here. You can see how price is kind of stair-stepping its way down here, kind of following this a little bit in a similar fashion. But what I'm suggesting to you is that on the other side of this is going to be stair-stepping action price going up. Whatever you get on one side, you typically get on the other of that movement. So I think we should tend to see within 15 trading days. You could probably even say from probably this point right here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 trading days right there. From that point right there, we could probably suggest that we're very, very close to starting to see price starting to do this stair-step action upwards. Also, one other thing I want to share with you guys is that the estimated short share interest of the free float, the exchange reported short interest was reported up until July 15th. It dropped by 0.01 from the last reported. Oh, no, maybe it was a little bit more than that. It dropped from 53.87 to 53.74. So 0.13 down, or 130,000 shares less in exchange reported short interest, while the estimates for that period of time were a little bit higher, which means that there was a correction. One of these days back here, there was a correction for short interest. It actually may have been. It may show up here. Yeah, it was probably on July 24th. There was probably a correction that was made for that overage prediction right there. But you can still see that the predictions are suggesting that short share interest of the free float's increase, and of course it will be whenever newly loaned shares are occurring, which we've been seeing a lot of more recently. Last but not least, the security lending volume day over day from last week went from 9.76 to 9.63. GME, 111,000 shares returned so far. Some of this data that I'm going to share with you guys on GME is going to look bad. But what I'm going to suggest to you is that somebody is trying to get out of their positions, and they're trying to get out of them quick. And part of the dilution that GME did with 120 million shares and 2 different share offerings that they did is helping institutions to close out some of the positions that they're reporting. I'm not by any means suggesting that there's not more positions open than what's being reported, but it does certainly make it look like it makes the numbers look like somebody's exiting their short positions. And so we're seeing utilization driving down day over day, and it has relentlessly continued to drop further, which means less shares are being loaned. The on-loan amount agrees with that and is suggesting that it is still continuing to drop. The on-loan amount right now is currently at 28.89 million shares. The estimated short share interest of the free float has not been dropping as rapidly as the on-loan amount has been dropping, but it has been decreasing. And then the on-loan average age per day has been rising for a while, since around June 25th, and it's up to 28.73 days on average. Utilization at 31.21, on-loan amount at 28.89 million shares. And security lending volume slightly dipping from 6.13 down to 2.46. Since we did get the failure to the exchange reported short interest that came out not too long ago, we can look at that on GME as well and see that it is indeed dipping. And based on the projections, it came in a little bit higher than where projections were suggesting it was going to be. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day on AMC is at $4.66. There's currently 92.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 14.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 22.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 6.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. GME has GME's trigger price for SSR is $21.72. Currently, there's 83.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 6.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 25.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 18.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers this morning. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. Neither of which are on the list. Dang it, don't do that. Let's see here. MMRI earlier this morning was at 270.07. That's been dropping since 3 weeks ago when I saw you guys last. It was at 278. 271.43. The spread between... Oh, you'll also notice something happened back on the night of the 23rd of July. Something significant where we saw the 2-year cross below the 30-year, which means that it's normalizing. The next to go would probably end up being the 10-year, seeing the 2-year drop below the 10-year, and then if rates continue to fall, which I do expect that to be the case with projections really high for rate cuts before the end of the year is over, I would expect to see that maybe we'll see that normalize. And if that all happens, historically speaking, those are the kind of signals that we'd be looking for a possible market crash. So the spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates earlier this morning was 0.21. It is currently at 0.218. NASDAQ is up 0.57, Dow Jones is down 0.21, and the SP 500 is up 0.26. We have 2,764 decliners to 2,492 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. Unusual. Sectors. The sectors that are doing the best for the day-to-day. We have consumer discretionary followed by communications are the best performing sectors. The worst performing sectors appears to be energy followed by consumer staples. Of the Mag 7, all but one are green. 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% from Friday's close will get a shout out. We got a lot of red showing up over here right now. NYCB is down 4.68. Stank of California is down 2.47, close enough. And that appears to be it. Lots of red. Gold is currently up 0.24. The immediate trends to me look like consolidation, and it has been for a while. But earlier this morning when I covered this with you guys, when I went out to a 1-hour chart, and you can see that the overall trend here is trending downwards, and it needs to break this level of resistance in order for gold to start moving back upwards or trending upwards, breaking this downtrend. And in fact, it almost looks like a descending broadening wedge. It could be a descending parallel channel. It could be a descending parallel channel. Silver, same thing. The major trend here is down. It needs to break that level of resistance in order for it to trend back up. It is currently trending down 0.3% for the day-to-day. Ethereum Classic is currently up 0.58. On the hourly, it is trending down. The US dollar is up 0.34 and is trending up. Normally when this is trending up, the market's going down. Oil is down 1.05% and trending down. It was trending up earlier this morning. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.04 to 0.05. They did gap up and then started trending down after market open. SPY is up 0.18. It had gapped up in the pre-market, trended up to about 547.92, and then is trending back down. Currently, it looks like since market open, consolidation with volatility. VIX, surprisingly, excuse me a second here, I'm going to cough. For those of you in the back of the Big Tramp, I can't help you guys. You're going to have to hear me cough. There's nothing I can do to mute that fast enough. I don't have a quick off switch from my mic. Earlier this morning, today is the 29th. Earlier this morning, we saw the VIX gapping up to as high as 1715 before starting to trend down a little bit. The futures on the VIX are suggesting that it should be somewhere around 1608, and right now it's at 1686. So it should be coming down, or at least trending towards the futures, which is down. Although we've been seeing the VIX doing some very interesting things, and I actually posted up a video that I think is heavily worth watching, but goes very heavy into option contracts. The entire, I want to call it seminar, is based off of trading off of gamma and how to make option trades on gamma. But one of the important things in that link that I shared, and I'll share it again with you guys right now. I'll give you the link to it in case you want to watch it, is it talks about the VIX and why the VIX is broken. And I've been looking for a long time someplace for somebody to be able to describe or explain why the VIX appears to be as broken as it is right now. And this guy, I think, makes a very valid point about zero DTE option contracts and what they're doing to the marketplace, and in regards to how that's breaking the VIX currently. So let me get the link here for this, and I will share it with you guys now. So I would highly recommend watching that. I think there's a wealth full of knowledge, but it might go over the top of your head. But just listen for VIX if you don't care about the rest of this junk in there. He does talk about that. VB and VBR are the two largest ETF holders of AMC shares, are both down right now. VB is down 0.42 and trending down. VBR is down 0.3 and trending down. Tesla is up 5.48% and trending up. Amazon is up 0.28 and trending down. Cinemark is up 1.36, gapped up at pre-market open and is consolidating after gapping up. Doge is down 1.47% and trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.82 and trending down. It bounced off of 70.34. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I'm expecting. I mentioned this earlier this morning. I'm expecting to see a bounce off the top here and a trend back down. And if we do see this continue to trend down back into the 61.3 range and break past that, we could be looking at retests of around 55K a coin, 55.3K a coin. Whether or not it continues to trend that direction, there has been, with this drop down here, there has been what appears to be a descending parallel channel. So the big retest is going to be that 55.3. Let's just say 55K a coin. If it breaks down below that, then it's going to just bust past this descending parallel channel. And I would suggest that the wedge channel was more of what was really in play, and that really all this was right back here was simply a breakdown in the market where a big sell-off had to occur due to some large moving positions in the marketplace back around early portion of July. And it was probably an unanticipated pull or vacuum out of value out of crypto. So we'll see what ends up happening in that. But I think I'm expecting a breakout of this white line on the bottom side or the red line on the top side somewhere inside this box region. And that box region goes up until about 823, 822, about a month. GME is down 1.45% and trending down. It's at 23.76 currently. HYMC is down 1.92, also trending down. NCMI is up 0.61 and is trending initially at market open. It trended upwards, came back down a little bit, and I'm going to call it consolidating a little bit. It looks like it's trying to move into a trend down, but it's not quite there yet. So we'll go with consolidation currently on an NCMI. Hold on a second. Hood is up 0.5 and trending down, and AMC is up 0.97 and is consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day in AMC. There's about $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 4.26 million shares traded so far for the day today. We're actually getting more volume than I would have expected. After 65 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for about 25.56 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested no more than 10 to 30 million shares. So I think we're on a good pace for that right now. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.22, which is that's above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.96, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.39, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.45, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval with Ichimoto, where do we stand? Lagging line is above price line. Conversion's above base. Price is all over the conversion. What we need to see happen today is we don't want to see price breaking below the base, which is at $5.17. We do not want to see price breaking below that at any given point today. That could send us into this green cloud going into tomorrow and breaking down below that, which would be into the 490 to 480 range. Maintaining levels above the base and keeping the price, the lagging line above price line, which is going to need to be somewhere before the end of the day. The close is going to need to be about 528, is going to be ideal for seeing more continued movement upwards. So I've written down $5.30 for a key target close before the end of the day is over. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, but it won't be by the end of the day if we don't close higher than 576. The conversion did cross the base just recently, and we're moving into a cloud here, about ready to break outside of a cloud that's going to be at around 530. Earlier this morning, I put 535 down, so I wrote down 540 is what we need to break up to get a buy signal here. I would suggest that we should see price moving above this at some point because we have green cloud already starting to form in the future. Somewhere in here, we should see price at least try to sneak its head above the cloud at some point, this red cloud. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. I can see what it is you guys are writing again. You'll see the blue line on the page here. I've got that's a synthetic price failure reset, which I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a reset at this point. We've had several times where we've tried to break above 522, and we're just kind of retesting that multiple times. This isn't what I would like to call a major break past a synthetic price failure point, but we've had enough time above it that I'm going to go ahead and call it. So we've reset a synthetic price failure at $5.30. Let me put that in. $5.30 up from $4.54, which was our more previous current low, is a 16.7% increase in price. And a synthetic price failure would begin same value. 4637. The Cat Zone says Wolverine Deadpool popcorn buckets are selling for 60 to 105. Some are currently listed for 100 to 150 on eBay. Particularly for myself, I would just want to have it. I could care less about the like trying to resell it or something. I just wanted to complete my I was lucky enough to get the Dune bucket. I thought my movie theater rarely runs out of items that most other movie theaters do. And this just tells me that my movie theater is becoming more popular because they were out by the 5 o'clock p.m. showing of Wolverine or Deadpool and Wolverine. So I'm gonna have to up my game. Especially if I want to complete, or as complete as I've seen for the movies, bucket shelf. Short interest on AMC, Harrison, is up on the page there. No, it's not, is it? Oh, wait, hold on a second. It should be on there. 16.67. It's kind of small. If you see my AMC logo, you'll see estimated live short interest just to the right of that. And then if you scroll your eyes a little bit further to the right, you'll see the 16.67% amount. Z-Wade, thank you. I'm glad I'm doing better too. Ha, thank you. Text says, hey Casey, that X link doesn't bring me to a post on X, but just X. Am I the only one experiencing that? Well, let me see when I click it. Are you logged into X? Because it takes me straight to it. My guess is that you're not logged into X. Apex says AMC Entertainment has confirmed that its next quarterly earnings report will be published on Friday, August 2nd. But Donkey Kong says the Dune bucket is legendary. I still got mine wrapped in plastic. I don't even want to take it out. I just want to leave it like that. Roasted Caffeine says the 200 MA sits at the 539. We break that and it's go time. The 4-hour Ichimoto would agree with that value. I've got 540 as the number I wrote down. Yeah, so it's 5. I think actually 535 would do. You should see a strong move at that point. But that's probably why we're not seeing a whole lot of volume today. I'm sure they don't want to cross that line. Yeah, usually that 200 MA is usually done on a daily. I just kind of took that as what you meant. That's the daily number. I got a silent back of the big tramp. What's going on here? You guys are so deathly quiet.
Sorry, I'm about to go and need to take my dog to the vet in another city. So
I gotta go do my hair.
Yeah.
What do you have to do with your dog in another city?
I have to take him to like do some physio with him. His back's completely messed up, and the vet we went to here in our city just gave him some painkillers and some like collagen shots that help temporarily. But yeah, we wanna see maybe we can find some like acupuncture or something for him.
Huh.
I don't know if he's in pain, but he's struggling to walk. It's the vet said it's a nervous problem, like nervous system problem. So he basically has no control over his.
How old is he?
Behind legs. He's like 11, 12.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's getting up there. He's a bigger dog or?
Let's say slightly above average, like.
Yeah.
But around 30 kilos, 60 pounds, I guess.
Yep. Sorry to hear that, man.
No, it's okay. We're all getting older, you know. Like, cars don't get more reliable as they get older. Just need to fix them more often.
That's right. Nicholas, it's good to be back. Thank you. Question, Casey. What you want? Sorry, I'm messing up names now. I can't even say it now. Yunhua, sorry. Question, Casey. Why are analysts so slow to update? Wedbush updated their quarter numbers today to negative 0.1, which is after what GME or what AMC gave guidance for. Why do these people have a job? I don't think anybody has anything to gain from reporting good numbers on AMC. Not institutionally. So but you said Wedbush? I'm not familiar with how accurate their data is. Yeah, nobody's really gonna. Nobody who's reporting data is gonna get anything good about reporting good things on AMC. So I know for like, as an example with like Yahoo, for anything, you get what you pay for, right? And if you're getting free information, if it's not costing you anything to get your information from a website, then what are the chances that you're getting bad reported data? It probably is kind of high. For example, I like to use Stonko Tracker. Love it, but it's not always right. Sometimes it's wrong, really wrong. It's free though. So you have to kind of take that into consideration that, unless you're paying for a paid service where the information should be more reliable because you're paying for it, you have to kind of take it with a grain of salt.
And even paid services, you gotta take with a grain of salt.
In some instances, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Good morning, Tech.
Morning.
Life is like that, right? Like nothing's really free in life. You could say that your access to valid data is what costs you for your free, quote unquote, free service. That's what you get for a cost. Plus, I'm sure they find out what links you're clicking on, track your history, where you're coming from, where you're going.
In case everybody I've talked to so far hasn't found my my epiphany as amazing as I do, but I want to just bring it up for a second.
Okay.
So I thought, like, I'm not going to get too political, but, with, like, some people might feel in different eras of time, like, persecuted, right? And it's funny, the stock market, you can buy a stock, and it doesn't matter what your gender is, your religion, ethnicity, anything, right? Mm-hmm. So if you learn the rules, we can at least try to, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's not that kind of prejudice, right? Mm-hmm. And the market manipulation that we're facing right now, we're all being attacked, no matter who we are.
Well, the market's there to make money.
Yeah, the market's there to make money. But what I'm saying is,
and we're the target.
Yeah, but, I mean, exactly. I'm saying the obfuscation.
Yeah.
Right, like when you don't get the promotion at work or you get fired or whatever. Like, that's a direct thing, right? That's, like, on you, right?
Wait, say that again?
Oh, sorry. All this.
I couldn't quite make out what you were saying. I think you got a phone call. Yunhua says...
I think he was just saying it's nice to have you back.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back. Dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back to that same old place that you laughed about. Well, the names have all changed since you hung around, but those dreams have remained and they've turned around. Who'd have thought they'd lead you? Who'd have thought they'd lead you? Back here where we need you. Welcome back.
Thank you, Censored Content. And UPS Delivery Guy, good morning to the both of you.
Sorry, I had a phone call, so I got disconnected.
Yeah, go ahead. Say what you were saying again.
No, I was just saying that, like, if I put $1 into the market, nobody cares that I'm male, that I'm a Christian, anything, right?
Right.
It's like, it's unfettered, Yeah. And that's something I came to the realization of, like if I don't get a promotion because somebody has a quota for a gender or whatever, right? I'm not facing that same kind of critique in the market.
Yeah.
And that's something I just realized and I kind of appreciate. That everybody who earns $1 can put it into the market and nobody cares who you are.
The only color that the market knows is green and red.
Yep. Yep.
And the only religion that it practices is money. So
Yep.
there is no there's nothing
And
else to it.
I thought that was kind of profound, even though it's pretty basic. It kind of just struck me that way because, you know, people who go through several job searches and they keep getting churned through the economic system, you know, the market's always there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whether you get trounced by it or not, we all get trounced or win in different degrees at the same time, you know?
Yeah. Yunhua says, Casey, did you get the Ed Gein, Gein Gein? I'm not sure. I'm not sure actually who that is. Vibes from the open. I'm sure that's probably like a director, but I'm not sure who that director is. But did I get that from the opening of Long Legs? It looked like his real life homestead.
Ed Gein was a real life serial killer. It's
Okay.
the character in Silence of the Lambs. It puts the lotion on the skin, or else it gets the hose again.
Oh, okay.
That guy was loosely based on Ed Gein.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know. To me, Gambit was the funniest character in the Deadpool movie. I was impressed. I remember growing up as a kid, Gambit was actually, I actually really liked Gambit quite a lot, but I couldn't understand anything that he ever said. I remember that. That was like the one thing I really felt like I just could not get the, I don't know what to call that. As in like what do you call the New Orleans accent? What is that? Is it I don't know what that is.
It's a mixture of
Creole?
Cajun, Creole, French. It's real heavy French influence.
French Creole kind of dialect, right? Like I just couldn't get past it. I couldn't understand what he was ever saying. And in this movie, when he first started to talk, I was like, oh shit, I'm not going to be able to understand anything he's saying again. And I was actually pleasantly surprised because I got way more than I thought I would. And I thought, well, maybe it was just because it was... I was actually really happy, but it was funny because Melissa was like, I couldn't understand that one guy at all. And so it made me laugh a little. I was like, oh, well, that's kind of his character. But I feel like I practiced when I was younger, and it paid off because I understood him in the movie. I did like him as a character, though. He wasn't my favorite, but I did like him. ABC Pediatrics of Florida, thank you very much. Doing way better. Still in recovery, but I'm good enough to stream. Z Wade says it puts the pirate in the tramp, or else it gets the mushroom stamp. Thank you, Juan. Appreciate it. I didn't. I was nervous to come back. I didn't know how this was going to turn out. There were parts of me that was, guys, I'm not a YouTuber. I know I'm a YouTuber. I know what I'm doing is considered being a YouTuber, but it's like it's every single day is like a labor, because this is not what I desire to do in life, and so coming back was a mental challenge for me in some regards, because it's not that I don't like you guys. I love you. I think you guys are all awesome. I love every single character here. I love you guys all. I think you guys are amazing. But I just find it
love hate relationship.
If I could just not have to feel the pressure of like needing to stream.
Speaking of mental challenges, where's Yucca at?
He's got another 30 minutes. So I found it like really difficult to bring myself to mentally get to that point to where I was like, okay, I'm gonna choose to ignore my my reserve to not want to stream, if that makes any sense at all. I don't even think that makes any sense. It doesn't even make sense to me. I can't explain it. It's just weird. It's like eating your vegetables. Nobody wants to eat their vegetables, like, right? But it's good for you. Or it's good, and if you could consider your body the community, it's good for the community, right? And so you know it's probably just a good thing that if you do it, but you don't want to. Some of y'all are like, what are you talking about? Vegetables are my favorite thing in the whole wide world. Well, you don't, well then, let's just say for you, it's meat. I don't know. But yeah. Will Bowler says, as a guy going through burnout, I feel you. See, that's the thing. That's probably a great way to explain it. Having COVID breaks you down. For me, breaks me down. So the mental part of me was gone. I didn't have that mental capacity to get past a burnout thought process. And so I probably could have come back on Wednesday last week. I still would have been, voice-wise, I still would have been hurting. In fact, I joined you guys, I think, Wednesday, Friday last week? I think on Papa Max.
Yeah, a couple of days there for the better part of an hour or two sometimes.
Yeah, and it was me trying to just kind of test the waters a little bit to kind of see if I was ready to come back. And then, the other part of it was...
Yeah, you can tell yourself, yeah, you feel better, and I'm ready to do this, and then you tear into it, and about 45 minutes later, you're like, yeah, I'm not 100% yet.
Yeah. Casey has the worst YouTube job. I have videos backlogged through October. Casey can't backlog the stock market, and I couldn't imagine managing content. Well, the problem with that, as Z-Wade, is that I don't manage it, and that's why I do a live stream. I had decided a long time ago that there was no way that I was going to be able to do videos that were not live streamed, because I don't have the patience to sit down and edit a video and make it all professional. So it was either live or nothing. So luckily for me, I don't have to do all that editing BS stuff that you're doing that makes you backlogged. But, yeah. Throat Yogurt says, I thought you secretly went back to work. New Orleans dialect is heavily influenced by Creole. It's a mix of bad French and bad English. The only reason I understand it is because my great-grandpa was swamp people. Hold on a second, I'm going to mute myself. Swamp people, that's good. Oh, Chi-Town says, FYI, anyone going to see the Deadpool Wolverine, you might want to know what happened in the movie Logan. That one would also be, I forgot about that part of it. Yeah, that's a good point to bring up as well. So you want to see Loki, at least season 1, and Logan before you go watch it. Grove says, what were you doing for work before this anyway, Casey's? I was working for a company called, well, I don't know if I should say the company's name. I have a standing offer to go back, so I probably shouldn't say the name. But I'm working the semiconductor industry since 1998. Semiconductor chip manufacturing has been kind of the field that I work in. It's a amazing field, and when I got into the industry, it was kind of like on the tail end of one of the. Actually, that's not true. I guess it was probably one of the very first times that they were ever allowing people to come into the industry that had no prior background experience. Like before, you usually had to have some kind of degree to get into the positions that I was in. And not only did you have to have a degree, but you had to have usually some kind of industry experience or something technical related in order to do the job. And so over time, that slowly eroded a little bit into less and less restrictions than what it used to be. But it from an entry level type job, it was probably one of the most rewarding field of jobs that I could ever have participated in. Yeah, it's very good money. But I just like, I'm big into technology, and when you can, every single day when you can walk into your job and feel like you just walked into some kind of futuristic Star Wars movie, it's fun. If you're a real geeky kind of person, like I am, it doesn't
That's
get.
why Yucca takes mushrooms.
It doesn't get any more fun than that. Every single day you walk in and you feel like, for me, I feel like there's other people who I worked with in my industry who lost sight of that. Like it for a lot of people, it just becomes a job and they don't even think about the aspect of it being so cutting edge. And for me, that's the part that I enjoy every single stinking day. I'd walk into that place and just go like, this is amazing. I always used to think about like some of the tool sets that I worked on. I worked in a lot of different of the main processing areas for like either photo, metals, I didn't really do too much diffusion, but a little bit of diffusion, CVD, CMP, epi. I've done a lot of different areas. Implant. So I have a lot of experience in the field, and every single day was a day where I felt like I could learn something new, and it was all high tech stuff. And I always used to sit there and we'd be working on these tool sets that are millions and millions of dollars worth of tool. It's one tool, and it's like $5 million, $10 million, and you just sit there and you look at this tool that's, making these computer chips, right? Like, or it's part of the process of making it's part of the process of making the computer chips. And you sit there and you go like, this machine is making the future chips for devices that are more complex than the machine that's building it. And so that gets you like thinking down this like really weird concept of like what came first, the chicken before the egg, and you go like, how in the world did we get to how do we get the computer components to make the tools that are making the chips that are for the future? And that's the part that always really just kind of fascinated me is over time how fast the industry has moved and continuously moved over time to make integrated circuits that are smaller and smaller and smaller. Casey makes microprocessors that regulate the intensity of adult novelties. I know I've been directly involved in the making of the PS4. Some of the chips that I was working on, I think, made PS4 and Xbox, the original. One of my most favorite ones that I ever remember, some of the chips that I worked on went into, I don't know for a fact that they went into satellites. All I know, all that we were allowed to know is that the chips were going to be leaving Earth and never coming back. That's all we were told. I assumed that it meant that they were going into satellites, but nobody would tell us that. It was above our pay grade to know what it was that we weren't allowed to know what it was for, other than the fact that it was just never coming back. So essentially what they were trying to drive is that quality had to be of utmost importance, because they couldn't, like, if the chip were to fail, there was no way that they could access it to fix it. So quality was of the highest importance. And so I know somewhere out in space, something that I've worked on is floating around out there. And that's cool. I think that's really neat. $10:08. It's time. I'll tell you what, though. It is the worst job in the whole wide world to go to a party and have to explain what you do for a living. I always had this made up story that I would tell people. I would always say, oh, well, I work on computer chips that make the world go. And I'd point at their phone or something. I'd be like, your phone's got computer chips in it that probably are something I made or was part of making. And they'd be like, oh, that's really cool. And then I try to segue into some other topic, because when people start asking about how semiconductor chips are made, it's the fastest way to get people to start tearing in the eyeballs and watch people they want to escape the conversation so fast. They regret it so quickly. It's not even funny, but whatever. Sometimes you just tell them stories like, oh, we really got really cool robots that look like R2-D2. Not really, but kind of, sort of. All right, let me take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me just a second again here while I move some screens around. And we'll take a look at the data. I just had a brain fart. I don't know what I'm pulling up over on the other side here. All right, well, I'll figure it out when I get there. All right, let's see what we got going on. We're going to start with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 52.69% going through off exchange. EDGX at 12.42, the combined total 65.11%. It's about 5.11% higher than what I would expect it to be. CHX volume for the day-to-day on AMC is at 700 shares. That's not a whole lot. There's nothing unusual and interesting going on there. CHX volume for GME is at 2,642 shares. Also nothing unusually large going on there. Borrow fees and shares borrowed for the day-to-day. No new shares borrowed for AMC according to IBKR, and fees are currently at 4.25%. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 7.09 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day on AMC. It is now reporting nothing. I think we're going to have to skip past this. I just noticed that I got an error that popped up when I tried to refresh the screen, so I think it's going to error out on me. So let's go ahead and move on to options. All right, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day is coming in at a $5.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 6,000 contracts in volume. It's now 9.6 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 1.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 2.4. taking you guys over the other page here, where I'm forgetting something in here. I don't remember what page I had on. I feel like there's 3 pages I'd take you through, and I don't know what the other one is. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only 2 I'm looking for. None of which are on this page. MMRI was 271.43 an hour ago. It's now 271.11. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rate was 0.218. Is now currently at 0.216. Sorry, give me a second here. What's going on with this? All right. Let me see if Ortex ever updated. Nope. NASDAQ is down 0.07. Dow Jones is down 0.28. S&P 500 is down 0.1. We have 3,573 decliners to 1,829 advancers. The market is more declining this hour than it was an hour ago and is now on hot lava fire. Don't touch the floor or it'll burn your feet. Starting to look kind of nasty out there. Sectors. The top performing 2 sectors are consumer discretionary, followed by communications. The worst performing sectors, energy, followed by technology. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since last Friday's closing price will get a shout out. We've got Coinbase down, or sorry, not Coinbase. FRC is up 6.67%. NYCB is down 5.39. Stank of California down 2.92. And that's it. Gold is down 0.53 and trending down. Silver's down 1.71, trending down. We saw something interesting happening, I think it was last week, where we saw what I would consider to be a dump. Hold on a second, I gotta clear my throat. We saw a dump out of the metals and into crypto after crypto had already dumped to pump the market back up. So we may be seeing a bit of that going on again right now. Ethereum Classic is down 0.32 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.25, but is suddenly taking a trend in the other direction from an uptrend into a downtrend. Usually whatever direction this is trending, this is inverse to the market. So with this fall in the US dollar here, we should start to see the market trending back up. Oil is currently down 0.84 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.05 to 0.09 and are consolidating. SPY is down 0.13 and trending down. VIX is currently up 4.15 at 1707, with the future suggesting that it should be right around 1628. So the VIX is definitely leading the futures in opposite direction of where the futures are traveling or heading. And there's currently an uptrend on the VIX right now. VB is down 0.41 and trending down. VBR is down 0.28, trending down. Tesla is up 4.17 and trending down. Amazon is up 0.04, trending down. Cinemark is up 2.27 and consolidating. Doge is down 3.16 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 2.19, trending down. GME is down 1.54, trending down. HYMC is down 2.12, trending down. NCMI is up 0.88 and consolidating. Hood is down 0.57, trending down, and AMC is up 0.77 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, there's approximately $1.25 million more outflow than inflow, 6.23 million shares traded so far, so we've seen a big slowdown on volume for the day-to-day after... I can't think right now. $108 After 108 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for 22.49 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is sorry, total brain farts right now. 10 to 30 million shares is what I predicted in the pre-market this morning, and we're on pace for 22.49, so we're inside that range. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.79, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.96, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.91, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, but a lot of whipsaw kind of going on here, heading on both directions. Crossovers of buying and selling pressure, but currently more buying pressure, RSI at 49.24, which is average. Let me see if Ortex ever came up here. It's not even letting me sign in. What the heck? Do we have outages going on? Let's check. Not really. It's kind of weird. All right, that's all I got for you guys. Ivan, I miss you guys too. Will says, my professor taught a course on wafer design or something like that. Yeah, interesting. It wouldn't really be called, I mean, it shouldn't be called wafer design. It should be microchip design, or it could be IC design. But wafer design probably wouldn't have been. I know it's in reference to, because what they do is they wafers are, for those of you who are not tech savvy about the industry I worked in, a wafer is a silicon wafer. Computer chips are manufactured on that silicon chip, or silicon wafer rather, and so when you talk about like wafer design, usually that's in reference to the photomask that are printed as part of the manufacturing process of making the circuits on the wafer. Like I said, stuff that's going to make you just your eyes will water, and you'll wish I never even went down this road talking about it. not having a whole lot of activity on AMC today, and I think part of this is probably just to reduce. I mean, we're seeing like tons. I can't pull up Ortex to kind of tell you guys what it's at right now, but we're seeing tons and tons of volume in borrowed shares right now. And my best guesstimate is that they need price and volume to not do anything right now for a period of time. And part of the reason for that is that if they have continuous quantities of volume coming in, that's going to create a challenge for them to be able to deliver shares, then we're going to have a situation. They'll end up having a situation on their hand where they have to deliver shares while they're also needing to make a market, and it's incredibly difficult sometimes to do if there's large positions that have to be returned.
Hey, Casey.
Yeah.
Have you ever held an ingot? Part of the ingot?
I've held a part of an ingot, but I've never held. I don't think anybody can hold a full ingot.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why I corrected that part.
Yeah, I've definitely.
Basically,
yeah.
Basically, it's the end of it, right? Usually, you get the little end of it.
Yes, the seeded portion of the
Yes.
of the top of the ingot. Yes, yeah. There's actually a name for that piece, and I can't remember. It's escaping me.
I can't remember either.
Yeah, there's a name for it. I can't recall. It'll probably just pop into my head randomly. But yeah, most engineers that work in. Actually, I'm trying to remember what departments had it the most. I feel like diffusion had it more than anywhere else, but a lot of engineers will just have those ingots. Like,
yeah,
I have no idea why they have them on their desk. I actually never even asked. I should have probably asked that at some point, but I think what ends up happening is I think that whoever they're, and this is probably why diffusion is one of the more popular places for it to be, is because usually diffusion is one of the first processing steps in a manufacturing process. And so my guess is what they're doing is they're probably meeting with the vendors that are supplying the wafers, and they're probably, as a quote unquote vendor token of appreciation, are probably just giving them an ingot to hold on to as a, hey, take my product or buy my product from your multi-million-dollar company, and I'll give you this little token of appreciation.
A little paperweight for your desk.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Because I'm pretty certain that they don't send I don't think they send the top of the ingot with the wafer orders. I don't think they do.
No. They shouldn't, but maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I used to hang out with a bunch of engineers, and they would have it.
Yeah. Was that semiconductor then?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mind saying? What company?
I started off in a smaller company, and then I ended up at Intel.
Oh, nice. That's what that was my dream, was to finish my career at Intel, because I wanted, how you get the sabbatical after 10 years?
Yep. Yes, 7 years.
Oh, 7 years? Okay. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to end my last, I couldn't remember, but now that you've told me, I wanted to end my last 14 years working at Intel, because what I wanted to do was have my first sabbatical, and then on my second sabbatical, just retire.
Mm-hmm.
So my game plan had always been to finish at Intel, because it kind of was, when I first started in the industry, the creme de la creme of all semiconductor industries to work for, or companies to work for. So that was my long-term goal, and I just never got there.
Yeah, coming from a smaller company, and then getting there, walking into their fab, and watching the boats being picked up by not robots, but the trolley system.
Yeah, AMHS.
And, yeah, it was like amazing, just eye-opening.
Were they picking them up from the ceiling?
Yes, they were. Yeah, they were being dropped off right in front of the station, and around and just being picked up and moved up and being trolleyed around.
The first time I ever worked for a plant that had that was Samsung. And it was crazy because obviously I'd never worked in a plant that had that before. I'd worked in plenty of automated, in fact, all of them were all automated, had wafer handlers, but most of them had stockers that you would go and you'd pick the lots out of manually and you'd deliver to the tool. But some of these fabs that are more automated have these, for those of you who are listening, you don't know what we're talking about. They have this automated trolley system that just these. It's almost like it's a small little trolley that carries around product from one area to another and delivers it when it needs to be delivered to drop off at a tool to be processed. It's quite fascinating because they're just driving around all over the place, all over and just constantly, just moving above your head. And the first time I ever went into a fab like that had one of those, my mouth almost dropped and hit the floor. I was like, holy crap, this is so cool. But as I was being trained, we went up and walked up to a tool and we were standing there and we were kind of like, we were reviewing some of the software on the front of the tool, and an AMHS cart came over and pod came over and dropped the pod onto the tool. And I was standing like right next to it when it happened. And it's so quiet and so fast that it's scary if you don't know that it's coming. And because especially if you're standing like within inches of it happening. And so I freaked out. I freaked out a little bit. I was like, because they didn't warn me. They didn't warn me that that was going to happen. So I was a little kind of taken aback by it. And it takes a little getting used to just having automated systems all around you. And interestingly enough, I found that was the first time in my life where my job went from fixing 75% of my job was fixing people's mistakes to 30% of my job being me trying to fix my own mistakes. Not mistakes, me trying to beat the system. That's probably how I should say it.
Okay, see, one question if I can on this, because I'm just curious. So, do these trolleys, did they have any sensors to detect you, the human?
Yes.
Or since you were not expecting it, okay, so it wouldn't have like run you over
no,
or whatever.
If I had been those couple of inches that would have caused me to have been in the way would have triggered an alarm, and the tool the tool would have not continued to drop the pod onto the they call them FOOPs, and it's spelled FOUP, not POOP, but it wouldn't have dropped the FOOP onto the tool had I crossed the light curtain, but I didn't know that. And so
maybe you also want to add that you were probably in the back of the chase where the normal operator wouldn't have been.
No, I was in the front.
You were in the front?
Yeah, I was in the front. Yep.
The way you were explaining it sounded like you were saying like it was being loaded into the machine that you were in the chase. That's what it sounded like.
No. I was in the front and just standing right next to the thing as it happened. I would have been prepared for. I mean, if the guy had just said like, hey, this is going to drop off a FOOP here in a second, I would have been prepared for it. But he didn't say nothing. And this next thing, it's really unsettling to just have something like within inches just drop right down next to you, because it's like it's moving quick. It's moving pretty quick.
So,
did you guys?
Since I have you guys.
Go ahead.
Okay. Just another curiosity of mine, because I saw recently a video, and I know it was a thing in the past, but I'm curious if you had the same thing. Basically, the short video that I saw recently was that all the chips on the wafer are designed to be, let's say, an i9, so the highest performance possible.
Yeah.
And then they split them in i3s, i5, i7, i9
based on
how many parts of it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Was it the same?
So most of the circuits, so I'm going to just go ahead and say yes. I can go into a long, detailed explanation, and I think that they're not being completely there is some characteristics to some of those different microprocessors that I think would be that it would not just be just defects alone. I'm sure there's different product types that have different. They're being truthful, but they're also not telling you some things too. So, for example, I'm going to dumb this down like as best as I possibly can. When you go to Little Caesars and you order crazy bread, that's a medium pizza. It's what it is.
I don't know that because I'm from Europe, but I know that, for example, NVIDIA was purposefully locking off some parts of their GPUs, like the chip on the GPU, just to make sure that they have lower tiers, right? So even though the binning would have put them in a higher tier, so they had the
capability,
the better chips, they had a way to manually, in a way, block them from using the full capacity.
Yeah, there is some truth to that. Yeah. But I would also suggest that. Well, let me hit the restroom real quick. I'm gonna pee my pants here if I don't go right now.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. This water's just killing me.
I've heard about this. I've heard that like everyone who's ever drank water died. So.
They died?
I think we might be onto something with the water. They keep saying alcohol and cigarettes and stuff, but nobody talks about, the dangers of water.
What's in the water? What's in the water? Yeah. You have to ask yourself, what's in those treatment plants? What's in those plants?
I heard 100% everyone who's drank water dies. There's never been a living soul.
Exactly. That's what I just said.
Yeah. That's a good one.
We could talk about the different kinds of water, actually. We could talk about reverse osmosis water. We could talk about city water. We could talk about spring water. We could talk about well water.
EP water.
That's right.
All right, so here's the deal. I worked more on the logic and memory side of chip making than I did on processor, right? So what I would suggest to you is that you can make a memory chip that has the capability of having more memory, but it's about size, right? The size of the chip makes a big difference on how much memory you can get into the size. So it is possible that you could have a chip that is got a higher capacity but more defects. It has less memory capacity. So, and you might be able to sell those. What your memory chip that would normally go on a stick of memory for maybe like a PC or something like that, you could sell those memory chips that yield lower to a toy manufacturer who doesn't need a huge memory chip. But you can still sell the product to them because it's the chip can still function, but just at a lower amount of memory, and maybe have less reliability. So that's actually really something that a lot of people don't think about is that reliability is a huge part in manufacturing of chips. And for example, if you were to make a car, you don't want chips that are going to fail on a car because you want your car to work. If you have a kid's toy that screams mama, mama over and over and over, nobody cares if that chip dies. So you can manufacture some chips, and that's a very gross difference that I'm making here, but you can manufacture logic or memory chips in a fashion in which those same chips that have a capacity for being better in higher end products, but also use that same chip in lower end products when it doesn't yield as well. And JJ says, or like an airplane, exactly. So, and this is where like industry standard ISO standards come into play, and will usually require you to have a process that's stable, and you have to meet rigid specifications for the products that you're making, and yeah, you definitely want your airplane.
What about the Xeon chips? Aren't those supposed to be a level above? More.
I don't know anything about them.
Well, was it Xeon?
Yeah.
Intel chips. Those tend to be the server stuff.
Yeah, I didn't work on any of those.
What size of wafer did you guys have in your plant, Casey?
So I started out in 8-inch.
Yeah. Okay.
And then 12. Why do I feel like I'm saying a wrong number when I say 12?
No, there were 12s.
I feel like I'm saying a wrong number. 12 is the largest that I ever worked on. There's nothing bigger than that, is there?
I think there's a 24 now.
Get out.
I think the Intel plants in Arizona, I think they're 24s.
I'm looking this up because I actually don't know. Well, I should have just said 200 and 300 nanometer, but or millimeter. Sorry, not nanometer, but millimeter. Let's see here. I only see Sumco as a company that can manufacture 300 millimeter wafer, because 300 millimeter is the 12-inch.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm looking. You might be right, because they were talking about it, but I've been out of the industry now for 3 years, so.
Yeah, no. I've been out of it for longer than that, but could have sworn the Intel ones were bigger, but the ones we were here in Santa Clara was 12s.
450. Yep, I'm seeing 450. 450 millimeters. The largest wafers made have a diameter of 450, but are not yet in general use. By the way, interesting fun fact. If you want to see it sometime, I can go up to my bedroom and grab it. But I have 2 8-inch wafers.
Yeah, I have some. I even have a 12-inch.
Wow. Oh wow. Okay, that's impressive. You got me. You got me on that one.
It's so delicate, right?
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, if you've handled them for a while, maybe not so much, but yeah, those are hard to come by. And I was working at a plant that was shutting down, and I was one of the last few people there. And the last product wafers, the last qualification wafers that they had, which were their best qualification wafers, the quality that they had, meaning the lowest grade defects incoming, they had some extra ones, and I asked if I could take 2 home with me before they shut down the plant, and they said yep, and the boss signed off on it, and I got to take, because it is very, very rare for people to be able to walk away with those.
Yeah, I have a full boat of the 3-inch, I believe.
Oh wow,
small ones.
Those are that goes back.
Yeah, I have the 3-inch, and then I have the 8 and 12. But the 12, I just have one, just laying flat in the drawer, and then the 8, I have a few. I think one like just laying around, but I have one in a plaque that we got as a service award.
Mm.
That Intel actually gave us. So,
do you want to know a really dumb question that I asked when I first got in the industry and I didn't know shit from shit? I asked, I said, because they were printing the computers. For those of you guys who don't know, when they're printing the chips on the wafers, some of the chips only get half printed on the edges of the wafer. And I always thought that was like the dumbest thing ever. I was like, what? Some companies have margins and they don't print to the edges of the wafers, but others don't. And so I said, well, why don't they make square wafers? Smart
Right,
Casey.
use up all that
Yeah,
space.
you use up more, you don't have to worry about you can put more wafer or more chips on a wafer and then the funny part about that is that you can't for anybody who knows you can't grow a square wafer. It's not really feasible.
That's where the ingots come into play, right?
Right. Yeah.
Well, you can grow what's the cylindrical ones and then
Yes.
chop off the edges to make it square.
Well, you can't though
yeah.
because it's glass and it doesn't quite work like that. It does. There's you can grind the
Well,
edges of a round
even
thing,
if
but you can't cut it.
Yeah. But even if you could, you're wasting wafer space where you could actually grow some more chips, right? So
Yeah.
But there would be even some wafer chips where you look at it and literally it's just the center, like you said. There would be squares all around the edge, just missing. You're looking, I was like, you could at least put 4 more in there.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what they were always complaining that they wanted to, get more yield out of the wafers, and so I was like, well, make make square wafers.
Did you ever? I think I still have 1 or 2. I forgot what machine it goes to, but it's the glass. It's the circuit on the photo, actual photo piece of it.
Are you talking about the?
It's a piece of glass.
The reticle. The reticle.
Reticle. There you go.
Yeah.
I actually have a couple of those. Again, we were closing the plant. So
Oh my gosh, that's even more rare. You know how rare that is to have a reticle? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really rare.
Oh. It's because we were facilities, right?
Yeah.
So we would be running around doing everything and shutting down stuff. And
so I actually, one of the last places that I worked at, I don't want to say the name of it, but one of the last places I worked at actually made reticles.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I was working in the defect analysis for the reticles that they were making. So I had to verify that the image that the reticle had on it was meeting specifications.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing.
Which is a mindless job, but it pays.
Yeah, there's all sorts of wild stuff.
Mm-hmm. Does this apply to degrading encryption capability for international products? I don't know. I'll tell you one thing though. Working in that field for as long as I did, and seeing some of the things that I saw in the process of making the chips, it was always, I believe, and this is going to be tinfoil hat stuff here. Should I throw on the tinfoil hat for old good time's sake?
Do it.
There we go. Depending on the chips that you have in your products, I believe that there are designed backdoor prefabricated entry points for the CIA, the FBI, whoever. In other words, what I'm suggesting to you is that if you have an Intel chip, that product has been distinctly created. There's been a method by which there is a design and input into the design features for either an entry or kill switch on every chip that's been made. Meaning, if somebody wanted to pull the kill switch on every single Intel chip that there is that's out there, they could. And it's not just a kill chip. It's not just a kill switch, but it also could be a switch that gains access into, gives access to anybody who can get to the chip. I know that sounds crazy, but this is why and there's a reason for this. I think on a component level, you know, why wouldn't you want that? If you were a government and you had the ability to have the largest chip makers in the world, why wouldn't you want to have the ability to be able to have a kill switch for the products that are being made that may be shipped to your adversaries? And I know that sounds so far-fetched, but I have seen way too much shit to not believe that it's not true.
So what Casey's saying is that everything has a back door.
Yep. Like you may think you have software that's going to prevent somebody from getting into your system or protecting your system, and what I'm telling you is at a hardware level, somebody has access.
Yeah.
What about the iPhones that are made in China? China iPhones. What do you think about those?
Yeah, I fully believe that any tech level product that's made in the U.S., that's designed and made in the U.S. or even outside the U.S. has that component. And it's not just Intel, right? Like any government that's producing chips or has a chip, like South Korea. I work for Hynix, or what used to be known as Hyundai, but there's also Samsung. I guarantee you they have the same exact thing in their products that they're making. Guaranteed.
You think they know what websites we're going to late at night?
No, I don't think they care that much.
I don't think they care that. I'm talking about like I'm talking about like something that you would only use in a situation where you absolutely had to
monitor,
kill things. A kill switch.
Yeah, it'd be wartime.
Yeah, it would be major wartime type stuff that would never ever be used in any other kind of situation other than that. And you would wake up one morning and none of your devices would work. They would all be dead. Everything. And there's just nothing you could do about it.
What about the processors and electrical stuff that's in like data centers? Are those are they covered for
everything?
Yeah, so EMP can penetrate data center.
You're talking about indifferent though.
Well, I'm still talking about. Well, yeah. No, I'm talking about. I'm switching to attack mode or defense mode. I'm saying not even. I'm just saying EMP. I'm saying.
Overlord Melvin says,
"Is there shielding?"
It sounds like a huge security risk. What if your enemies found out? Well, they already have the products, right? And so if they found out about it, then what are they going to do? And it's the only thing they can do is make their own products and enforce that their own products are distributed and have their own kill switches for the products that they're distributing. That's the only way that you can counter that. And even if they did find out that it's in there, they're not going to do anything with it because their people are using it. So, but having the access, yeah. Like you just said, everybody's reverse engineering everything. So I'm sure they know about it. They have to know about it. But it doesn't stop it from being effective or being able to be used.
No one's doing anything special that the other team doesn't know about already.
Yeah. But in order for them to how do you combat that, right? Like, because you could shut down all the devices in one particular region and not others. The only way to combat that is to get your product or your companies that are producing those products other places. If you want to know truly and honestly why, go there are places in the world, some countries where you cannot buy certain American-made products because they know that if their infrastructure is running on any kind of American-made products, that's why I'm pretty sure that every Windows operating system has a backdoor for the same exact reason that I just discussed with the hardware components. They'll do the same thing with software as well. They want a backdoor into everything.
Yeah, they sure do.
Samsung got to the point to where they won't even use software unless it's in-house made, built, designed. They won't take other people's software and use it, a third-party software and use it. It has to be their own.
Well, what about we've heard things. I got my foil hat on now. This, you talk about military weapons, military vehicles, etc. All components are sourced not in the United States.
Yeah, they a lot of them will only source from U.S. component-made components because they know that if they get it outside of the U.S., then they're at risk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and it's crazy because I've worked for one company that had military. None of it was high level because I didn't have to get a security clearance at all. But when you are a company that is making computer components for the military, there is a special
standards.
Special
certification.
Special certification, special standards, and you also have to treat the product differently than anybody. So every time the product hits your hands, you have to sign in for it. And when you're and you have to be there for the entire time that it's running, and when it's done running, you have to sign off. And when you're running the product, you actually have to like quarantine the area that you're working in, and make sure that nobody who's not an authorized, like if an unauthorized vendor comes in, you have to tell them to leave. And so they want to know what the chain of what do they call that? The chain of
command.
It's not chain of command, but they want to know the chain of
custody.
Custody, yeah, the chain of custody of who it went through, so that if something does happen to that product in the future, who they know to come back to. Because they want they want to know like if we're at risk, who's our spy? Who are the potential spies that are behind the project, and can we quarantine this is at a component level. Components.
Yeah.
At a component level, they want to know who the guy is that made their components and find out, like, if something happens, what ones they have to quarantine. It's crazy.
They had that at Intel, and it was special handle, and they were in black boxes. You couldn't see through them.
Yep. Yeah.
And it was all special handle.
Yep. Why I didn't need a security clearance, I have no idea, but maybe it's because they knew that I wasn't going to be doing anything else other than running a process step on the wafer or something. I don't know. Tater Tot, thank you. I feel a lot better. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. And so, and when you realize that that's that's what other purpose could you possibly have for wanting to know like a chain of custody like that, unless you knew that there was potential for your product having issues if it wasn't made by the right people. My dad, when he was still alive, you remember when Vizio had that lawsuit that came out that said that their TVs were watching people?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll never forget this conversation. He called me up and he goes, Casey, did you know that your Vizio TVs are watching you? And I said, Dad, everything's watching you. If it has a camera or a microphone, it's listening, even if it's turned off. He's like, no. I'm like, Dad, you don't understand. It is. I guarantee you. It's listening regardless of whether the power is on or off. And he didn't believe me. And I was like, okay. It's not, I was like, this is no surprise to me whatsoever. I'm not even fazed by it.
I have I have an uncle that, I don't know if he still does it, but he always would put a blanket over his TV or something like that. Kind of different, but
you can't live your life like that though. You can't live your life like just constantly being
Mm-hmm.
paranoid about what's listening to you and what's not listening to. It's just not. That's no way to
unless
live
you're
your
at
life.
an Airbnb. We don't, Airbnb, you don't want to listen. If I'm putting on a show, yeah, that's gonna, there's a little upcharge for that. I want a little discount.
Yeah.
Well,
a lot of people put the electrical tape over the cameras on their laptops and.
Yeah.
But what's funny is, like in the I don't know. I'm just picking a number like the 60s or something. You say, "Oh, the government's listening to us," right? It was a big ordeal, and now we just invite all the technology in. We let them put all the technology in our homes and listen to us purposely, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Patriot Act.
and I like what somebody else put in here just a little bit ago, and they go like, what did they say? They said something about like, and we're still trying to figure out whether or not the president got hit by shrapnel or a bullet, and it's like, yeah, that kind of stuff kills me. We're gonna find out more about the shooting that happened last night in New York. We'll find out more about that than we ever will, probably, and on that entire thing that happened on my birthday.
It was on your birthday?
Yeah, it was on my
That
birthday.
happened?
Yeah.
Funny.
I was tailgating at a concert when I got that news. Thanks, Pirate.
Virginia Beach says, I wish I could contribute to this conversation, but I got a polygraph to pass. Yeah. It's yeah. I'm probably at risk by talking about. I mean, I sign contracts that say that I'm not supposed to talk about the things that I know. So I'm probably
For life.
I'm probably breaching some kind of contract already. So I feel like I'm not saying
life,
too much,
though?
but for what?
For life.
That's a good point. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't
need
really
to know what that duration is.
To be honest with you, I don't think I've ever spent the time to read them. I had a job.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And for me, it was never about like, I never had the wanting to divulge secret information to anybody and so I don't say things that I feel like are secretive. I feel like they're just kind of general knowledge type things. And I keep it vague.
You love your country. You love your country very much.
There's just nothing really. I mean,
You're not giving away process.
Yeah.
And probably the stuff you would be able to give away is already old anyways.
Yeah.
So how much you want for it, Casey?
I quite honestly, like, I don't understand, like, you must be that's how they must get people. They must get people who are like in a hard place.
Yeah.
You know, because when I look at things like that, and I go like, I weigh risk versus reward. I go like, why would I risk my entire life on $100,000 or $250,000? Why would I risk going to jail for the rest of my life for something stupid like that? And I guess
it's not always money.
Yeah, maybe it's not always money.
Sometimes people feel disgruntled employees are the easiest ones to mark. They feel like they've been passed over. They're not appreciated. Their contributions have gone unrewarded. And they're bitter about it, and they see it as a way to hit back.
Yeah,
that's not the only way, but it's not always about money.
Yeah. I guess I don't ever really want to go to jail, and so I just think it's just way easier to just live life in a fashion that's not going to cause you to be in that situation where you would. Be honest. Keep your nose clean.
You want to learn about the back doors?
That's right. I don't want the real back doors getting violated.
With backdoor injections?
All right. Numbers? I noticed Yucca didn't show up yet, did he? Is he in here? I don't see him in here. All right. He's probably wondering, like, where is everybody? Didn't know where to go. All right. Let me move a couple screens over. I've taken you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on for the day today, and we're going to start with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we currently have 51.33% going through off exchange. EDGX is super high at 14.45 for a combined total of 65.78%. It's about 3.78% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 800 shares. Nothing unusual about that number. GME's CHX volume for the day-to-day coming in at 3,990. Also not a very big number. Looks like another 50,000 shares have been borrowed for AMC. That puts us at about 100,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day according to IBKR. But the interesting thing is I'm going to show you a much bigger number on Ortex. Fees are currently at 4.51%. I did get my Ortex data to pop back up here, so let me pull it up real fast and see if I can get you guys some numbers this time. I got it to update a little bit ago, and it was sitting at about 10 million shares borrowed for AMC for the day. Let me see what it's at now. It looks like 8.46 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Earlier this morning, it was at 7.09 million shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 16.76%. The cost to borrow, actually, the cost to borrow numbers are not popping up. The chart's not updating completely. I'm not sure why. It's struggling. We'll move on for now. I'll come back to it if I can. Options. Highest amount of call volume is at a $5.50 strike. There was 9.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. There is now 11.2 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume is coming in at a $5 strike with 2.4 thousand contracts in volume an hour ago. It's now 3.1. Somebody. No, that's not. Somebody is buying some in the money puts. Or exercising some. I'm not, or not exercising, but closing some. It could be a closing. It could be. I guess it could be exercising. 750 contracts at $5.50. Let's see here. Those are GME's numbers on the page. Let's see if I can get Ortex to finish updating. Ortex is not showing a cost to borrow number today. I'm not sure why. Give me just a second. Yeah, I'm still having problems. All right, taking you guys over the other screen here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. MMRI was 271.11 as of an hour ago. It is now currently at 271.49, creeping back up. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rate was 0.216 as of an hour ago, and is now currently at 0.209. NASDAQ is up 0.54, Dow Jones is up 0.08, and the S&P 500 is up 0.39. We have 3,286 decliners to 2,209 advancers. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago. No longer looking like hot lava. Sectors have turned around quite a bit in the last hour. There's only two poor performing sectors now, which is energy and financials. The top performing sectors for the day-to-day is consumer discretionary, followed by communications. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Actually, all 7 are green now. And it's flipping back and forth. So we're definitely seeing a swing in the other direction on the market. And that could be due to the fact that we saw those metals that were dumping earlier. Any financial institution that has changed more than 2.5% in price since last Friday's closing will get a shout out. FRC is up 6.67. NYCB is down 5.79. Stank of California is down 2.95. That's about it. Gold is down 0.43 and trending down. Silver is down 1.3 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.44 and it looks like it's trying to consolidate after a trend down. US dollar is up 0.27. Starting to, it had a little bit of a dip earlier from 104.75, kind of found some stability around 104.5 and is starting to consolidate a little bit. Oil is down 1.47 and is consolidating after a downtrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.02 to 0.03 and let's call it consolidating. SPY is up 0.32 and it definitely made a reversal off of 542 and is starting to trend back up. Bollinger Band's massively widening as that happens. VIX is currently up 1.71 and is starting to tank. It's currently at 16.67, with the futures suggesting it should be somewhere around 15.88. VB is down 0.03, trending down. VBR is down 0.07 and breaking the trend down into a trend up. Tesla is up 4.96 and breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Amazon is up 0.73 and trending up after a downtrend. Cinemark is up 2.68, trending up. Doge is down 2.97 and consolidating after a trend down. Bitcoin is down 2.15, trending down. GME is down 0.66 and trending back up after a downtrend. HYMC is down 0.4 and trending back up after a downtrend. NCMI is up 1.05 and consolidating. Hood is up 0.31, trending up after finding a bottom at 20.95. And AMC is up 1.58%. And consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, about $1 million more outflow than inflow. 7.76 million shares traded so far. After 170 minutes, no, that's not right, 162 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace for about 18.68 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million, and I think that's going to be accurate. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.79, which is slightly above average. on a 1 hour chart. We have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator looking like it's about to occur. RSI is at 58.96, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.68, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.24, which is average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
Nice. It must be censored. Be censored. What
JJ's in here. The JJ is in here now.
Good to hear your voice, sir.
Yeah, it's good to have one.
And, after all this tinfoil hat chip thing I was listening to, laying a floor right now, I like that you cough or clear your throat. I don't think the AI can copy that, so I know it's the real KC.
Oh. Yeah.
That's the real thing. When I hear that, they can't copy that. They can't.
It's
you know, Casey, you have that little message under your video on YouTube right now. It says COVID-19. Get the latest information from the CDC about COVID-19.
Yeah, go figure.
You saw that? You heard about that?
I had somebody had mentioned it earlier. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, and I would also like to follow up because I always want to make sure that you and I are square. If there's any disagreement, now I know why your airline is where it's at, because they have to fund my stadium. So I'd like to thank your airline for making my Raiders have a nice place to play.
Well, us hillbillies are bringing you one more game at a trip we make, I guess. Something like that.
I swear to God, I thought it was a different Allegiant. I didn't realize it was the same company until I walked by and saw the symbol. I went, oh God.
I know I had mentioned it to you already, but I had just read an article just the other day that said that all of these small, I don't know, I think there was a term that they used, all the small airlines are hurting really badly right now when they were actually doing really well before. They were outperforming all the other companies as far as profit goes. And now they're just absolutely tanking.
You know, that's kind of, I think I was telling the guys in the Big Tramp last week, you know, how we're kind of in the hot seat right now with our IT. And a month before that, United was in hot seat for, 8-9 weeks. And I'm sure American was there somewhere. And now it's the hot seat for the smaller airplanes. They have cycles too, They get into, everyone wants to fly them, and then something happens, and then they lose favor.
Well,
that's a rough industry.
I'm wondering if, how do you propose that they undercut the price of their competitors? Besides the obvious, besides the obvious, I'm talking about plain functionality. Not different price, not the fact that I have to pay a quarter for my pissing.
Bribe a senator?
I'll tell you what the airlines, and it would never happen, but I think I've told you before, hence the reason I have certain parts on my bicycle is because I've worked for a bicycle shop in Atlanta off and on for 20 years. And there's one thing that Trek figured out that a lot of other bike shops didn't, is they have a base price. You can't go below it because they were losing dealerships, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't sell a Trek bike below a certain price. If you do, then you lose your Trek dealership. And until they figure out how many airlines we're supposed to have, there is overcapacity at some point. Until they do that to where the airlines say, okay, we won't hurt each other, it'll never happen. You know what I mean? It's just, that's, I guess, when you look at it, it's pure competition, right? Somebody will go below what they will. There are some airlines when I hear a price, because people tell me at a party, your airline sucks, man. They were going to charge me this much, so I flew. Name your airline. And if you look at the price of the ticket, you couldn't cover the gas for how far they're flying.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way.
Yeah.
It just couldn't happen. So, there are instances where certain airlines do certain practices, and it could only hurt them to try and get market share for later on, is what I'm guessing. But, there's a price that you just have to pay. You got to pay for the gas somewhere, and you got to pay for the maintenance somewhere. And, that's why airlines are pretty cutthroat when it comes down to it. I mean, I'm sure in somewhere, where our administration, there's a group of people, and all they do is monitor the different rates the different airlines are charging. Can we compete there? Can we not compete there? And there's a group of people. That's what they get paid to do, is to find the margin on different routes. Yeah.
So you think they're just losing money then? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, like how they can claim that they're more profitable, but by quite a large margin than other airline companies, and yet you're saying that they're can't even pay for the gas that it would cost to fly the people. So they've got to be making their money somewhere.
Somewhere. I mean, that's always been the talk with Virgin. How could they have so many airplanes and have such a?
Is it just baggage price? Is that
or comfort?
I mean, because you're looking at the ticket price and you're saying that wouldn't even pay for the gas. But what about the luggage fare price? Like, is that where they're making up the difference? Is by making people pay for luggage, or maybe it's through? What's that?
That's on. I'm in the front. That's I guess you'd say, part of the admin. I couldn't tell you. There's people that's their whole job at the airlines are to figure out prices. Literally, that's what they do. They've got the programs, and their whole goal is to generate what they can for what the route, produces for each day. And it changes, it changes all the time. Like if the Super Bowl, for instance, when it was in Santa Clara way back, I only remember this one because I was supposed to stay in Oakland at a hotel, and they shipped me all the way out to Pleasanton, where my family's at, which was an hour from the airport that I was going out of. I was actually going out of Frisco, but they shipped me all the way out there because of hotel prices. Everything's figured out in the price, from where we stay to, the fees that we have to pay to the hotels, to the van driver, because we pay for services to take us to the hotels. It's a whole business in itself to generate what the airlines do. Like, we took a huge hit, obviously, on this IT, because imagine, I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but my trip got canceled last week. Not canceled, changed. What was it? 6 times.
Wow.
And I was in a hotel in Vegas for 2 days when I was supposed to be there for 20 hours. That got changed to 12 to an all-nighter, which got canceled to another all-nighter, which got canceled to the next day's all-nighter. And I'm still getting paid for that, and they're having to pay the hotel. And yeah, crazy. Crazy. So yeah, the people that do the accounting, I guess, would be part of that for the airlines. Yeah, you got to be sharp. And we have incentives at airline, and I think all the majors do, of profit sharing. We're part of the company, and they give us extra money if we're more efficient. And it's very hard it's very hard in the cockpit to be much more efficient. I think somebody was telling me the other day was, do you make up time in the air? If you guys are behind, and literally in the air, I can only make up for maybe 2 minutes an hour, maybe, depending on the winds, maybe 2 minutes. But you know what? Where we make up the time is the people cleaning the airplane. If they can get the airplane cleaned up in 15 minutes earlier, look what they did, what I could do. They did what I could do times 3 or 5.
Yucca, good morning.
Hey, Yucca.
Buenos dias. Good morning.
I was just curious,
What's up, everybody?
are you a little late because you didn't know where to go?
Yeah.
Sorry, I should have put out a message saying that I was going to be streaming today, but I wanted to give myself an opportunity to be able to back out if I needed to.
I was waiting in line outside and nobody opened the door. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But welcome back.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Anything new? What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about the Olympics? You want to talk about the Olympics?
No. So Melissa talked to me about that. She's like, "Do you know what's going on with the Olympics?" And I was like, "I never watched the opening and closing ceremonies ever before because I could care less about those. I really don't care. I'm usually there. I'm usually there to watch the athletes, and that's about it. I don't really care. I could care less about all the other shit."
They're no longer athletes. They're called transformers.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't even pay attention to that stuff. It's about as fun as watching people swim laps. That's the most boring thing ever, isn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like that's such a boring. There's a couple different sports that I just don't know why it's like people even enjoy watching. I mean, I understand why people want to compete in them, but I don't understand why anybody would want to watch it. Like, it is just not fun to watch people swim laps. I'm sorry, but it's not fun.
Well, wait a minute. There's unless you're watching a different type where they're naked and you have cameras under there and they're swimming back and forth.
Diving is fun to watch. That's pretty impressive, especially when somebody flops right on their back. Track and field, or specifically just track. I don't really get too much out of just watching people run around in circles. I never got anything out of that. Could care less. I actually like all of the other events besides the running portion of it.
So did you see Wolverine and Spider-Man?
No, I saw Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah, I did on Thursday. Highly recommend it.
Yeah,
I can't even. Did you see it?
No, I'm taking Hayden and 4 of his friends 4:00 showing today.
Kate, let me ask you a quick question. Have you seen Loki?
The TV show?
Yeah.
Or
TV.
I've seen a couple episodes, but not a whole bunch. But they have.
Okay, so you know about the TVA though, right?
The what?
Okay, that's not good.
What's a TVA?
Yeah, you probably should sit down and watch the Loki series real quick if you can. At least a couple episodes if you can get them in before you go.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at least maybe even just at least the very first one at the very least.
Oh, I think I saw that. Yeah.
Okay, then you should know what the TVA is. Am I saying it wrong? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. You're making me question myself.
The thing that they travel in.
Yes, the time travel stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I know that.
As long as you have a reference of that, then you'll be all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they're pumped up. We're going to we're actually driving an hour to go to an AMC that has the in-seat dining.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Yeah, we're going bougie.
Why drive when you can fly out there? I don't understand you.
Short runway, Yucca. Short runway.
Kim, thank you very much. It's good to be back.
Hey JJ, are you able to are you able to fly Cessnas? Like, if you can go rent one, can you actually fly those?
Yeah, I've got a airline transport rating. I can fly anything.
Fly anything. All right.
How, yeah, how
I mean,
now you got me curious though. Like when you say you can fly anything, is it like driving a car?
To me, it is. Yeah.
So like you get in one car, you get in one airplane, and it's just like there is no other airplane that you would get into and be like, holy shit, how do I do this?
Well, what aren't the buttons somewhere else?
Yeah, you just pull out a manual. For instance, before I joined the Navy, I had 400 hours of small airplane time, and I probably flew at the flying club I was at.
What about a helicopter?
No, I don't have a rotary rating. Different story.
Different
story. So not everything.
Not everything. Yep. How about a drone?
That's not an airplane. That's a helicopter.
What about an Osprey?
Helicopter.
Osprey is not a. Is it technically a helicopter? There's no way it's a helicopter.
Yeah, it probably in the military has its own rating, but no, I mean a rotary rating is a separate license. I have the highest license you can get for an airplane, airline transport.
Oh.
But I probably flew 15 different airplanes before I joined the Navy. You get involved with the flight club, and the only reason that they call getting checked out is insurance. They want to make sure you're not going to rent an airplane and go thrash yourself. So you just go up with one of the local instructors and start it up, and you should know the approach speed and the landing speed, and just do a couple landings and off you go.
See, so you can't write everything then.
But I can remember, before I joined the Navy, I'd go up with guys in a 300 horsepower Malibu or what's a Piper Tomahawk, I think was 112 horsepower single engine. It was just not that big a deal. It was like you said, getting into a car and going flying. But when you get into the bigger ones, obviously like what I'm doing now, you can't just get in one, because anything over 12,000, I think it's 500 pounds. You have to have a type rating, meaning you did a series of checks to get qualified for that. And then you couldn't just jump into an Airbus or a Boeing, or I couldn't get into a 787 and just start it up. I mean, I could probably get close, but you just take out a checklist and you just go through it, and that's how you learn how to fly the bigger planes.
Well,
but yeah, I could go rent a Piper or whatever and go fly. I just don't pay for. I don't pay to do it.
You know what that sounds like? It sounds like a mouthful of excuses.
Oh, wow! Damn. Actually, let me replay that. I just realized I'm a hypocrite. Oh, so you can't do it. Oh man, yeah, you're right. No, you just go through a checklist and do it.
Well, what about like an aircraft that perhaps is not in English?
Like a
like a Chinese.
I can remember going up to when I was at El Toro. We'd take the T-34 Charlie, and if we didn't have anything to do and it had to burn some time, we'd go up to Mojave Airport, and there's a ton of military or just crazy stuff up there. Like what's his name? Dick Rutan. He's got a hangar up there with those weird-looking airplanes he makes, and met a guy that owned a tank, which was pretty hilarious. But one guy had a MiG-19. He had a MiG-19 that he had bought, and he had some guys doing Bondo work, as crazy as this sounds. And he was going to get his private pilot license in that MiG-19. He had never flown another airplane. He was going to get his private pilot license in that airplane. And I remember looking in the cockpit, and it's got altitude, it's got vertical speed, it's got airspeed, it's got a throttle. You just got to get it started. I mean, I
heard all you like airline pilots join, like when you get your license, you get entered into this big club, right? But you guys don't talk about that.
Well, that's if it's a club I can't talk about.
Yeah, it's the first rule of
Fight Club.
Flight Club.
Flight Club.
Flight Club.
I like that. You got to make a shirt like that.
Man, that's funny.
We don't talk about Flight Club.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't talk about. That's cool. I like that. I heard that pilots. Do you have a coin?
I do not. That's an Air Force thing that turned Navy.
Oh,
I have patches.
okay.
I have patches.
Patches, like patches on what? On like your back?
No.
Because you don't shave correctly. Patches on your
Indians.
face. What is it?
Indians.
Hold on a
Indians?
minute. Hey, here's something. I got the. Here's something from Flight Club. Do you see this one?
Oh,
That's
he's showing-
colorful.
He's showing
You can
pictures.
print that in your printer.
Can you read it?
I don't want to.
But that's like
I don't want to
that's
share
like
your information, but
kindergarten stuff.
No. It's the Ancient Order of Tail Hookers. So that was my first trap on an aircraft carrier on the USS Lexington.
What is that?
pinball machine.
Oh, cool.
He likes to hit balls.
An aircraft carrier.
Yeah. I don't understand how.
Whoa.
You as a.
Here, instead of the coins, back when I was flying, we had, like, that's my fleet squadron, the Nighthawks.
That's cool.
And then,
what else do you have back there?
That's when I got.
Are you sure you I don't think you're supposed to be talking about this stuff.
Oh, look at
There's
that.
1,000 hours.
I can order that
And
online.
when you get that. Yeah.
Who's that in pink?
That's Derek.
He's probably gonna get in trouble. For
In
talking
trouble.
No, you guys have talked to Dara before. No, you don't talk to. Who was that? Danny. She don't talk to Danny anymore.
That was Danny that in pink?
No,
she won't
that was
talk to
Derek.
Danny. What did Danny? Danny's like the nicest guy in the whole wide world. Why would she not talk to Danny?
If you want to talk to
Danny
me,
made it. Danny made a joke, and she did not like his.
What did he? What could Danny have possibly? Danny's like the nicest guy.
It was ChatGPT probably that made the joke.
But yeah, did Danny really make the joke?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was ChatGPT. Come on. Back him up.
He made an off-color joke, and I can't remember what it was, but I got the shit eye like you read about. Like, aren't you going to defend me? I go, he was just having fun with you. And she's like, I didn't think it was funny. I went, ooh.
Are you sure it was Danny? Danny doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would do. Danny's very PG.
It was sort of PG, but could have been interpreted another way. Yeah.
Poor
I can't
Danny.
believe I haven't gotten a hit back. I say all this crazy shit, and she still loves you.
It was, I laughed about it, which was worse. And yeah, it didn't go well.
Well, now we got to hear the joke.
I don't know the joke. You got to ask Danny.
I'm going to ask Danny.
Can you ask her?
Probably
I'm sure she remembers.
Oh, yeah, she probably will, but I'm not going to bring it up.
Oh, okay. I should go to break then.
I'm no dummy.
All right.
I don't know what. I'm not going to ask her because nope. Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to tell you right now, you're going to really enjoy that movie today. So have fun.
Here's what I'm working on right now, by the way. There's my Peloton.
Why is it in the corner?
Because you guys probably heard that scraping sound.
Oh, I see that.
Hold on a minute. I'll tell you what I'm about to do.
Is that? Oh yeah. What's going on with your floor?
Do you ever stop home projects?
No, I don't. Because I can't afford to pay people.
It's because his house is like 8,000 square feet.
Like, at some point, don't you just kind of get pissed off that you're moving from one project to another?
20 rooms in there.
Don't you ever just get to enjoy your home?
What is that? Are you gonna put that in your house?
So this is that matting. Hold on a minute. I gotta put it.
Does that go under the floor?
Yeah, hold on a minute. So you join
Hey,
it
guys.
together.
I'm gonna sign off real quick. I have a dentist appointment. I'll be back later.
All right, take care.
It's that
See you around.
gym, that gym matting. So it's actually pretty heavy when you look at it. It's pretty thick.
Thick.
Guys, I'm gonna take off. I need to go get a break in here. Let my vocal cords rest a little.
Oh, come on, you just got back, man.
I'm not used to my vocal. This will excite you. I haven't had my vocal cords stretched like this in a long time. Yucca.
Do it, Yucca. Do it.
All these men back here stretching your vocal cords.
Yeah, they're a little rusty.
Yucca, that was so easy. Come on. I'll stretch the cord for you.
We gotta find out what Danny told for a joke. We gotta remember to
I'm
ask
telling
him
you,
that.
it wasn't a joke. It was a comeback, and it was just a little salty.
Most comebacks are.
I don't think. Yeah, I'll stretch you with some salt.
All right, I'm going to break. I'm laughing too much already. All right, I'm out. I'll see you guys in a bit.
So yeah, you said, Yucca, you still there?
Yeah.
All right. So it's censored. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So yeah, when the first time you land on an aircraft carrier, that's when you get the Ancient Order of Tailhooker certificate. So I got that back in '88. Yeah, '88, and then your first solo, you get that certificate.
You do that one without a hooker?
Yeah, because I flew that airplane. It doesn't have a tail hook. I don't think I have a picture of the two. Let me see. I might have a picture of that plane. No.
Here's a bag of spare parts.
That's my. I used to stand on the back of the aircraft carrier and grade the landing.
Here's a few parts that fell off the plane. I got them in a bag here.
The gear.
I don't think I have a picture of the T2.
Got parts in there. He's right.
Yeah.
This is where the door bolts from the 767.
How about that one?
Oh, that's pretty cool. Who is that?
That's me.
You think everything is a plane, don't you? Trying to take off on everything.
I thought I had a picture on the T2.
I don't even know how to use Photoshop.
Yeah, this is before we had cameras on your phone.
Hey, Jeweler Pro.
I have to find those T2 pictures. That's pretty cool.
Casey's mic still on.
Yeah.
Oh, did you mute it? Okay, finally he muted it. Maybe not.
Oh, here's a good picture. Oh, thanks. The boys like that. How about that's a handsome dude?
Who is that?
That's me. Back, 40 years ago? Did not know that I was going to fly
Holding a
that
big
airplane.
stick.
Yeah, I was the guide. I was in shape, so I got to carry.
White shoes?
I get some lunch. I'll talk to y'all.
Later. What's going on, Yucca?
What's happening?
Nada, another day, another dollar.
Yeah.
How's your printing coming along?
Oh, it's good. It printed that one that I slowed down, but it wasn't that much of a difference. I learned.
Yeah.
other techniques during that time, which I'm gonna actually put it to print right now. There's another way of printing supports using a tree method. It's called tree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I guess they go into different directions to support areas that are gonna hang over.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do
Yep.
that. Oh, I got
You know, you're
Hold on a
doing
second.
that's exactly. We do the same thing with jewelry, except
Go ahead.
we do the same thing with jewelry, except it's smaller scale. Of course, it's ring size. So they print pretty quick. But you want them.
Oh, you use the resin. You guys use resin.
We use one that you can burn out and cast, and a
Yeah,
lost like
Yeah, I think I've seen that a lot of people use, like for details you use.
Yes.
You dip it.
But
You
see,
has that with the photo, right? Photo.
it's the curing is with a UV light,
Yeah, the UV.
so you can. It's a little easier to handle while you're trying to sprue it up and test it and stuff like that. But what we've noticed is the faster you print, it has more of that Lego look to it,
Yeah.
versus it's when the passes are smaller, it gives you that smoother finish, what you want. But see, you're working with the finished surface that you get. I'm casting it, and then once I get it from a flask from the metal, I still have to go in and emery the ring down a little bit, to polish it.
Mm.
There's an extra step there in finishing, but you're just printing it right off, so you get what you get.
Yeah, you get what you get. That's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna try this tree method. It's gonna take me 14 hours, but it's fine. I'd rather start now. Here we go. Another Trump
statue.
Yeah.
Bro, Jeweler, you about ready to sell all them Rolexes you were showing us the other day? You're going to save that day date for me whenever we mow ass. I said, if you want to save that day date for me whenever we mow ass, I'm in, man.
Okay. Well, that's just what we have in this store. We got 6 other stores, so we're done. Yeah, I'm looking forward to after MOAS because I'm going to be on call. Fly in, sell a Rolex, fly out, do some fishing while we're there. Every Rolex purchase gets a free fishing trip.
Nice.
Sold, baby, sold. Yeah. It'll be fun. All right. Well, I was taking a little break. I could get back to. I got a setting project I got to get started on. Take me a couple hours.
You guys still here or?
I am.
Okay.
I'm still here.
I didn't know if maybe my Discord was not working. Casey's on break.
Yeah.
Hey, Pirate.
How are we
Hey.
looking? If I can ask, how's AMC doing?
517. Hit I don't know if it's an intraday low, but it hit 514. about 3 or 4 minutes ago, and it's kind of bouncing off of that for the moment. GameStop is at 23.75.
Did you guys think that anything going on with Andrew Left might be beneficial?
Comms broke up.
I think he's going to cry and tell on everybody.
Oh, is my mic jacked up?
You're better. That's better now.
I got in the car. I watched a couple of stuff pop up on Reddit on that Andrew Left, and it can't be negative, but I wonder if it'll help us at all if he starts squealing.
Well, I mean, it can be negative. If other hedgies will see that he got caught and nothing happened to him, like if they're gonna, I don't know, let him go or slap him on the wrists, you know, can kind of be negative. So I'm hoping he goes to fucking jail for a very long fucking time. Sorry, but there's people out there who are gonna go and steal a piece of bread or whatever to feed their family, and they're going to jail, but these fuckers still billions and nothing happens. So yeah, I want Papa Mac, where have you been for the last few fucking centuries? Nothing has to happen.
They wouldn't have piled on the 20 years per what do you call it, charge, and have it stack up to 370 if there wasn't something they were trying to get him on. He was no different than what's his name, the midget on CNBC, who's always bad mouthing AMC.
Asparino.
Yeah, he's just as shitty as Gasparino, saying stuff, buy this, buy that, but he was buying and selling, and obviously from what I read about the when I read the little charge sheet, I wish they'd get Gasparino on one of those things.
But you also have the what's his face, the druggy guy who looks like he's always on drugs. The Kramer guy.
Yeah.
For how many stocks did they set up the exit liquidity with him? You know, like, oh, this thing's going to the moon. Like, you know, buy, and then you see it like within days it's dumping. Like literally, he knows when shit's gonna happen, and he's, you know, so-called advising people exactly the opposite, just so that they lose, freaking, you know, put him in jail or whatever. But that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I think,
you know, DFV says something, oh no, to jail. How dares he talk about GME?
Yeah, I think Kramer gets away with it because he probably has a Series 7 securities license, and DFV doesn't. But it doesn't matter. DFV is against he's different in the system, and Kramer can just say, "Well, it was when I said it," and he's got that over 60 crowd that follows him because they thought he was cool. Nobody's really talked about what kind of licenses that DFV had, but he wasn't giving advice. He was showing his account, which I think is completely different.
Yeah, exactly.
He's always just said, "I'm here for the company, love Ryan Cohen. Here's what I have." Now, I also think he hasn't shown everything he has.
I don't know if he needs to show.
Yeah.
Everything.
He was just showing people what he's doing, and I think that's straight up. That's what's wrong with that. If we can't do that, then we can't even talk at a bar.
I did not go to the store to get lunch meat, so I got to buy some sandwiches. I hate doing this. You guys getting some rain?
Later. Richard, did you see Deadpool yet?
No, not yet. I went. I went on Saturday to see Minions with my daughter. But yeah, I'm planning for this week to go and see Deadpool. Just need to figure out with basically with the in-laws when they which day they can stay with the kiddos, and we're going for it.
Yeah, I'm taking the real Hayden here in about an hour. We're going to go to a bougie theater. Thanks. Taking 4 of the boys. Well, 5 technically with my son. And we got the theater we go to. The seat, the row we're on is like a rail, and then below is the handicap seating. So we got the elevated seat right into the screen. Can't wait.
Nice.
Oh, I just got an update to the sandwich order now. I'm like the shittiest Uber driver in the world. I drive everywhere and I get paid nothing. All right.
JJ, is that 8?
Bitcoin sure is on a slide.
Say what now? Oh, he just jumped. Ooh, little drop to 511. What?
You have to say thank you for the discounts and
Yeah, right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Bitcoin fell to 66,731. Still falling.
Anybody know where SSR is today? 10% down, I know. Looks like SSR is 466 according to KC string.
Kolkata di. Fishku. Pishku. Actually, wait, we'll go to the next one. We'll go over here. Wait, do we have Pirate here in the back of the Trump? Pirate, you around?
Yeah, buddy.
Are you gonna go and see Deadpool as well?
No, man. You know I don't leave my home.
I know. Just think you might enjoy these ones. Like they would be so much down your alley. Like the type of comedy, the sarcasm, the dirty jokes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll enjoy it at my home theater. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure my sons will both will see it in the theaters. I know they're putting up. It's making good news as far as the box office and all that goes. So I'm excited about the whole thing.
Oh yeah. I'm happy because it's been one of my favorites. Like since the first one came out, just the fact that you don't have all this politically correctness and you don't have any agendas that are trying to come through, you know, through the movie.
Beautiful.
So
Truly beautiful.
yeah. It's basically when you let a guy do whatever the fuck he wants to do without anyone telling you, oh, you know, you can't do this, you can't do that. Just let him be.
Right.
Something
Let him work his
amazing
art.
can come out.
Let him work his art. Yeah.
I just hope others take it as a lesson and just stop it with DEI bullshit and agendas and political correctness and stuff like that. I was kind of discussing with the wife, debating if to shell out like $100 ish on a low quality projector just to watch movies, you know, like on the sitting out on the balcony and on the side of the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Able to watch some movies in the evenings in the summer. But
Yeah, the kids would enjoy that.
the thing is, with these type of expenses, I'm kind of caught in the middle because it's not something we need on one side, and on the other side, you buy cheap, you buy twice, right? So it's like, well, we don't need it, but if we go with the crappy one, we're gonna be disappointed, right? So we're gonna be maybe even predisposed to spend more. Then it's like, where do you go? Do you not buy it, or do you increase the budget?
Yeah.
So
I have a habit of and it's just me. I prefer to have nothing. If I can't get the good stuff, I'd rather wait. Now I'll make exceptions to that. You know, there's exceptions to every rule, but more often than not, I prefer to wait until I can have the higher end product, or I do without.
Goddamn, I think I should get myself checked for COVID. Got this thing from my daughter like over a week ago, and it's still not letting go. I'm just arriving back home, so I'm gonna probably need to have a catch up with the missus, take over the kids probably for a while, and then do some groceries. But I'll be lurking with the headphone in my ear.
Yeah, gotta take care of business, man. Do your thing. We'll be here when you get back.
I had to go like 3 cities over to a vet, and on Friday I have to go again. So it's gonna be every few days apparently. Hope it's gonna help. Going on mute for now.
All right, I'm back.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Trevor, good to see you.
Good to see you, man. Glad you're back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. All right. Let's do this. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at let's see what we got going on here for our numbers. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be a part of your account or in it. If you set that up, and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, then you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys are getting those statements in your email or snail mail, however you choose to get it, so that you can have proof of ownership of what it is that you hold in case something should happen with your broker and they misreport what it is that you're holding. It can happen. So protect yourself. All right. Here we go. Starting with off exchange, normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see right around 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, we have about 51.76% going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.54 for a combined total of 65.3%, or about 2.3% more volume than I would expect normally going through those exchanges. CHX is at 0.42. Or 39. Ooh, look at that. We've got a big spike in CHX volume on AMC. 39,870 shares being returned through CHX. That is definitely over a 30,000 number that gets me all excited. That is a big number. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 5,487 shares. Lots of shares being returned today. According to IBKR, no new additional shares have been borrowed, only about 100,000 so far today. We did see the rebate drop down to about 0.81 and then started to climb back up as fees have went from 4.51 to 4.19. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 8.46 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day, according to Ortex. That has dropped down to 6.76 million shares. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 16.65%. I am not getting any cost to borrow numbers today, which I think is kind of interesting. I'm not sure why that's the case. But anyways. Shares on loan for the day is at 102.13 million shares since the reverse split and conversion. That's the most shares we've ever had on loan before. And our short share interest of the free float is at 59.47 million shares estimated. GME is showing about 161,000 shares returned so far. Options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today has been coming in at a $5.50 strike. There was 11.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 16.2. Highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $5 strike. There was 3.1 thousand contracts in volume. As of an hour ago, it's now 4.4 thousand contracts. The market is suggesting a closing price between 5 and 5.5 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME, are the only two I'm looking for. Due to the fact that we both have low amounts of volume, I would suspect that we will not be on this list. And we are not. MMRI an hour ago was 271.49. It's now 271.12. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates, 0.209 as of an hour ago. 0.211 now. Currently, the NASDAQ is up 0.51, Dow Jones is up 0.03, and the S&P 500 is up 0.34. We have 3,635 decliners to 1,951 advancers. The market is more declining this hour than it was an hour ago and is now in that territory of hot lava, don't touch the floor, it'll burn your feet territory. Again, for the second time today. Sectors, they're not performing well for the day today. We've got energy followed by financials. The top two performing sectors are consumer discretionary followed by communications. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7. 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since Friday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is up 6.67. NYCB is down 6.73. Stank of California is down 2.43. And that is it.
I don't know if it was accurate, Casey. Someone reported earlier that the cost to borrow was at 4.4%, and that was up.
Yeah, that's what that off exchange chart is representing, or chartexchange.com rather. That's what they're reporting. I'm not seeing I'm not seeing Ortex reporting it, so I'm not saying that's not true. It's just that IBKR is usually one. Ortex looks at all the different reporting agencies and then reports, and I haven't seen any reports on that today, and I'm not sure why. Gold is currently down 0.13 but trending up. Silver is down 0.68, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.77, trending down. The US dollar is up 0.22 and trending down. Oil is down 1.47 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.05 to 0.07 and very slightly trending upwards. Actually, just the mortgage-backed securities for BlackRock are trending up. It looks like Vanguards are consolidating. SPY is up 0.24 and consolidating. Maybe looking like it's starting to move into a break, into a downtrend. VIX is currently down 0.55 and trending down. VB is down 0.5, trending down. VBR is down 0.35 and consolidating. Tesla is up 5.39% and trending up. Amazon is up 0.7 and trending up. Actually, it's looking like a little bit like consolidation after a trend up. Cinemark is up 2.48 and breaking into a downtrend after trending up. Doge is down 3.37, trending down. Bitcoin is currently down 3.85%, trending down. GME is down 2.16, trending down. HYMC is down 1.58, trending down. NCMI is breaking even and consolidating. Hood is down 0.12, consolidating, and AMC is down 0.93 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. There's approximately about $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 10.07 million shares traded so far. After 238 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 16.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. The pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 10 to 20 million. I think I even narrowed it down. I said probably more like 10 to 15 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and that's starting to look like that's going to really be the case. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.71, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.98, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the Vortex indicator within the last hour and a half. RSI is at 38.63, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.53, which is below average. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Andrew says, the feds got so mad at Ken Griffin for market manipulation that they arrested Andrew Left. Hey, Ron, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you. Um, who we got in the back of the big tramp? I didn't know if I was
Audio Tits, Preacher, Trevor, UPS delivery driver, and yours truly.
I didn't know if I was going to share this or not. I feel like I got two different things I want to share with you guys, but let me see if I can.
Jason, what's your thoughts on Ryan Cohen changing around his Twitter profile?
Somebody had made a comment on Twitter that I strongly agree with, and let me pull up his profile here real quick. Hold on one second. Apparently, he doesn't have a check mark anymore. Did you know that?
Somebody stated if you change your profile picture or information, that it takes it away for a couple of days, but I'm not sure.
Right. I'm trying to find the profile. I can't find. Can anybody tell me what the @ is on that? Because I'm not sure what it is.
I don't know off the top of my head.
You would
I
think.
believe it's just at Ryan Cohen.
Yeah, I typed that in and it didn't pull it up.
I just pulled it up. Yeah, at Ryan Cohen.
At Ryan
And the check mark is back.
Cohen. I don't see it. Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. I know what I just did. Okay, hold on a second here. Okay, there it is. All right. I don't see the check mark.
Really? I do.
This is what I see. Here's the interesting thing. And I tend to agree with this. Phonetically, she, hers, shares. Transformation, shares.
I can't say you're wrong.
She, hers, shares. Shares are going to go through transformation. I don't see how else you could read that. I think everybody's just trying to. I think anybody who wants to try and read into that is him making some kind of statement about people switching their identity or something like that. I think are probably. I mean, that's what a perfect. I guess what a perfect way to be able to say something like that, and and have people think that you're trying to be woke. Shares. That's what it looks like. Shares.
I agree with you.
His picture went through a transformation, a change, and so maybe he's projecting a change in the company. That's what it kind of seems like, maybe, perhaps. I liked it. I think that's to me seems like the most logical thing. That if you wanted to send out a message, what a perfect way to do it. I don't think so, Dario. If I had to guess, I would say that that's probably AI. He probably used AI to say, take this picture and transform it into a woman. He probably took his own picture and just said, transform it into a woman. So it's probably an AI picture. Yep. Good one, though. Thanks for bringing that up, because that's definitely something I wanted to talk about.
Do you have a theory about all the Trump words that he wrote in the one tweet?
He did it 665 times. I saw a lot of stuff on the. He also tweeted out Kamala 2069. I'm not quite sure of what to make out of that. You could potentially say, I mean, if you wanted to maybe like long roundabout way of looking at this, and maybe not very accurate, but 2T plus 35 dates back to back would be a T70. So I'm not sure if that's why he's putting in 2069. I'm not sure, is 2069 even an election year? Probably not. Let's check it out and see, though. Let's see here. This one does not look far enough ahead. It looks like 64 is an election year. So I would imagine if 64 is an election year, then '69 would not be. But let me just keep checking just to make sure. I mean, we could just do the math, right?
I would think all elections are on even years.
Yeah. 2068. So it goes 2060, 2064, 2068, 2069 is not an election year. So I don't think it has anything to do with an election. I think he's using that as a disguise to be able to post the numbers 2069. Like I said, 2T35 settlements would be 2 plus 70, not 2069. So it's close, but not quite. I don't know.
What are your thoughts about Trump stating that he would fire Gary Gensler? I know you've responded to me personally, but maybe the class would like to hear your thoughts on
I just
Hester
don't.
Pierce and all
Yeah,
of that.
I just don't want to see Hester Pierce. I would rather have Gary
Yeah,
Gensler
me
than
either.
Hester Pierce.
I don't either. Yeah, I was disappointed when somebody pointed out that I guess Trump appointed Hester Pierce. I didn't know that, but
Yeah.
I guess that doesn't necessarily mean she's guaranteed to be the heir apparent. But yeah, I don't care for her either. All things being equal, I think I'd rather keep Gary Gensler than have Hester Pierce. But
I am
it's
almost
neither here nor there.
certain.
He's made it clear that he's going to show Gary Gensler the door. So it begs the question: who will be the anointed one?
I am almost certain that I've heard him suggest that he would like to make her the head in the past. And somebody said on Twitter when I responded to it, they said that the reason he put her in there in the first place was to expose her. And I think that's got to be the most dumbest thing I've ever heard in my whole life. Like, if you're gonna, like, I don't know. I'm sorry, but
You couldn't sell me that.
Yeah, you can't. You don't go putting people into positions of power and
reward them
to expose them, because if you fail to expose them, you are damaging yourself worse.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I don't buy that.
Weak. That's weak sauce. Yeah.
You don't surround yourself with your enemies. You shouldn't. Doesn't make very much sense to do that. You want to be strength. You want to have strength. So you want to support. You want support behind your actions. And one of the things that I think you need to realize is that in terms of political past, Trump is a businessman and he favors big business. And Hester Pierce is a big business proponent.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that he's appointed somebody and then regretted it. I mean, he's had no shortage of. He stubbed his toe in his first administration. The names elude me right now, but
tons of them.
But there were several that he specifically anointed them, and then in no short order they were almost diametrically opposed in their opinions and policies. So it wouldn't be the first time.
Not trying. You got to send me a message either through Discord, which is you can search me out as AMKC, or and you can send me a friend request there, or you can go to Twitter and send me a message through Twitter. Either way, if I'm not following you, you won't be able to send me a message on Twitter. Just respond to any one of my things and say, "Hey, follow me, you moron," or whatever. When I say it, I'll be like, "All right, I'll laugh, and it'll be funny." To me. Everybody else will think you're just calling me a moron. I mean, what better of a way to try and know the good people from the bad people? Like, if you want me to follow you back, say, "Follow me, moron." Nobody who would really want to follow who was bad would actually say that. So, perfect. See, I see your friend request. Give me 1 second here. So, I gotta, I'm gonna send you a message real quick here. Oh, and maybe I'm not. Hold on a second.
It's a brand new account. Spanking new, shiny account. Hardly any mileage on it whatsoever.
No, it's not.
No?
Well, the one you're looking at is, but...
Yeah. You see...
I think I know who this is.
Far more. Oh, okay.
Give me 1 second here. Not trying. Tendy says, not trying. How many people have you killed? It's like I think that's a reference to Walking Dead, if I'm not mistaken. How many people have you killed? Yeah, Walking Dead. Yeah. That used to be the question that they would ask everybody. And it was like, if they said that they hadn't killed anybody, it was like an instant death sentence for them, because it's like, there's no way that you could have made it through a zombie apocalypse without not killing somebody at least once along the way. So it was like they knew instantly that if somebody said, nope, never killed anybody, I was like, they knew that what they had to do with them right away. They just kill them right there. And then the people who are honest about it, I think sometimes, I feel like more often than not, they would look for like remorse if they had to talk about people that they did kill. Which is kind of, I always kind of like that. I always thought that was kind of, it's true. Like, if you were really into legit zombie apocalypse and the world went to crap, there's not going to be good people out there, you know? And you would probably have to do some things you regretted. Or didn't want to have to do, but had to.
One of my mainstream media crawlers just said that Kramer called a bottom for CrowdStrike. So if anybody knows the inverse Kramer trade, that must mean that CrowdStrike still has more to fall.
But yeah, I'm trying to stay. I got a little political this weekend, and I regretted it afterwards. I really heavily regretted it, because I don't want to make my profile account about being political, because we have way too many things that are trying to
Drive a wedge.
Drive a wedge in our community at all, in any kind of way whatsoever. And the last thing I want to do is be that source of a wedge. And fortunately, I did accomplish in driving a wedge between some people. So, and that was not what I wanted. I didn't want that. So I'm trying to stay very, very heavily away from that, if at all possible. I don't want to see people fighting. I'm not here for an election. That's not what I'm here for. And good luck to everybody on both sides. You know, I can get along with everybody on both sides. I know I can. I've done it my whole life. I've always viewed political differences as life experience differences. And just because I may not agree with you on some kind of policies that you may have in terms of, like, you know, some of the hot topics like abortion or maybe even fiscal policy or anything like that. Maybe we may not agree, and that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. I've never, ever, ever once had a problem with the fact that somebody has a differing opinion than I have. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And I don't understand why there's become this massive hatred for differing ideas, and why people allow differing of ideas to drive wedges into communities of people, human beings that have lived different lives. And just because you have a difference of opinion doesn't mean that you're right, but it doesn't mean that I'm right either. And sometimes I think that's where the balance kind of falls. And a lot of this is that, you know, it's kind of like, I hate to sound like Zen, but it's like yin and yang. You have to have a little bit of one, you have to have something on one side, you have to have something on another side to get to the middle. Because somewhere in the middle is where the right answer more than likely really is. And so that's the beauty behind having differing opinions. Because not all of us have the same life experiences that give us a different perspective that we have.
I tend to agree. The only thing I might argue with you on, take the other side of the debate on, is that it seems like increasingly in this modern age that the extremes have the biggest voice. The people who live in the middle, the quote normies, or just like you said, the middle ground folks, I think they get overlooked. And
I would agree. I don't think that we would agree. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
But that's the way it's always going to be, and it's going to be on both sides, right? Like that's always the case. Outliers are always going to be the things that raise red flags. Always. And we have to watch out for that on both sides. Like we need to make sure that there's, you know, we need to watch out for those kind of people and be like, you know, look, you know, reel those guys in, you know, reel them in and say like, hey, wait a minute, you're going down a dark road here. Let's talk about this. Let's, because I'm, you know, maybe they would perceive it better from somebody on the same side, from viewpoints. Reel them in a little. Don't let them stick out there on the far ends and become these like people that have a hatred for the rest of the world. It's awful. What a terrible way to live your life. Okay. All right. Give me a second here. I'm gonna bring somebody in here real quick. Let's see how this. Here we go. Sometimes I make poor decisions in life.
That was a little bit of a sinister laugh right there, man.
Sometimes I make poor decisions in life, and sometimes I make, you know, sometimes
that was like a Disney production laugh, like.
yeah, definitely, yeah. I'm.
All right, I'm in though. I'm in. I'm all in. Yeah.
Let's ride this.
That was kind of like that one of those.
Let's ride this roller coaster.
Do this, yeah. Yeah.
It reminds me of like what is it? The Disney ride? Did you ever play, or did you ever go in the haunted house Disney ride?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you're sitting in the carriage or whatever it's called, and you're moving along, and then they got the ghost that sits in between you. We're going to go for a ride. There might be somebody with you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. How's it going?
Good, Casey. Nice to hear you, man.
Good to see you, John. How you doing today, John?
Good. I got a little bit busy in the morning. Now I'm relaxing a little bit, and I'm about to leave again to go to work.
Did you say again?
Yeah.
Is this like a swing, a double shift or something, or?
Kind of, yeah. I work overnight. I stay a little bit in the morning. Did some stuff, and now I'm going for the evening.
Oh my goodness.
It's okay. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
Yep. How are you? How are you feeling? Better.
Yeah, actually, it's time for me to. I can feel like I'm on the verge of a coughing fit. So it was probably all that deep laughing there, evil laughing that I did that probably hurt me a little. Let me stop talking for like a minute here, real quickly, guys. While we should have a guest joining us here in the back of the Big Tramp maybe in a minute. But I'm gonna take some puffs off of my albuterol inhaler here and see if I can't make this sensation of my lungs wanting to cough away go away. I'll be right back in just a second. You guys that are on the back of the Big Tramp, you're gonna hear everything, so enjoy. All right, I'm back. Couldn't hold it for a minute.
Almost sounded like a Bigum scream.
A Bigum scream?
Dream.
Oh, dream?
Sound like one of his screams where he's sucking on the ball.
Oh, does he do that live?
They used to, not anymore.
Well, he's, oh, by the way, you bring up a great point. He's, his wife's water broke today, so he's going to be is this his first? I don't know if this is his first or not. I think this is his first.
I think it's his second.
Oh,
No, it's a second.
Okay, second. Okay, so he's having his second kid now. Maybe right this very moment, who knows? But he's probably
He
not.
posted that she might need a C-section because there were some complications.
Oh no.
Yeah, so hopefully everything's all right.
Well, I was just thinking like maybe he's stopping from doing the whole token up since he's got a kid on the way, but I don't know. Maybe not. Peter Brady sang for the Silver Platters. I don't know why, but I thought we were talking about a football player. I don't know if that's
Tom Brady.
Yeah, I know. I it finally came to me, but yeah. Let's see here. I still don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I have something I want to share with you guys, but give me a second here. I'm trying to pull it up. John was working on some stuff in the back of the Big Tramp. Or not in the back of the Big Tramp, but in I think it was like data analysis, or I forget, one of the different sections that we have back there. He was working on something, and I kind of thought to myself like, oh, he was making a synthetic price failure, and I kind of shared this a little bit with some of the people in the back of the Big Tramp yesterday night, but I saw what it was that he was trying to do. And so it got me to thinking, oh, hey, I don't know why I've never done it. I just didn't. Actually, I do kind of know why I didn't do it. It's actually for a very specific reason. I'm probably not going to share this at all. But I do want to share the actual coding for this because I'll tell you why. One, I've given you guys everything. I've laid it out there for you guys on how to figure out synthetic price failures. There's a video on how to figure it out and how to do it, how to track price movement so that you can see it. And I've already told you guys before that you can use it on any security that's out there to, figure out entry points and whatnot for a position. But I've never actually created an indicator to plug into TradingView. And so over this last couple of days, I did such a thing. One of the things that I don't like is that I don't have I don't have an indicator for the upwards momentum. If I were to overlay this on top, I can't really do it. This is on a 1 hour time interval. You can see that the first red line is the first synthetic price failure zone. That's the red line. The orange line is the second synthetic price failure zone. And remember, I always told you guys that it's 20, 35, and 60 are the percentages. I've got plugged in here 19.5 because I actually count them once they hit 19.5. It's close enough to 20 that I count it. 35 and 40% values are numbers that are it's very, very close. Sometimes it's 35, sometimes it's 40. It's close enough, and so I just went ahead and put in two different zones. And then I did a 60. And the only time you ever really see 60s that are hit is if the company's failing or you've got some kind of short squeeze that's happening and price is moving up to 60% or more in fluctuation of volatility as it's moving upwards. I know it sounds like a crazy number, but to visualize this, I can take you back. Let me see. I think I can take you back. Yeah. I can take you back to GME's price history, tracking synthetic price failure. And I've got the dates listed over here, and you can go back and, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see the same prices that I've got listed here because obviously it's divided by, 4 an hour or something like that, right? Or, is it 4? Yeah, 4. Anyways, there are times where price will fluctuate up to 60% or more on a downswing before it ever even hits the top. And here you've got a 52.2% drop in price from 136 to 65. 159 down to 61 is a 61.6% drop. And then down here you actually have one on the backside after the highest price had already been reached. On the backside it dropped 76.8% at one particular point when it went from 482 down to 112 and then back up to $321. All these were on the same day. These price movements. You can see these price movements happened on very short periods of time. So high volatility. And these are really important. It's really important to remember that this high volatility doesn't mean that it's the end. It actually means that it's that the end is more when you start seeing less volatility and volume starts to decrease day over day. So you can see that there's the price difference on some of the swings are lower, 18, 15, 29. Then they start jumping up, and this is where you start having your biggest price runs, 52, 61, 50, 51, 76. And then you start to cool off, 39, 55, 33. That's how you can kind of detect when you're getting close to the end of the run. But it's not just this. You remember, synthetic price failure isn't your only indicator you're looking for. The only way you'll truly know that you're getting close to the end is first by watching volume and making sure that volume day over day is decreasing. Because if volume is decreasing day over day, then somebody doesn't need to find shares anymore. The need for forced buying has subsided. And so your volume's going to start decreasing. And that's when synthetic price failure starts to help you to understand where you're looking for points, exit points on the backside of a squeeze. So, but all this information is all stuff that I've told you guys. And if you want to use ChatGPT to build your own synthetic price failure indicator, go for it. You'll also note, too, that on this page, it says 16% move up detected. I've always told you guys 15%. I had to create an indicator that was going to for sure detect price movements, and I've always told you that the price has to move significantly past the synthetic price failure for it to be counted, because there's sometimes where it'll hit that 15% and bounce off of it like 3 or 4 times before you ever get those big moves up to higher prices. And which is very much the case. Like if we move down on this, if we take this 1 hour time interval here and we move down to a let's say like a 10-minute time interval, you can see here if I place a line at that 16%, or if I even went down to the 15% mark, which would be at 522. If I were to place a mark on this page here at 522, right there, you would see that multiple times price was hitting that 15% and going over it. Multiple times, as we had already triggered a synthetic price failure down here. So these are the kind of things that you'd be watching for, is you need to make sure, and that's why I programmed in a 16% movement upwards, because I wanted to make sure that it was only going to trigger or detect a move of 16% or greater. But I just wanted to share this with you guys because every once in a while, I'm thinking about, perhaps maybe if there is, when it comes time to utilize this, I will, so that we all have, or so that we're all on the same page and we can see it tracking, and we know when those zones are going to be hit, because it'll be way easier for me to just have a pre-programmed zones hit, and to let me know when it's happening versus me tracking it manually and writing it down in an Excel spreadsheet, and I can just watch this. So there may be at some point in the future where I transition over to TradingView for monitoring price movement. But I just wanted to kind of let you guys know that I set this up. Yesterday we had some fun and games in the after. I don't talk about other stocks here on this channel now, but if we want to do a fun activity, I can share with you guys my screen, and an off time when we're not doing a live stream, we can plug in random stocks in there, and I can show you how it works, how it plays out, and how it can find you buy zones and sell zones. It's quite fascinating. Anyways, just wanted to share that with you guys.
Oh, thank you. Can you check ticker F
No.
FODOG?
No.
You can't check ticker FODOG.
No.
I heard it's taking.
No, I can't.
Taking it to the face.
Nope.
No.
No.
Damn it. All right, fine.
Maybe eventually I'll release that indicator, or I'll publish it. Yeah. But you can do that. You can use ChatGPT to plug in everything that I told you guys and create your own indicator.
Damn it, Andy.
One timer, it's interesting you should mention that. I kept wondering why ChatGPT was labeling it version 5. Because I was like, this is not my 5th version. So I'm thinking it's using version 5 of Pine. But it's not because I chose it. It's because ChatGPT did.
Are you saying? It's hard for me to hear. Are you saying virgin or version?
Version.
Okay.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Real rugged. Those are backdoor tickers.
I love Short Circuit. That was one of my growing up. I love one of my favorite quotes from that movie. I'll never forget it. Nun soup. They're literally arguing about Johnny Five. They're like, "What are we? Oh, great! I can see the headlines now." Or what are the headlines gonna say when they melt down a bus full of nuns? And then the guy goes, "Nun soup." Oh man, that was a good. That was like one of those great like childhood kid movies that we grew up with.
I heard. I heard. I've seen people actually build a Johnny Five robot.
No, get out! Really?
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah. I would like to have one of those
Yeah, me
following
too.
me around. That's true AI there.
where see shit? Me's no see shit. Did you ever see the second one? Where it was in the city and it was Los Lobos. I can't remember how it went. Boy, man, I used to have that memorized. Something Los Lobos. All I remember is the last part where it kicks your ass into outer space. I can't remember the first part of it. All right, time for numbers.
Numbers.
Yes, Casey, share the numbers. Me, I'm off. I'll catch you up later. Thank you.
All right, John, take care. We didn't get a guest in here, huh?
Yes.
Guest. I give somebody access to the Discord and then they don't show up. It always bothers me.
No, it's, apparently they had second thoughts.
Or it was just they were setting you up.
Yeah, I just always I hate that because it's just like it makes me feel dangerous. All right.
Like
Yeah,
up to something.
lurkers. Mm-hmm.
I have to like watch and wait. All right, here we go. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting in your account that shouldn't be there when you do sign up for that. If your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive access to your account, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here, starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, we have 51.61% going through off exchange, EDGX at 13.14. The combined total 64.75%. So we're right about almost on target for where we should be. We're about 0.75 higher. CHX volume for the day today is very, very high. It's at 39,870 shares. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 5,488. Borrow fees are showing at 4.19, still at 100,000 shares according to IBKR. Borrowed for the day, it has not changed since the last hour. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, Ortex was reporting 6.76 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now back up to 9.77 million shares borrowed. It's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 16.85. The Hasabaro is not being reported today for whatever reason. I have no idea, but shares on loan is at a record all-time high since the reverse split and conversion at 102.13 million shares. Very, very high number with utilization at 80.05%. GME's shares borrowed versus returned, or the changed amount, is at 561,000 shares borrowed so far. Options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago is at a $5.50 strike with 16.2 thousand contracts in volume for the day. It's now 17.1. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 4.4 thousand contracts, now 4.8. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME have pretty low volume this morning, this afternoon, and so I do not expect to see these on the list, and they are not. MMRI an hour ago was 271.12. It's back up to 271.46. It's kind of been floating back and forth on either side of that value. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.211 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.205. NASDAQ is up 0.16. Dow Jones is down 0.04. And the S&P 500 is up 0.13. We currently have 3,765 decliners to 1,844 advancers. The market is doing worse than it was an hour ago. And still on hot lava fire. Don't touch the floor. It'll burn your feet kind of situation. Sectors that are doing well for the day today, the top performing sectors are consumer discretionary, followed by communications. Worst performing sectors, energy, followed by technology. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions, plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change, are going to get a shout out. FRC is up 6.67%. NYCB is up down 6.37%, and that might be the end of it. Indeed, it is. Gold is down 0.25 and trending down currently, breaking an uptrend from earlier. Silver is down 0.76, also breaking the uptrend it was in into what appears to be maybe some consolidation. Ethereum Classic is down 0.57 and is starting to consolidate a little bit after a downtrend. It is appearing to make or form a inverse head and shoulders, so we might see it rise again. US dollar is up 0.23 and trending down. Oil is down 1.67 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from it looks like both the BlackRock and Vanguard are up 0.06 and consolidating. SPY is up 0.12 but trending down. VIX is up 0.24 at 1643, starting to consolidate after a big drop earlier. The futures are suggesting it should be around 1583, so it's still a bit on the high side from what the futures are suggesting. VB is currently down 0.54, consolidating after a trend down. VBR is down 0.42, consolidating after a trend down. Tesla is up 5.49%, consolidating. Amazon is up 0.41 but trending down. Cinemark is up 2.75% and slightly trending up. Doge is down 3.15 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend, looking a little bit like a head and shoulders here as well. The only problem with this one is that there should be the trailing shoulder should be higher than the leading shoulder. So I'm not really sure about this one. It's starting to really kind of look more like just a wedge that's being formed. It's about ready to break out, so we should find out which direction it's going to go here soon. Something along the lines of this. It's getting close. Bitcoin is down 2.95% and a little bit consolidation after a downtrend. The rejection of 70.34 a coin was found. I suggested that it would find rejection somewhere before 72K. GME is down 1.41 and trending up. HYMC is down 2.88, trending down. NCMI is up 0.09 and consolidating after a downtrend. Hood is down 0.24 and consolidating after a downtrend. And AMC is down 0.48 but starting to trend up after a consolidation period after a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, about $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 11.02 million shares traded so far. After 290 minutes worth of trading, we're currently on a pace for about 14.82 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. And it looks like that's going to be, we're pacing that pretty well. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 52.28, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure than RSI 47.77, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 43.34, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with divergence on the Vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 48.27, which is average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp.
Hey, what's up, Casey and guys?
Danny, we've been waiting for you. Danny, good to see you. No, it's good.
Good to see you. Welcome back.
It's
Welcome
good.
back.
It's good. It's nothing. There's no cornhole related topic here.
Hi, Danny.
Perfect.
So
hey, what's up, Trevor?
Apparently, I stuck up for you today because I thought that this was uncharacteristic of you. But apparently, you told a joke that Miss the JJ did not like, and so you're in her hot water list.
Wait a second.
That's what the JJ said, and I said I don't think Danny would do that, and he said that it was an off-colored joke that was maybe supposed to be funny, but I guess it just hit wrong.
When was this? No, that must have been Yucca.
I don't know, but that's
He claimed that it was a zinger that you may have been returning fire.
Yeah, he said he said his specific words were a comeback.
Yeah, a comeback to something else, but apparently
that was salty.
You're a persona non grata with his wife. Yeah.
Oh no, it wasn't me. I was hacked. I don't know.
Well, I don't
know the joke.
Yeah, I said there's no way this can't be Danny. I know Danny. Even my wife thinks you're a good guy. So
Yeah, you think you know a guy. Sometimes you think you know a guy, and you just goes to show you never can tell, man.
Yeah, I'm a little.
Well, I have to know what the joke is.
Everybody's got a dark side.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Apparently, you said something.
I think we need to get JJ on here to recite the joke again, so I can recall what it was.
He doesn't know what it was. I don't think, and I told him
it never happened.
I told him he should ask Mrs. the JJ, and he said no, he wasn't going to be doing that because he didn't want to be in hot water again. So that's why I decided, well, the next best thing is to ask you, and so I was hoping maybe you could kind of rectify this situation to where somehow or another.
They were in the car. I remember.
Okay.
And someone said something. It wasn't me. And JJ goes, he goes, "Oh, Danny, that's messed up," or something like that. And it wasn't even me that said it. I forget what it was though.
This sounds.
I don't even
This
think
sounds.
that was me.
This sounds real. This sounds very, very real. I believe this. And
I do remember that, and I remember JJ goes, "Oh, my wife, man, that kind of upset my wife or something." He made a comment. And I'm like, that wasn't even me. I don't know if he heard me.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
I'm going to have to, do like Shaggy and say it wasn't me.
I think I think somehow we're gonna have to figure out how to repair your relationship with Mrs. the JJ. Because I don't know, man. She thinks it was you, and
Some
unfairly.
bridges just can't be rebuilt, you know.
I want JJ to ask his wife what topic she wants me to tell a joke about, and I'll come up.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, I think so.
That's too bad.
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, she should pick the topic, and I'll come up with a joke. Even though that wasn't me, I'll come up with a joke to amend things. You know,
I think I would
to reconcile.
avoid. No, I think I would avoid a reconciliation through jokes because I know where your jokes come from. So I think that would be.
No ChatGPT.
That's not going to help you. That's not going to help your cause.
I think that's not going to be. Yeah, that's not a smart move.
An AI apology.
Yeah, this is not a.
No ChatGPT, I promise. I think it was
Just
Justin.
understand, Danny, the next time he's around and she's in the background, if you do press the issue and ask her what's up, and she says nothing, it's fine. Just know that doesn't mean it's fine. When she says nothing, it's fine. Just don't. You know what that means, right?
I've been married long enough. Yes.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, you in trouble?
Yeah. I don't think anyone hates me. I hate when people
yeah,
have
falsely
stuff against
accuse
me.
you.
It feels weird.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I have to make up for this.
Well, that's that's what I was trying to get to because I was like, I don't think Danny would ever say anything that would offend anybody.
Danny's got a hater. Danny's got a hater.
I mean, you don't.
What if I sign her up for like a Fruit of the Month club?
Not just
Think that would
anybody.
make up.
Not just anybody can get invited to cornhole. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to invite offensive people to cornhole. Just saying.
Was she upset that I didn't pay my parking ticket? Maybe that was. Maybe
I
that
didn't
got her
even.
upset.
I didn't even get to hear the end of this story apparently because I went to sit in on a Papa Mac call one day, and there were a bunch of references that were being thrown around and some hate thrown my direction. And can you tell me? Can you update me on what happened with that story? What happened with the parking tickets?
Yeah, well, I ended up paying the ticket because I tried to fight it the first time, and they denied it. So the second time I would have to go to Zoom court, and I didn't want to have to go through all that hassle. So I just paid the $40 plus the $10 that I actually did pay for parking. I'm the only guy that pays for parking and still gets a ticket.
You mean pays late for parking?
For those that don't know, I showed up. Me and my son were going to the Science Museum, and I pull up to the first spot, and I took a picture of the number to put it in my phone app, and I'm walking to the museum, and I like to give it about 5 minutes, just to kind of. I don't think I'm going to get a ticket within that time frame, and I ended up getting a ticket within 5 to 10 minutes. So I paid 3 hours of parking, and the funny thing is it expired, and I had about another 25 minutes left that I knew it was going to be over the time limit, and I'm like, I'm going to chance that, and I ended up getting the ticket for when I first parked, not for the ending, for the beginning. So it bit me. Yeah.
I think it's like double jeopardy though. I don't think they could have written you 2 tickets. I don't know.
I could have parked there. I could have parked there all night, Casey, and they would have just paid me the 1 ticket.
Exactly. I mean, once you're ticketed, you're.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
You don't know, man. Hayden's pretty. He's pretty private with his family. his wife could be like the heiress to the parking lot fortune of New York City or the world or whatever. She could be like her entire dynasty, their entire family dynasty might be built on revenue from parking, and she might just had it with you.
I'm gonna call her Miss JJ, the parking Nazi.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, that's
Wow,
gonna that'll make
she's
things
probably
better.
listening
Yeah,
right
that's gonna
now.
help a lot.
Yeah, she's probably listening right
that's
now,
gonna make things-
and
go with that, Danny, please.
the
By all means,
JJ
go with that.
the
Go,
JJ
please,
just
by all
nearly
means, go with that.
the JJ
No
nearly
parking for you.
the JJ
No parking
just
for you.
nearly had an accident on the road trying to turn his phone down.
No parking for you. Come back 1 year.
Wow. Don't. Yeah, that's. Go back to the go back to the jokes from ChatGPT. We'll stick to those.
Oh man, it's unfair. I'm guilty. I tell you, I'm guilty.
One timer is saying, "Yeah, you should double down for sure." It's fire.
Yeah. But I'm at Legoland with my son. I just wanted to pop in and say what's up to everybody. I was listening to you earlier, driving up, but I couldn't hop on. But
oh, did you hear that?
Sound okay, Casey?
Yeah, I sound much better. Yeah.
I mean, you sound like you've been smoking for 20 years, but
Does
you
it?
got that
Does it really
smoker's
sound?
cough.
It sounds like I
No,
got.
no, your
Oh,
voice-
cough.
your voice
Okay. The
sounds-
cough. Yeah.
Your voice sounds angelic. It's just the coughing.
Gotcha.
You know, once in a while, but you're good. You sound good. I'm glad you feel better, and you're back.
I'm back. Back again.
Yeah.
I just sent JJ a private message. I said, you better come defend your wife's honor. Danny's in here. He labeled her Molly the meter maid, and said she's a parking lot Nazi. He's got a whole comedy sketch built around your wife writing tickets for people parked too close to fire hydrants. I'm fixing you up, man. I'm fixing you right up here.
Wow.
Oh no. Thanks, pirate.
Danny, I just want you to know I really appreciate you. You know, I know you
I
get such.
appreciate you too.
We all have fun at your expense, but I really do appreciate you, though. I mean, you bring a smile to my face, and that's sometimes just what the doctor ordered. You know.
I appreciate it. I love you, man. I love you guys.
I gotta
Yeah,
admit,
Pop,
I
I'm
never
back.
figured you for a misogynist, though, man.
No, come on. You got me all wrong.
Well, I mean, you gotta own it, man. I mean, I'm just saying, I never saw it coming.
No, Hodor. Danny is not the special guest.
Wait, there's a special guest today?
He's always a special guest. He's not the special.
Wait a second. Air quotes. Oh, come on.
Like I said, I love you. I love you, man.
I love you guys too. You son of a
full FOMO. Full FOMO.
full FOMO.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back.
It's good to be back.
Papa Mac did a hell of a job. I got to give him credit. He did a hell of a job. But, you know, it's kind of like when you go out of town and you forgot your toothbrush and you got to get the one from the hotel. You know, it's still your toothbrush, but it's not the same.
Hotels have
So,
toothbrushes?
yeah, you can get anything at a hotel.
I think I'd
They got
rather not
toothbrushes,
brush my
shampoo,
teeth.
Tampons, whatever you need. They
You
got,
can,
they
you
got
can
everything.
get you can get tampons from the hotel?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to ask my wife about this one. I have never heard this. Where they just got like a bin.
Well, you gotta like just like you order like the room towels, you know, order extra towels. They'll bring you whatever you want.
Are you telling me you've ordered through hotel service a tampon before?
My niece might have. My wife and her family might have. Not me personally, but
What could you?
I know
you
you can
guys
do it.
couldn't go get it at the store, or like I mean, you had. I don't. That makes no sense.
well, you get in.
Crazy.
It's late at night. Maybe maybe the
what did they charge
store's
you?
not open. It's complimentary. Come on, you're paying an arm and a leg for the hotel. They better give you some toothpaste and a tampon.
Complimentary tampons at hotels. I did not know this is going to be a thing.
Yes. You learn something new every day.
Yeah, I did not know this.
Yeah, yeah.
48 years old now, and I had no idea that I was missing out all this time.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but Donkey Kong says king size bed with extra tampons. Okay. This leads me to ask the next question is do they
condoms?
Do
you get condoms?
do they do slims or what's the other term that they use? Heavy flow? Is that what it is? Heavy flow? Heavy something.
Heavy.
Do they have different kinds?
I don't know.
They aren't free. You do have to, usually it's been nice to give them at least the tip.
Oh yeah, of course. Just a tip. Yeah.
They probably just don't want somebody bleeding all over their sheets.
Mm-hmm.
No.
What's a 20-cent tampon when you could compared to brand new
Run
bed
a mattress.
sheets?
Yeah. Run a mattress. Yeah, exactly.
Huh. Never thought about that before. What else do they have for free besides toothbrushes?
Toothpaste, shampoo, conditioner.
Well,
Maybe a razor. They might give you a razor at some hotels.
They have free toothbrushes?
Yeah.
Like, what's the quality are we talking about here? Like, do they vibrate?
No, it's,
toothbrushes.
It's a little cheapo. It's worse than the one that the dentist gives you.
Okay.
It's worse quality.
Okay.
It gets you by.
There's no
bend.
bend. There's no bend in the brush. It's just a thin piece of plastic with a bristles on the end.
Yeah, pretty much.
But these hotels smartened up though. They they have those little convenience places there now, and now they are
Oh, you stay at one of those kind of places.
Well, I'm thinking
hoity-toity. You got your special little.
I mean, Marriott's. We stayed at Marriott's a lot, and yeah,
they don't have those at the Motel 8.
Yeah,
that's where we usually stay at the Marriott. That's where we usually go. Yeah.
Okay.
Good chain.
Well, it's good to know.
I'm gonna find out tonight. I'm gonna go after Legoland. And I'll let you know. I'll tell them to give me a list of all the free complimentary items they have.
Well, okay. Hold on a second here. Hold on.
Oh no. I gotta report back to you tomorrow.
No. What do you?
The Book of Mormon is not complimentary.
Body pillows, drinks and snacks. Some rooms may include meal and drinks. Let's see here. Car service? Bicycle? There's no way they have complimentary bicycles. There's no way. Wine tasting? These are sources from across the web. Sewing kit, laundry bags, body pillow, chocolate chip cookies, wine tasting, toiletries, car service, bicycle, designer soaps and shampoos, herbal tea, magnetic card keys, and that's standard. Pens and notepads, that's pretty standard. And travel guides, those are all kind of, those last ones are standard. I never heard of it. You could get a bicycle, complimentary bicycle to use, I guess. I did not know that. I'm gonna have to ask Hunter about this. All right, I gotta go. It's break time. It did not say tampons.
I'm gonna confirm that in a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get back to you guys tomorrow.
It doesn't have a box.
Make sure you wink. Make sure you wink at them twice, and turn your head to the side when you do it. You know, like the real obvious, like, and then see how they respond.
Should I tell them I'm trying to get pregnant? And when they look at me weird, I'll be like, "What? Men cannot get pregnant?" Assuming my gender.
You should definitely tell them you don't want to get pregnant and ask, "Do you have any tampons?" That should definitely be what you should do.
Just tell them you came from the opening ceremonies. You're starring in it. Okay.
Oh no!
Do you have any? Oh my goodness! After you ask for the tampon, ask them if they have any bicycles you can ride.
Oh jeez!
Pack of wolves
And make sure you wink again when you when you ask for it. Like, wait, hold on a second. Let's see what I can do. Do you have any tampons? Oh, thank you so much. Do you have any bicycles? Just like that.
Three wheels.
3 wheels.
You always got to start off with "Pardon me, ma'am."
No.
Pardon me, ma'am.
No seats.
Do you have any gray tampon?
Tell them if tell them if it doesn't have a
tampon?
seat, you're okay with it because you're just you plan on standing anyways.
Oh jeez! What do you guys get me into?
Pardon me, do you have any great tampons? Why is that not a commercial already? Somebody's missing out massively on that.
Or like a vinyl bed cover thing, you know? The ones that you use for kids so they don't wet the bed and save my, you know.
I just put newspaper down.
Okay.
We got to come up with a list.
I'm gonna get a list, though.
We need to come up with a list of like really off the wall things you could ask for at the front desk.
I'm gonna snorkel.
Do you have a snorkel?
A mask and snorkel for the pool.
Do you have any snorkels? But I'm not taking it to the pool.
I think they'll give you an ironing board and an iron, but you need to ask them if they have starch.
No, they usually have those in the room.
Starch? Do they give you starch?
No,
too?
no. They don't give you starch. That you would probably have to ask for. Rubber gloves.
Yeah, I like where Pro Jewelers going with this. Ask them if they have like a big sheet of plastic. Ask them if they have something that you can cover the entire floor with, and
gloves.
Something, yeah, gloves, and then any sort of cutting instrument,
Hammer.
something that you could
Hammer.
use to say dismember a large animal.
Yeah,
Oh,
hammer.
Whatever you do, don't tell them that you need a tool to fix something in the room. This happened to me. Remember when I was up in the Saratoga area? And I was telling you guys I was up at the hotel working remotely. Thought I told you guys that.
Yeah.
But we were trying to fix the door lock, and they would not give us a screwdriver.
Danny,
but they said they would send a mate.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
They said they would send a maintenance person up. They would not let you adjust a screw or do anything on your own.
They don't want you to do that. Danny,
Before you said
I need you to ask for a tampon, but then ask them how to use it afterwards.
Oh no!
Now, how do I use this again?
Where do I insert it? No, before you said tools, I was gonna say a tackle box and a fishing pole.
I wonder if they have Vaseline. Can you ask them if they have Vaseline?
Oh no!
Okay, here we
How
go.
about some
I got some
KY?
for you. Here's a question on Fishbowl, fishbowlapp.com. Have any of you requested a tampon from Marriott? Do they offer that? This is 5 years ago. I once asked for tampons at a hotel, and a guy in a full suit and one arm tucked at his back arrived with a whole glass full of them.
That's so weird. It's like just reach in and take your pick. Maybe you can be the lucky winner and get the pull the prize tampon.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna record it.
Just meet him at the door, but before you do, take like 4 or 5 of those leftover packages of ketchup and just squirt ketchup all over your hands. You answer the door, it looks like you're just like you're wrist deep in blood.
That's terrible, Pirate. What if I ask him if they still have those porn channels that I could pay for?
Wait,
what channel is the porn channel?
Have you seen those funny things where the parents ask their kids to bring them toilet paper, and then when they go to hand them toilet paper, they put fudge or something on their hand?
Ooh.
I think you should do that, but go ask for a tampon. Ask for the tampon, but then smear, have something chocolate syrup or something you can smear on their hand as you're taking it from them.
When I go to grab it, oh no.
You should do that. See how
that's
that goes.
terrible.
See how that goes. I want to see.
Oh man, that's bad.
Use peanut butter, chunky peanut butter.
Yeah, all this is gonna get JJ's wife to like me even. You guys are really
This is.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is
bad. I'm gonna do it.
We're
I don't know about all that, but I'm gonna ask for the tampon.
We're
just
flirting.
Call the front desk and in the calmest voice you can muster, ask them if they have a defib.
Oh no.
Say, I know this is an odd request, but by any chance would you guys have one of those defibrillators down there to start a stopped heart?
I gotta go
Just
to
asking
break.
for my mother-in-law.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, I gotta go too, guys. We got the wave pool in a minute. I gotta go with my kids to the wave pool.
Yeah.
I'll catch you guys later. I love you guys. Casey, welcome back.
Thanks, man. Later.
I'll see you. Pirate, everyone. Have a good day.
Hey, if you guys get a random name that you haven't seen before that goes by Empty Dreams, they may be coming into the back of the Big Tramp to help explain something from earlier, I think.
I was just saying, empty dreams. That's the story of my life. All right, bye, guys.
Are you sure it's not Shattered Dreams by Johnny Hates Jazz?
Positive.
All right.
I'll see you guys in a bit.
Okay.
If you go.
I will say I had a very very rapid and efficient process today at the DMV to get my renewed license. It was very fast. I had an appointment in advance. I wasn't sitting for much more than 3-4 minutes. Boom, so number was called up on the board. Went up there, done in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, most of the places that we have had to use have improved exponentially over the years. It's nothing like it used to be.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. Although I lacked some of the required paperwork to get a real ID, so I had to just go with a standard driver's license. I don't know if I should go through the process of going back there so I can change it to a real ID or not.
You're going to fill me in because I have no idea that there's a difference.
Let's see.
It's like you take the extra steps. That's like a form of vetting. So your ID, when you go through like airports or something, it carries more weight than just a regular standard driver's license.
Yeah.
I see. I get it.
It lets you use it for like travel. Let's see here. Oh shit. It says here, beginning May 7th, 2025, if you have not upgraded your driver's license or state issued ID to be a real ID compliant, you will not be able to use it to board federally regulated commercial aircraft, access federal government facilities or military installations, enter nuclear power plants.
Except if you're an illegal alien, then you can fly.
Oh, okay. Now, what is a federally regulated commercial aircraft? Is that just a regular?
Yeah, because it's FAA. So
You're saying you need to have a real ID in order to board a flight starting next year?
Or they're going to require you to bring a passport and something else. Because I'm in New Jersey, I gotta have.
No kidding. Huh.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. Well, things were looking good this morning pre-market, just about right up until about market open, and then just boom.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this going. Take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for that, or if you do sign up for that. If your broker allows you to set up a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you guys are getting those statements from your portfolio sent to you either via email or snail mail. That way you have a record of what it is that you hold. Let's do this. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I'd expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX. We got about 52.36% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.62. The combined total on that 64.98%. Or about 1.02% less volume going through those exchanges than normal. CHX volume is 40,897 shares. There's definitely shares being delivered currently. CHX volume on GME is coming in at 5,988. No new shares borrowed or no changes in the fees either in the last hour, according to IBKR. Ortex an hour ago was reporting about 9.77 million shares having been borrowed for the day today, and that is still the case. Our shares on loan is at 102.13 million shares. That's the highest amount of shares we've had on loan since the reverse split and conversion. GME's shares borrowed for the day today, 792,000. Options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $5.50 strike. There were 17.1 thousand contracts there in volume an hour ago. There's now 18.4. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There's 5.4 thousand contracts there now when it was 4.8 an hour ago. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME, have been low volume today, so I don't expect to see either of those two on this list. And they are not. Gotta have an explosive volume day before that'll happen. MMRI was 271.46 as of an hour ago. It's now 270.58. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.205 as of an hour ago, and is now currently at 0.216. Currently, the NASDAQ is up 0.21. Dow Jones is breaking even for the day, and S&P 500 is up 0.23. We have 3,671 decliners to 1,968 advancers. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago, but still in the hot lava territory. Be careful, don't touch the floor. It'll burn your feet. Worst performing sectors for the day today, we have energy followed by technology. The top performing sectors are consumer discretionary followed by communications. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.56. FRC is up 6.67. SI is up 18.64. NYCB is down 6.24. Stank of California down 2.85. That's about it. Gold is up, or down rather, 0.09, but taking a pretty hefty trend up. Silver is down 0.15, also taking a trend up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.19 and trending up. US dollar is up 0.22 and trending down. Oil is down 1.26, consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.16 and trending up. SPY is up 0.2 and trending up. VIX is breaking even at 1639. Futures on the VIX are suggesting it should be around 1588. It is currently consolidating after a downtrend. VB is down 0.37 and trending up. VBR is down 0.23, trending up. Tesla is up 4.87, trending down. Looks like it's trying to break that trend currently. Amazon is up 0.59, trending up. Cinemark is up 2.11, trending down. Doge is down 3.23, not quite getting the break here yet. Looks like it's really kind of extending out the wedge that's showing here. It's trending up very slightly. Bitcoin is up, or down rather, 2.61, also trending up. GME is down 1.27 and is trending up. HYMC is down 1.92, consolidating. NCMI is up 1.49, trending up. HOOD is down 0.28, trending up. And AMC is down 0.58, and we have moments of trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, about $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 11.93 million shares traded so far after 358 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for, I have no idea what, because that did not work. $12.97 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. We're on pace for that. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 52.28, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 49.6, which is average. On a 30-minute chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 45.9, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 54.55, which is slightly above average. Actually, it just dropped down to 51.03. That's average. Looks like Tech might be the winner for the day today and price predictions. He's got a 520 prediction for the day. And he's eligible for a bonus point if he's within 10 cents of his closing price. With that, I yield to the back of the Big Tramp. Brandon, welcome.
Hola, everybody.
Javi, good afternoon. JC says, so we need to close above 518. I believe it was 517 that we didn't want to hit. Let me just check here real quick and make sure that's still the case. Yeah, unfortunately, price dropped below. It's sending a little bit of a sell signal on the Ichimoto because we got lagging line now hitting price line, and price is now dipped below this. So there is a chance here that going into tomorrow we could see price dipping below $5, somewhere between the $4.80 and $5 range. Really needed to close out the day higher than 517. 518 or higher would have been ideal. Or not ideal, but would have been the minimum that I'd like to see close by. Barry, good to see you too. Lurking's okay. Tech, you're gonna like it, but don't expect to be getting any buckets at this point. I'm a little bitter about that. Anybody got some wild stories to tell over the last 3 weeks?
Nothing particular pops into my mind.
I went to a fun concert Saturday, Casey.
Oh yeah, who was it?
Luke Combs. He was playing at the Commander Stadium where the Redskins used to play.
Is that country?
I refuse to answer that question. Yeah, it's country. He was amazing.
You can make me look him up.
He just released a song with no, I'm drawing a blank now.
Was it this
Was
one?
it Kenny Chesney?
Bullshit pay so I can sit out here.
Was it that guy?
No, who's the guy with the tattoos all over his face?
Oh.
He's doing a whole bunch of country songs now.
Post Malone.
Yeah,
Post Malone.
Yeah, Post Malone. I was hoping he was going to show up there. But he had Luke Combs had that place rocking, man. He put on a heck of a show.
Did it sound pretty good? Sound quality wise?
Yeah, it sounded amazing. I'll put a couple videos in Casey's music suggestion page later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my wife and kids were with me, so I had to look straight down the whole time. But there was a lot of eye candy there.
Yeah.
Why do you have to look down? I don't get it.
I don't want to get smacked.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to stare.
I get lost in thought.
Oh, okay. I got you.
I start daydreaming and stuff like that. And
Yeah, those thoughts, you get lost in them. It's not good.
then I start making real rugged noises like,
That's right. Are you, you said the Commander Stadium?
Mm-hmm.
Maryland?
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, I'm in Southern Maryland.
Oh, are you? Okay. All right. Interesting.
You heard of Leonardtown?
Nope.
And that's where my route's at. I live south of La Plata, which is about half hour from DC, I guess.
Okay. That's right. Okay. I figured you were somewhere over there.
You know where the 301 bridge is?
Yeah.
I'm the last exit before that.
Okay.
I was expecting you to say, you know, the 301 bridges? Yeah, I'm nowhere near that.
I'm not that quick, preacher.
Yeah.
Hey, UPS delivery guy, do you know if you know how Amazon has like substations, but it's really just people in homes that collect packages and then they deliver them from the homes?
I haven't seen that around here. We actually have a hub, maybe an Amazon hub, maybe a mile from our UPS facility. So I think all the distribution goes out through there. I don't think they take it to anybody's homes, but maybe more rural areas they do.
Well, I was just going to ask if the UPS does that as well.
No, during Christmas we have drivers that use their own cars.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because I feel like I've seen UPS delivered through like somebody's personal car, and I go like, what is going on here? Because it's not very often you see it happen, but it does on occasion happen.
Yeah, they started that about 2 years ago during Christmas time. They pay them like $25 an hour, and then a little, like maybe 50 cents a mile. and then they'll come like meet me, and then they'll get like an hour's worth of work, and then come meet me again later on and get more work.
They just meet up with you?
They do. Some of the guys that do that closer to the building will drive, go back to the facility and get the packages there. But I'm like 40 minutes away from the building, so they'll just meet me.
So they hunt you down, take packages out of your truck, and then deliver them to alleviate your route?
I'll still have my route. They'll give them a certain area, and I'll just carry their work all day.
Why do you have to carry their work?
So they don't have to keep drive. They don't want to pay them 50 cents a mile to drive all the way back.
Yeah, they're doing like the last mile work. They're doing the last mile of the leg.
Huh.
So if there's sorry, I was thinking if there's like an area that's kind of a little off your core path, those locations are more primed for that.
Not really. Usually they'll put like somebody like between me and another guy's route to take some of the area off the two of us.
Because you've only got so many hours you can work, right? And then because my cousin delivers marine parts. I will not mention the company, but they have him work some crazy hours. They know he's not supposed to exceed the number of hours, and yet they still expect it to all get delivered, and it's kind of absurd.
Yeah, we've come a long way because when I first started, it was nothing to work 13-hour days every day during what we call peak season, Christmas time. But it's gotten a lot better the last 4 or 5 years.
But you couldn't work like 14 hours straight or something. That would be too many. If you got a DOT check or anything like that, they'd say, look at your log or something like that. They'd say, okay, you've been on the road too long or something.
Correct. We have a 70-hour rule and then a 14-hour rule where, like, if I worked 14 hours, I'd have to be off 9 before I could clock back in.
Oh. Chris just said, Casey, you would recognize his version of Fast Car by Tracy Chapman. He's going back to Luke again. Yes, I would. And in fact, that created a fight in this household. I complained randomly one day. I was like, there they go again, stealing another song from somebody else. And my wife was like, he didn't steal that song from anybody. That's his song. And I said, no, that is not his song. And I can't believe you don't remember the original because it was so popular even way back when Tracy did it, Tracy Chapman. And so we had this like big debate. And then, of course, Casey has to pull out Google and Google it. And that never ends well. So
he told a real good story about it Saturday night. He basically got a guitar for Christmas, and he learned a couple chords, and then he said that's the first song he learned, and it means so much to him.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of got him into music. It's like his favorite song ever.
Yeah. I think one of the first songs that I taught myself on a guitar was Jack and Diane by Mellencamp.
That song's kind of weird for me because that's the first song I heard when my grandmother passed away.
Oh.
So I never really liked it.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, that's okay. I mean, that was back in, 85 or something? I mean, that was a long time ago.
Tommy Smalls says he's in Richmond, Virginia, and used to work at UPS off Route 1.
Tell Tommy if he's bored later, he can come grab a couple stops from me. Help me get home early.
Funky Pizza says mine was Smoke on the Water by Deep Purple. It's funny, I was just watching some kid's YouTube video that he posted up of like him playing guitar for I don't know how many years, 10 years or something, showing his progression over time, and that was the first song that he was learning as well. And it was actually interesting. I didn't make it through the whole video, but when he got up to about 6 years worth of playing, the kid was pretty good. I was impressed. I guess it kind of made me realize that, you know, when you put time and dedication into things, you can you'd be surprised what you can accomplish. Time and dedication.
The tipping point. Malcolm Gladwell, I wrote a book on that. 10,000 hours.
Mm-hmm. It's really what it is. It's I mean, that's how you become a master in a craft and what you do at your job, whatever your job may be. It's time. Speaking of saving time, is it true, UPS delivery guy, that they give you routes that are only right-hand turns? He's making a right-hand turn right now. He can't talk.
Is it like
Sorry, I was trying to send the video.
Oh,
okay.
I think it was just intended for cities like Washington D.C. and Richmond. Like, you know, they'll just do a city block and make it right, and another city block and make it right.
Okay.
But where I'm at, it would just be impossible.
What do you think it's like driving in like New Jersey with no left turn?
Well, they have those nice roundabouts, so that probably wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Rex, good afternoon. Rex is throwing high fives. Rex doing left-hand turns.
I tried to put the video in general if you get bored later. I know you won't watch it, KC, but everybody else can watch it.
Why do you say that?
Because there's too much twang.
So there, it just says fast car Luke Combs. It doesn't have any link or anything, but yeah, I've heard the song. I know I've heard it.
It's just awesome to have 30,000 people singing along.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you've been to concerts where you're like, this is just amazing.
Yes, and I've also been to concerts where I've been like, this really sucks, but
I felt like that when I went and saw Aerosmith. That was the worst concert I've ever been to.
which is surprising because they're kind of, well, they used to be lively. Not so much anymore, I
They
guess.
did a blues segment for about a half hour, and I either passed out or fell asleep. I don't know which one it was.
You were tired going into the
But
concert, huh?
it was miserable.
I remember we went to a Weezer concert. I'm trying to think. I think it was Weezer / Panic at the Disco. And it was down in San Antonio, I think. And we got heavily rained on, which wasn't terrible because it was summertime. But the kids didn't like it very much. And this is probably one of the first concerts we ever took, like all of our kids at once to go see a concert. And so it's kind of it started off as a really hot day, and they had us all like grouped up as a herd of people to get in. And I was just sitting there thinking to myself, the only thing I could think of the entire time was like, if some dumbass decided that he wanted to run his car through a crowd full of people and hurt a bunch of people all at once, this would be the perfect place to do it. And I felt very uncomfortable being herded into like this like area that we were just all stuck in. But anyways, it got super, super hot and we were dying of heat. And then they found, once we got in the inside, it started raining a little bit, and that's when we started to cool down because of the rain. And it was a really good concert. We had a good time. But yeah, you never know what you're gonna get at concerts. Like sometimes they're really good, sometimes they're really bad. Turtle says, Disturbed when I worked the show, they were bad. Great band, terrible live show. Yeah, I've seen on TV some of the live performances from Dave Matthews Band. And so I just assume that he had a great live performance every time you went to one of those. So we decided to buy tickets and go to that here in Austin. And that, in my opinion, was probably one of the worst concerts I think I've ever been to. Ever. It was, and it's only because as a musician, I'm like super, like I really enjoy it when an artist doesn't pre-record everything and have it as like it's just a staged performance. And there was so much stuff that was pre-recorded in that performance that it was unsettlingly. I could tell when the drummer wasn't even drumming, and it was bad. It was really, really bad. I don't know. I don't know if they just decided they were taking the night off. I don't know what was happening, but like legitimately, like the trumpet players would go up. Or it was trumpet or saxophone. I don't remember which instrument. It was trumpet or saxophone. It was a brass instrument. I remember at one point, one of them was like running up to a certain spot and the note started playing before they even had the thing in their mouth. And I was like, what the hell? This is so bad.
What year was this?
This is not that long ago. Within the last 5 years? Oh, I'd have to go back and look and see. He came to Austin.
Yeah, I know they were in Austin. I actually had tickets to one of the Austin shows. I wasn't able to make it. My friend who lives there went instead, but interesting.
This says 2024. Oh, Moody Center, 2022. Yep.
Okay.
And by the way, don't ever go to that Moody Center for a concert. That is the worst venue place I've ever been to. Like I don't know. It's actually the second worst.
Bad acoustics.
Well, yeah, the acoustics are horrible. If you get nosebleed seating, you can't see crap. There's nothing you can't see. You might as well just go listen to it on TV because it'd be better. Like pay for like a pay-per-view or something. I don't know. It was just terrible. And
Just stay home.
Yeah, just stay home and save yourself some money because that Moody Center is just absolutely horrible if you're going to get anything less than floor seating. The only other concert that I've ever been to that had bad seating like that was a U2 concert in Portland. I think it was Portland, Oregon. And it's stadium seating. When you're sitting up in a stadium that can hold like 60,000 people, or I'm making up a random number, 30,000 people, and you get nosebleed seats, you're not going to see much. So I prefer venues that are smaller. Was it a midweek? I think it was a midweek. And that was the crazy part about it, was because it was in the middle of the week. This says May 11th, 2022. Let me see when that was. May 11th was Wednesday. Yeah, it was like smack dab in the middle of the week. And that was the other thing. I was like, who does a concert in the middle of a week. I'm like, this is dumb. Thank you, Turtle. You too. Oh yeah, that's Twisty says, I saw the Deftones Godsmack. Deftones was awesome, but Godsmack did a 45-minute jam session asking the crowd for their energy. That's rough. You know, when they start asking for energy, it's like, look, if you're not, people just aren't randomly just energetic when they hear your music, then maybe it's your music. You know? Maybe you should just try something different. I don't know. But of course, that's not how sets work. You know, they have everything preset. They know what they're playing in advance. But I hear you. That's rough, man. Watching an artist beg for interaction has always been rough for me to handle. Well, guys, any last words for the day? Anybody? No last words?
No
Yeah,
last
where's,
words.
where's Danny at?
He was here earlier.
Did we confront him about the joke?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, you did. He's talking about calling her parking Nazi. No, was that it? Yeah, parking Nazi from now on. I think he's going to double down on his
Meter maid.
name calling.
Molly the meter maid.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, guys.
I won't lie. I thought that whole episode was something that I said, but I think was misheard. There was a point where they were in the car together, and I was trying to say that she had to sit next to that old bag, meaning him, but I think she took it as her.
Oh,
that's all the pieces. Now all the pieces fit.
Do you guys remember that?
There we
pieces
go.
Of the puzzle fall into place.
Now,
Yeah, because
all right. Yep.
Danny claimed innocence. He said that it was a case of mistaken identity. Yep. And now all the pieces fit.
Okay.
Right? Well,
This is.
I was working today, and I couldn't come in, but I'm like, I think that's the time, because that was a couple months ago.
You know, I won't say your name, Brandon, because that would be very unfair for me to call you out and.
Yeah, and make everyone aware that it was Brandon that did it. So
that just wouldn't be right of me to do. So, but
right,
because we could just let them believe that it was
stirring the pot. It would be
Danny.
Stirring the pot, and
Yeah, Danny did it the whole time. From we'll save you, Brandon.
Hey, I owned up to it that day. I owned up to today, man. I owned up to my shit.
Well, you might want to be careful, because apparently she's got beef, man. I mean, this thing is.
I think we should clear Danny's name, though. I feel like it would be only right to do.
Here's the reality of it. I was saying that she had to sit next to him, but she heard it as me saying that he had to sit next to her.
Right. Yeah. No,
Well,
I got it.
When you say the old bag, an old bag is usually a reference to an old woman. So yeah, you stepped in it there. Yeah.
Word we used if we go back to the recording, old dog.
Well, somehow we need to make sure that we get Danny in the clear. But maybe we should let Danny go ahead and throw out his parking Nazi.
No, let him
first.
twist in the wind. Let him twist in the wind.
And then we can let him be saved by finding out that it was Brandon. All right, well that's good. It's good that we
gotta at least wait until he has an interaction with Hayden, because he's going to try to fix whatever this is going to eat at him. It's going to eat at him and eat at him and eat at him. So it's the first time I wouldn't be surprised if he isn't reaching out already to Hayden to try to make amends or patch it up, or because Danny's just has got a heart as big as his mountain. So we might want to let it play out a little bit.
All right. Well, it is that time of the day, guys. I'm glad. That was a nice little way to end that was a nice ending there. I like that. Everything came together nicely. Yeah.
Best nugget of the day coming right in there under the wire.
Yeah. Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate that. Solving the mystery.
Anything I could do to help.
Yeah, this works. This is just kind of ammunition I can use for some of my nefarious activities.
All right, guys. I'm going to head out. I'll see you guys back in the back of the big tramp here in just a few. Well, guys, you know what time it is. Unfortunately, it is that time of the day. And as usual, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie. There is some great movies out right now. So go see them because after all, that's what we're here to do, is help support our favorite movie company, AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep. When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.